Welcome to the pre-show. I'm Valdez, with me is Chronicler, and today is a great day. Chronicler, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I was introduced by my actual name. That's, at this point with you, is a kind of a... It's a 50-50. It doesn't happen very often. No, mostly it's Chronicler, Chronicler, or The Chronic, or
Keck.
Yeah, we're really devolving.
The Grass Man.
Yeah, when it comes to names, it gets worse. Quickly.
It's very interesting, and you know, speaking of names and new names, it's been a long time. We've been here for a total of 8 weeks at the LCK, and we're starting week 9 today. We have a very special guest who will be joining us here on the LCK starting today. Let us introduce the one and only Dan Ox Harrison.
And we're already excited. Great introduction as well, Valdez, as these shots were not picked by him, which should be very obvious looking at them. That's you two. That's adorable.
That's us at MSI. And Ox, why don't you come onto the stage and join us over here? Welcome to the LCK. We got your
thank you.
Your 80s theme song, of course, to introduce you like it's a game show. How are you doing, Ox? You got here a couple days ago. You ready to cast some LCK?
I'm excited. We have the whole of the regular season. Oh wait, just last week. Better late than never, I think.
I think it's a bit rude on your end, not to show up early. We asked you to be there from the beginning.
I had things to do, places to be. I got here eventually, right?
He's a busy man, but I'm glad you're here now. And of course, week 9 is better than playoffs, which is better than summer. So you eventually got here, and that's always good. But of course, Ox will be joining us here on the desk and on the caster desk as well for the rest of the LCK. So Ox, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself for people who might not know who you are?
Yeah, so I'm obviously a caster I worked on the LPL and on MSI last split. I used to be a pro player for XL, which is a lot of casters, I think. You know, it's me, Cadril, and Vedius. And yeah, so here I am to talk about League of Legends and other things.
Yeah. Hopefully some fun other things. Chronicler, what do you think about our new guest?
Ox and I go way back. When I started out as a freelancer in 2018, actually casted with him a lot, EUM as well. And then he left for the LPL, which, you know, hurt me a little bit. But here we are, reunited after a long time.
Here he is now, and very happy to have him, of course. Guys, let's go ahead and get into the rest of the pre-show. Let's talk about the standings here coming into week 9. Ox, you've been, of course, watching. Yeah, I know you've been very busy during these weeks, and that's why you're only able to come here. But what has your take been kind of on the season so far?
Yeah,
not a loaded question at all.
You know, I was doing a fair bit of analysis going over VODs, and I came to the assessment that T1 are pretty good.
Wow. Can't believe controversial statement.
Yeah, a bit of a bold one to come in, so hopefully no one sees that as too fiery, but yeah, reflected the POG standings as well.
I really liked what happened to Gen G last week, not only because I love Chaos, but I actually think that it will have a really big impact on the standings, right? We know that the race for second is really what is currently kind of going to be the theme of the final week. It's between KT, it's between Gen G, and it's between D+. So seeing that loss as mind-blowing as it was, I think actually is going to be really cool. Unsurprisingly,
well, we all got the Kwangdong win wrong. You voted for Halma-Life Esports, whereas Atlas voted for DRX in the one game against Lift Sandbox. The non-believers, the two of you. Ox, what do you think about their predictions?
Bold, incorrect. You know, I would have gone for Kwangdong in the final one against Gen. Obviously.
Obviously.
So coming.
Okay, guys, let's take a look at the pick and ban for week 8, of course. And what has stood out to you guys here in week 8 and the introduction of 13.4 and stuff like that? I guess it was the second week.
Yeah, we saw some changes. Ashe, most notably, is still as good as she was, although we have started to see some developments. Jarvan, for example, came up as kind of an attempted counter pick, and I also think that Annie actually is much more higher priority as people get better and better at dealing with the Ashe.
Yeah, I think the Lee Sin as well, seen a lot of it since we had the buffs come in with the changes. So now your E is based on total AD, is really, I think, as well as suited to the meta, you know, the early skirmishing. So that's definitely a pick that we have a lot of competent Lee Sin players in the league.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of junglers very happy nowadays. As we take a look at the high win rate picks as well, Varus on the up and up, Thresh getting played a lot more, Wukong and Talia, nothing that really is unexpected, I think, in this list.
No, the Thresh to me is the coolest because the buffs actually were very successful and Q-Max Thresh, even though playing into it isn't very fun, playing it is amazing. As yeah, the bait picks, the Lulu and Zeri combination has not been successful at all.
I love seeing that there. I'm just going to say, I think everyone's sick of it at this point.
Yeah, I think with good reason. The Vi is another one that we have kind of seen drop, but Vi to me is also a pick that has such high presence that it's going to be weak teams picking up every now and then, so I wouldn't read too much into that. The Akali, though, I think is bait, and I think we should let it go unless it really is a good situation.
Yeah, Akali seems like bait. The Sejuani I was a little bit surprised to see, but I guess it's started to get banned more as well.
Been banned
so
a
it
lot.
wasn't actually played that much in only 5 games, kind of similar to the Akali. But yeah, those are our bait picks so far. As we do also this week have a new patch. We are going to be jumping on to 13.5 for this one. Any initial thoughts on the new patch?
I'm glad Yumi's actually disabled. We are not going to see it.
Yay!
So happy that's the case.
For week 9.
Yeah.
And playoffs.
Okay.
Just got the confirmation.
Yeah, that's good to know. Ashe as well. I think these nerfs are quite significant. The R cooldown in particular felt super short. I think she's still going to be played, right? This champion was 100% presence. It's not just going to drop off the face of the earth, but definitely a significant cut to her power.
And I'm going to be looking at teams like T1 who have been using any form of AD support, but most notably the Ashe, with insane levels of power. And Halo Blades didn't get touched. But I feel like we're slowly starting to reach the breaking point as more and more nerfs came through to Treasure Hunter as well, to the Sickle, of course. So hopefully that'll be enough. And look at that, as if it's perfect timing. Jinx is getting a couple of pretty big buffs. We lowered that damage cap to monsters for a reason. And now we're just bringing it back.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone remembers when they uncapped it and there was just objectives being stolen non-stop. It's not quite at that level, but definitely means there's options for that. The attack speed growth, quite nice. I don't think they're like super significant changes, but they're the sort of changes where people start playing her again and realize, okay, maybe there's something here.
Yeah, I really like this patch and the buff specifically because it feels like this will add to some more champion diversity. I think it actually will happen, like with Kennen coming in, even Samira. We saw Fizz get hovered a couple of times in Challengers yesterday, right? I think players are starting to think more and more about some of these new picks.
Yeah, the Samira, of course, got nerfed the previous patch, and the Riot's like, no, we want her to still be good. So I think Samira is a really cool champion, whatever she's in the meta. Rumble and Kennen, to me, are really cool because I think that AP top laners we've barely seen, right? It's been bruisers and then some tanks, maybe. And I would really love to see these picks come through. I think they make for really cool, like, hype moments. And if Rumble and Kiana are buffed on the same patch, then maybe D+ will be persuaded to bring that one back because that is one of my favorite team fighting couples of all time.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, the Kennen buffs I actually feel like were obscene because I think the champion was already good, and now his Q, they buffed the damage by a ton, they buffed the AP ratio. I feel like if you eat a Kennen Q, you're just going to lose half your health bar in the late game.
Yeah, and made it a lot easier to clear out minions and minion waves and stuff like that, as we did have some champion nerfs as well. Aurelion Sol got played twice in the LCK by the same player, and immediately got some nerfs. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think the ASOL is mostly for solo queue. I think in competitive, particularly in the LCK, the champion just doesn't fit the meta, unless he's picked up really late, and even then he's been kind of lackluster.
But even then, I feel like the nerfs he actually got were that big, and kind of similar with Caitlyn and Xayah. I think if these champions were going to be picked before this patch, they still will. It's a slight power nerf, but none of them was super significant to change the champion's strength by that much.
Yeah, I'm just really happy as well that we got that really OP Rammus out of the way. Really hated
horrible.
seeing that every single day in the LCK was just really getting on my nerves, so I'm glad that's out of the way. But what do you guys think about some of the changes to the items here and some of these system adjustments?
I'll talk about the jungle a little bit. I think that this is something that it always takes a couple of patches to see what impact it'll actually have. But it could lead to higher priority on things like the Nidalee, most notably, something that we know a lot of our junglers love to play. And maybe Graves comes back as well with the extra experience kind of being dialed down, so you can't just spam gank and then soak a lane for half a minute and be fine again.
Yeah, and I think in terms of like big system changes, the sweeping lens nerf is pretty massive as well because often we see like supports placing a ward, switch into the sweeper. You can now no longer sweep at 1 minute 30, it's at 2 minutes if you do that. And then also just generally like there's going to be less vision clearing in the early game, easier to get some wards down to cover yourselves. And then, yeah, some big item changes as well. I think the ones that stood out to me was Archangels, because I've seen that abused a ton.
Yeah.
And Cosmic Drive has 90 AP now before you proc it, which is kind of nuts.
It's a massive amount of AP. I think we should see some champions finally beginning to pick that up. Guys, we do as well have the ceremony of the week, the best ceremony from week 8. So let's take a look at some of the candidates this week and let me know what you guys think.
It's okay. You know, this is putting in the effort, but it's very straight. It's very well. That's what I'm saying, right? I think, yeah, I think there can be. Look, this is what I want.
Yeah,
I want to see some joy.
That's what we're looking for, right? You know, homage to Blitzcrank as well. That I feel like that kind of fits every metric you need for it.
Yeah. This.
So,
look at the commitment.
Apparently, this was some kind of TikTok dance. We're too boomer to understand what that means, but
he really went for it.
He really went for it, yeah.
I think you deserve points for actually committing to like the full dance. We have a lot of players that do a ceremony and then it's like a little bit of a thing. Like Bulldog here, he's doing it, but is he really committing?
Yeah.
Yeah, not for me. I
think we should have given it to her, right?
I'd be down with that.
So, who did it best? Vote in Twitch right now for who you think had the best ceremony. What are we gonna say? What do you guys think?
That screen of Guma is really funny. So maybe that'll help him give it a little. My personal favorite was Willer. I think it was obviously a bit of a silly dance, but the extra level of commitment is what does it for me.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like he really went for it, went for the full thing. I think sometimes
face bumped afterwards.
Yeah, which, you know, but he went for it. He committed, some embarrassment afterwards, but put himself out there.
I think Willer's kind of the obvious choice, right? Like, he did a nice little dance. I'm a fan of Lehens, and I think he's a crazy player, so I liked his Blitzcrank. Very topical to what he was playing, and apparently Willer's currently first at 69%, so that's pretty nice. Let's take a look at the schedule for the upcoming week here for week 9, and I want you guys to tell me what you think is your favorite match. What do you think is going to be the most hyped match here for week 9?
Well, the most hype, probably D plus T1. It's number 2 against number 1. That is a matchup that is going to probably come back in playoffs as well, barring any crazy upsets or the teams not meeting each other until like the very end. And outside of that, I do think that the KT matches, the one against Kwangdong most notably, actually is a really big deal now because Kwangdong beat Genji and KT now has a much easier path to that second place.
Yeah, I think Genji plus against D plus as well is another big one. I feel like both the D plus games are just absolute bangers. So, and also actually Genji against Honor Life as well. Those are just like the standouts for me.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, you know, some teams have really easy roads at the end of the season, and some of them have DK's road, which is T1 and Genji in week 9. Guys, of course, we do have a new playoff system here. It is double elimination once you do hit round 2.
Yeah.
So you got to try to make it there if possible.
And that's why we keep going on about making it to the top 2, because that is where you want to be. That means that you have a lot more opportunity. Maybe the initial meta read isn't correct. Maybe you need some time to scale into the best of 5s. We've seen Lost Worlds, what that can do. And we have a little bit more variety than we've had in weeks past, but a little bit. Not a lot.
And don't worry, Ox, we will get your Preds after this in a lower third, so you have not been forgotten.
Part of the
this
gang
week.
now.
Yeah. This week 9, I think, it should bring in some differences, even though it seems like on our page it looked a little bit similar outside of the first couple of matches.
Yeah.
I think there's going to be some upsets, right?
There generally always are.
Yeah.
But you're on Kwangdong. The Hanwha Life one is the most interesting. Maybe something to do with a certain objective.
Yeah, I think anyone who watched that series, I think, was kind of scarred on a little bit on the inside. Peanut with a unique decision to leave the pit with the Elder Dragon, which, yeah, kind of shook me a little bit.
Yeah, I think it shook the world of LCK as well. So it'll be interesting to see whose predictions are right. But we are done on the pre-show. We have Ox finally here for week 9 and the rest of the LCK. But that's going to do it for us, guys. Let's go to the intro and then to the casters to start off week 9.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2023. We're up to the final week. I'm Atlas. This is Wolf. We finally got Ox here. It's absolutely crazy. He actually arrived similar time to me when I first arrived in 2017. I think I arrived around Doa's birthday, which is like middle of March or something like that. So we were delayed about the same amount of time. I think actually, Dan arrived a little bit earlier. So Ox actually here early.
Yeah, 2 days ago. So he has recovered a little bit from jet lag and is already jumping on the show with us this week. Let's talk about the standings.
Yeah, let's do that.
Discussed on the desk a little bit, but our first matchup, Kwangdong Freaks against DRX, this has no implications for playoffs whatsoever, as of course the matches that really matter are going to be DK, Genji's, and KT Rollsters. So we'll see how those shake out, but that's not what we're focusing on today. Today it's about Kwangdong Freaks riding the momentum of that incredible win, the upset over Genji, and DRX trying to fight their way back to potentially getting an 8th place spot here at the end of the season.
Yeah, there's actually like a lot of things to look out for in this particular one as well, as the battle for the King of the Southeast title. DRX took down Kwangdong Freaks, they did indeed, but Kwangdong Freaks, they managed to take down Genji. So it's there's a little mini circle going on.
Yeah,
here.
I love how we did it's like East and West. Like West is the stronger one. It's the playoff side. There's a little bit of playoffs, on the East side. Now we're just like King of the Southeast.
Yeah,
we're really minimizing it a little bit. But notably, KT Rollster will actually play against both of these teams actually this week. So the amount of skill we see overall here is really important for KT Rollster, who still has that potential miracle run to getting 2nd place and skipping the first round. So KT watching very closely to see how these teams perform today. As Rascal, man, he is #1 in champion pool right now. He's had so many solo kills. He has had a fantastic season, but Doodle as well, looking to be a big strong point here for Kwangdong Freaks.
he absolutely is. I'm a bit scared about these cannon buffs that we heard mention of. Of course, we're on 13.5, and Rascal was always a really good cannon. He's also been spamming it in solo queue, so he could be pulling out yet another one. Speaking of champions that have been played, CV Max has been cooking for Bulldog here. CV Max has actually just been hovering behind a lot of players so far in our graphics. This is real life though, like an actual photo of CV Max actually being there behind Bulldog.
Bulldog is highlighted here, but the photo is focused on CV Max as he's got a plan for this player, and Bulldog had a pretty phenomenal series. He ended up winning Best Performance of the Week on the Korean desk as well, on their pre-show.
Yeah.
We'll see how he performs again tonight, because a tough opponent in Fate here to start things off, as DRX, not the season they were looking for, but it's coming together a little bit better here at the end, as we'll have Juhan and Duckdom on the starting lineup today. So Kroko, they gave him one last shot in the previous series, will not be starting again today.
Yep. Not so much. DRX making their way out first here. I believe they've elected to jump over to the red side as well. We'll have to see what they have planned for that side. Probably just a bit of a take on what the current patch has done as far as these must-ban champions.
It's Rascal too, I mean,
yeah,
give that guy
true.
counterpick.
Yeah, give that guy counterpick. It could actually just be a DRX thing, but they were kind of still on the blue side hype train, even when we were thinking that maybe red side could suit them a little bit better. So maybe it's just their take. Maybe the one loss of a point of base AD for Caitlyn is enough to remove her from the must-bans. We'll just have to see. As Kwangdong Freaks to take their place here in Wolfpack as well.
Really changing, I think, the mentality of a lot of LCK fans for their view of this team towards the end, because it was a sad story for a long time, and CV Max was coming out and saying, oh, this team isn't improving fast enough. I feel like these players aren't reaching the benchmarks that I have set for them, and I was really excited about where this roster was headed, but they were not hitting those metrics. They are now. It's too late to get playoffs, but it's a way to finish the season in high spirits, right? And Bulldog was like, this is the happiest moment of my entire life when he got that solo POG just last week on Sunday. And the guy has performed well. The family's always coming down to support. And
I hope Bull Mom's in the audience here today as well.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah.
And, this is a team that has become kind of suddenly a big fan favorite. One of those underdog teams you want to root for.
No,
just because of the storylines.
They've been super good and able to get upset victory. They're on a 3-match winning streak, which is just crazy for this squad. And if the season went on for an extra couple of weeks, Wolf, you could have got your wish fourth place Quantum Freaks may have actually happened if we had have let them cook for just that little bit longer. Damage percent pretty high here for Bulldog, but both of these mid laners haven't necessarily been finding the most hope, haven't necessarily been in the forefront of our minds when discussing the top half of the LCK mids thus far, but I think mid is probably, you know, next to AD carry, our most stacked role here in the LCK.
It truly is. And I'll say it, I said it on Pog State, I personally rate Fate a little bit higher, actually, at the moment over Bulldog, even though Bulldog had some good moments. He's definitely been less consistent, and Fate has been so important. It's the sole laners for DRX that is why I think they may prioritize Red Side today going into this series, especially if they have a draft read that's new and unique. And plus, we know how CV Max likes to change things up and do some strange picks, so taking that away from him also feels very strong. I think one of the biggest things for this patch that will change the way the LCK, Challengers looked mostly the same earlier this week, but the LCK is Ashe being nerfed. Some of the damage removed on W, some of her lane oppression, the early cooldown on her ultimate being extended is really going to make it so that she gets through the draft a little bit more, and I think having that extra ban slot is something that we'll see develop over this week for sure.
Yeah, it depends. I think there will be teams that have found a way to adapt to the Ashe, right? To pick it more as a flex rather than as just an OP support champion. Of course, Moham had his very famous Ashe game, able to steal an Elder Drake and win a game at the end there, but he didn't look like he had, you know, the same level of mastery that we've seen some of our other Ashe players, but Ashe just being in general too strong so that you don't really necessarily even need that much experience on the pick is, I think, a bit of a problem. So I'm glad the nerfs have come through, and I hope we still get to see her, but just not necessarily in the permanently banned status.
For those who remember the last series these two faced off, it was a long time ago now, early on in the season. That was when Fate played the Sylas and finished the Magi's. That was the series where Fate put this team on his back and just dropped waves against Bulldog in mid and just went everywhere on the map and carried the game by himself. It was a pretty impressive performance from the mid laner then, and I expect that Bulldog has improved a lot, and that's what makes the mid matchup to me so exciting. I mean, I don't know that I expect he's improved. We know he's improved. So going into this one, definitely an opportunity for revenge here to make a bigger impact this second time around towards the end of the regular season.
Yep, and here we are into pick and ban for game number 1 of this best of 3 series. Quantum Freaks taking away the Elise first up. Blue side affording them a little bit more flexibility, as Annie will remain 100% presence, I think, and will definitely be a must ban on the red side. But what else is going to creep up there, right? That's the really interesting part of it.
We've seen Lucian rise in priority, actually, recently here in the LCK. So another pick that is very valuable. We saw the win rate of Zeri Lulu very low in the last week on our final week of 13.4. So another pick to look at is, will the Ashe be banned again? Again, in smaller sample sizes so far, she's still very relevant, but as the week goes on, we're going to get a read on what these teams are thinking. Gragas banned first here. See if DRX are going to give Kwangdong Freaks the opportunity to pick it up.
Yeah, will we even see any look at the Caitlyn ban or anything like that? Maybe Taeyun and Moham not going to be respected for being able to play the Caitlyn to that super high level. Of course, we see it more as a targeted ban. Not going to be first picking it, I would assume. I feel like Caitlyn's a little bit dangerous to blind pick. Yeah.
Interestingly, also, Moham's performance on the Ashe was very weak. He was able to kill the Elder Drake, which was very cool and very fun. That will be the Caitlyn.
Play it.
Yep.
Nerfed into the ground on this patch, by the way, Wolf.
I mean,
into the ground. That's like one less AD at level 1?
Yeah, very slight nerf to the early game. Jinx going to come through. This has been a pretty common response in the previous years of LCK and just League of Legends, but with the buffs coming through, not surprised to see this, and they're going to grab it with the Lee Sin. And you don't have, against the Jinx, the same sort of lane oppression and control with something like a Caitlyn Lux or the Caitlyn Karma. The Karma is banned in this case. We'll see what they want to play with this. Maybe they have a different plan. Looks like the answer is no. And we're locking the Lux once again. Not to say that Caitlyn is so nerfed, because like you were joking, she's really not, that she's not as strong. And also not to say that Jinx is so buffed that this is no longer a win for the Caitlyn. It's still a strong lane. But interesting, DRX seeming very confident, letting that one through and then insta-locking the Jinx in response.
Yeah, I actually kind of love the Jinx as an answer here. Not sure how I feel necessarily about a Leona. It does make it feel a little bit more all-in. But if you do ever manage to get that Caitlyn Lux lane disrupted in any way, Jinx is going to be way better if she is slightly accelerated, right? So if you do manage to stop that snowball, I agree that, I mean, you shouldn't be able to necessarily, you know, in a perfect world, get that to happen, but we have seen shenanigans as Aurelion Soul banned here.
Yeah, and I like this because DRX with this Leona pick have kind of opted into weak side Jinx. Like, you could deal with the Caitlyn pressure pretty well, but you're saying, I'm not picking this Leona for lane, I'm picking this Leona for getting Jinx excited in late game teamfights, setting up CC, and I think they're going to play around topside in this draft. That being said, Kwangdong Freaks putting their focus on Fate here in mid, but if you can stop any sort of mid slowdown here, or if, like a Veigar, I wouldn't be surprised is banned here also from DRX. Just don't let Bulldog play a scaling champion and just try to control topside here, give Rascal the agency on that R5 pick, and then just play around late game teamfights. There's another same idea, right? Scale, sit back in the lane, feel very good, just take those picks away, let your bottom side sit under turret, and I think Kwangdong Freaks need to get a good read on this. Rascal has counter pick, he's so strong as a player when he has those opportunities to get ahead in topside.
Is it a Veigar angle? I see the Victor ban and I'm thinking, are you wanting to just blind pick Veigar here? Is that what's happening? As Akali is going to be taken off the board. We've seen Ryze also really shoot up in prior, but it is just going to be the Veigar.
I was kind of feeling like they were going to play the Ryze here and just try to get mid prio and make sure this bottom lane's going to be okay, but they just want to scale here. And that explains a lot about the Victor ban in particular over the Veigar ban I was expecting. They wanted to pick it up themselves in R4. And it looks like Kwangdong Freaks' answer is going to be able to match this scaling with a little bit of poke. They changed their mind at the last possible second here, and Taliyah feels so high risk into this composition that has such great CC and engage.
Yeah.
Very risky here.
I think it is too, but we've seen so many teams just defaulting to Taliyah. I feel like she has really started to shoot up in priority. I think that she might even become enough, like one of these champions that's in our first round of bans halfway through this week. Just with how much she was played last week and how valuable she has been in so many of those games.
Cannon!
But I do agree with you, and this is exactly what we were talking about before. Possible Cannon.
Would have been fun to see. I do like it a lot. As Rascal just wants to get topside control by any means necessary. Even the Gnar, I think, is a reasonable pick here, considering you have it on R5. There's no counter available. You have really great engage. But instead, this draft is kind of turned on its head, and they're just going to play this like a hyper-scaling composition with a side lane win condition. The Fiora can push way harder than Cassante is ever going to be able to, can beat him in sides in the late game. And then you have really good engage for team fights. You get the Veigar set up after Leona sets up the engage first with Solar Flare, so you basically guarantee get that cage set up. Then Jinx gets that first kill, gets excited. You've got a great team fight there, a great 5v5. For Kwangdong Freaks, you need to get a lot of tempo here. You are going to naturally have a lot of control of the bottom lane with the Caitlyn Lux. The Taliyah can give you early game objective team fights with Weaver's Wall, and you are going to be more relevant than that early game Veigar if you can set those fights up right. Coordination, though, really tough here on the side of their composition. For CV Max here, he's trusted Bulldog once again on this high prio pick. Let's see how he performs. Because Taliyah, I think, like you were saying, might be the new Azir. You know, this might be the new, extremely relevant through early to mid, and then also scales very well into late mid pick that you just blind every time on blue side.
And there is no Azir anymore, so it does kind of make some sense. We'll just have to see whether Bulldog's going to be able to find the same level of success. We know that his control in that mid lane, just laning in general, has been absolutely fantastic. So that could be an opportunity. Of course, I think that you do have some free reign in that lane against the Veigar before he gets a few of those stacks put together. So some opportunities here for Kwangdong Freaks, but I kind of agree with you. I feel like DRX, their composition has a few more outs in comparison to KDF, who just want to get a Caitlyn to a 3-item spike very comfortably and then team fight around it, utilizing the amazing peel that they have. And I think Bulldog is going to have to be that glue that holds that team together.
Don't fall behind at all, Kwangdong Freaks, or you are just not going to have a prayer in this game, though.
Barrel on engage supports as well. That could also be a good thing, or maybe not, as let's hop into game number 1. All right, here we are. Fury Horn Viger has been picked up here by Fate as well. The skin that everybody is enjoying at this point in time. Not my personal favorite, but does look very, very cool. And Spatula Cage is kind of fun. So,
you know,
not bad.
St. Patrick's Day is coming up. Could have 4-leaf clover Vagar.
Yeah,
on,
good old Leprechaun Vagar.
Yeah, Leprechaun Vagar on St. Patrick's Day.
And you
He's
know that
right
I
now.
don't like that skin, don't you?
I know.
I feel like I'm being goaded, but I will not take the bait. I will not take it. I'm just going to go back to enjoying my Gandalf skin and having a really good time. Okay, Wolf?
Yeah, I'm just saying it's coming up. It feels topical. It's only topical one time a year. And
that is true.
And only topical in the years in which Vagar is relevant, which we have not had very many. So I just wanted to bring it up. It's my only thing I can say about skins.
There we go. I like it. Well, there are going to be some champions here towards this bottom side. Pretty sure Barrel's got a skin for this one.
Yeah.
He never uses it.
No.
Which makes me really sad, but that's fine. See how they go in this lane. Of course, Jinx was an option into Caitlyn in the past, just because you can match the range, as already Barrel is just Zenith blading forward, but they're going to lose out on the trade for the moment, especially given the long walk they had to go on. He's going to be able to get to that level 2 first.
Yeah, just trying to clear this wave and get the level 2 advantage. And, you know, you can use your mana as a resource here as Jinx to clear the wave very quickly. That's one of the things she has besides her range in this matchup. She can just clear this so quickly with the AoE. And that's what she's going to look to do here. And if they can survive until level 3, it's great for them. Oh, I'm going to be so careful. Cannot be taking autos.
Oh, they land the Zenith Blade. Can he actually get the level 2, though? There it is! Shield of Daybreak comes down, but he misses another Zenith. Unfortunate there, as Barrel is now burning down. Moham not going to be able to walk up, though. Doctarm able to keep his support alive, as, man, that was almost really beautiful by DRX.
Yeah, that was so close to being amazing, but Barrel missing the Zenith Blade really hurts. And they had the level 2 set. With that wave clear, they pushed it in. And unfortunately not able to capitalize here. If you end up getting one of those summoner spells, you have so much more power in this lane.
Yeah,
just
really want to get
land
flashes.
It. Yeah, if you get those flashes, you feel amazing here.
But
alas.
Yeah, so far, we need to keep track of the Caitlyn and whether she can continue getting towards turrets so she can start hitting them, as Dudu takes way too much damage. Juhan, I think, was able to secure his Gromp there as he walks over a Lucent Singularity, as once again, Rascal is battling Dudu.
I was going to mention this, and when I said if you fall behind as Guangdong Freaks, you do not have a prayer in this game, I mostly mean especially the top side of the map. If Rascal gets a solo kill up here or gets some help and gets a kill or two, then this just becomes unplayable for the Cassante, and he's never going to be able to get the items he needs to be relevant to set up for this Caitlyn and Talia in the mid-game, and this Fiora is just going to be taking turrets out all over the map, and then it becomes impossible to get Drake set up. You know, even with Weaver's Wall, one of the best tools you can use to actually get 2 Drakes and get a winning fight, even if you don't have Cryo. But, man, Rascal is a god on this pick, and once again, he's showing why.
Yeah, and I think it's great to see Rascal playing with this kind of gusto as well. This is the Rascal that we were expecting to see this season, right? Like, that's why so many of us were saying that DRX weren't going to be, you know, in our bottom 3 come the end of the season. I was actually expecting them to be, you know, towards the top 5. But haven't been able to figure it out. And I think a lot of it is to do with, you know, not having the coordination, not having the right season, so never finding the momentum, but also some underperformances from these players. And Rascal definitely is a guy that has so much potential here, much like our gentleman on the desk. Juhan is going to look for Young Jay here.
One day Valdez and Chronicle would catch up to Ox, you know. They have a lot of potential.
Yeah, Ox, like, also has a lot of potential, but he's also reached more of his potential, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's okay. They'll catch up.
I think he also knows what Rosemary is, which is really cool as well.
I love when the inside jokes bleed through. I don't think he puts grass on cakes either.
Rascal now taking a bit of damage here from Dudu. Who neither of these top laners have actually used their teleports yet, and we've got Ghost v Ghost, which is kind of exciting, but Dudu seems to have found his footing once again, even though it's not represented necessarily in the CS.
So, Doctom did go back and buy the Cull, as you guys could see here, and grabs a refillable pot, obviously, so he's going to be able to sustain through a lot of this poke, but this is kind of naturally what happens if you don't find success with that all-in. And if Barrel hits his Zenith Blade to get those flashes, maybe actually we see some jungle support down here. Maybe Juhan comes down and they actually can make something happen, but because that didn't work, this is kind of naturally what happens. And this is why I didn't really like the Vagar pick as much as some of the other options here for DRX, like the Rise, because having no mid-prio means that Taeyun and Mom could just do this, and they will continue to do this.
Yeah.
And if Rascal doesn't find any kills or any resources topside either, Quantum Freaks are getting the early game that they wanted.
And look at all the control vision all the way down the river. I mean, these are Talia wards.
Yeah.
We've known this. I mean, then Damwon, now D plus Gear, taught us about this with their incessant levels of Talia play. If you get wards in this river, that same thing can be said for Ryze. If you have a Weaver's Wall, which Bulldog does have now, having this river control is just so powerful. Every time Bulldog slinks into the Fog of War, you have to respect it.
You can see here, Juhan is seen on this ward, and they could just wrap over here and protect this Drake. That's exactly what Moham is going to do. Nothing that Juhan can do. All he can do is see that this is being taken, but Beryl and Duckdom are catching this wave. They can clear it quickly, but not quickly enough. So that extra vision here just helping out so much. Taeyun and Moham are going to, instead of trying to get further advantages here, just guarantee this Drake. And the Talia control continues here in the mid lane.
Yeah.
A Cole buy here for Rascal as well. And this draft pivoted big time from just okay, Rascal's going to have counter pick. We're going to have a really nice mid game with something like okay, hold up.
Yep, dancing around in the cage. Does find the seismic shove as the Dark Matter also connects. Event Horizon, though, didn't find the stun, and that Baleful Strike isn't going to land. But that's a flash from Juhan. He does have level 5, not level 6 yet, but he connects the Q, and there's the flash R button gameplay. That, he says, his fate is going to pick up first blood.
All right, well, this changes a lot of everything I was talking about here in terms of what the early game is going to look like. If you can actually set up for a kill here, Juhan does it without level 6, just hits level 6 now, and that is a Talia overextended here in mid lane. He hit the shove, so he's like, all right, I want to push this advantage, but doesn't have any critical vision here on the top side of the map. All of that vision was on bottom, as you mentioned, in the bottom river. Juhan finds the angle of attack here after giving up Drake.
Well, in goes Beryl, just looks for Moham, but he has to flash out because, of course, Doctarm was too low to follow up on anything. So not a death here for Beryl, but a similar type play is, oh, Juhan's just going to make his way down bot. He finds another kill, and he's saving this game for DRX right now.
Yeah, he really is. Two critical moments for him here. Didn't have 6, but the last one still secures the kill. As he reaches 6, comes down to the bottom side of the map and punishes this overextension here. Sure, you got the flash out of Beryl, but you stayed so long for it. Not even going to risk trying to grab an additional plate here. Just going to back, let those minions crash through. Because Beryl here just takes out this cannon minion and goes for the aggressive play. We didn't have vision of this, that Juhan was coming down here at the moment when this was initially happening, but it was Beryl actually setting this up, looking for the aggressive play to bait them, and then he comes around where there's no vision behind the river.
What did he have for breakfast this morning, man?
Crazy.
Like, Juhan is just, he's just going in. As Dudu is going to get a riposte out of Rascal. We'll just head back towards that top side. Man, it's actually so important that Juhan's been able to do this, right? Like, he's been able to save bottom side, allow them to breathe. Of course, still behind, and it hasn't been enough, I don't think, as far as damage done onto this Caitlyn Lux lane to really be fully out of the woods. But getting Fate accelerated and all this sort of stuff, it's just really well done by Juhan.
He's put a really nice band-aid on the bottom lane for now. It's still bleeding. It's still, going to be plate gold going over here for Taeyun. He has flash still, so he's pretty safe to continue to do this, but found one tiny gap to get an advantage. And that's all you can ask for, really, in this lane here when you don't have mid control either. Got a kill for Fate, who doesn't have Cryo. So these are the things that you're really fishing for as the Lee Sin here and finding success. And these 2 culls will eventually finish here for DRX, so you're feeling pretty good about that. But also, Dudu has started to stabilize there on the top side.
Yeah, he's looking okay. As Event Horizon goes down, Youngjae, a little bit of trouble as Fate, I believe, was just booped by the seismic shove. But Youngjae now going to get pressured out of this river. And Juhan, with the big advantage that he's been able to pick up now 1-0-1, will be able to start off this Rift Herald.
Yeah, just going to set that one up. Bottom side, they're going to stay here. They're not going to contest. This is actually pretty huge for DRX to also be able to get this money. And Taeyun will be able to get a plate for this, of course. This is not all for nothing for Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah, I kind of want to see Juhan actually pick this up and then take it to the bottom lane to try and make up for the plate gold that Taeyun and Moham have been able to pick up. Because I don't think that Caitlyn Lux necessarily needs to get kills in this lane.
Sure.
If they can continue to push turrets the way they want to do. And 2 plates isn't quite enough just yet, but they're on track.
Yeah, the tricky thing about dropping this bottom side, which Juhan is pathing down here, is that you have to actually set up the play here with your kick. And he doesn't have flash. He's not going to have it by the time he gets here, but it will be up fairly soon. if he can actually come down here and set up a kill, so they're going to stop Duck Dump's back. Yeah, this is just so hard to do now. And in mid, you still don't have control there either. So you need some sort of pick with no prio here in these bottom and mid lanes. As Barrel gets over the wall.
Yeah, Solar Flare is going to connect. Doesn't have Zenith Blade anymore, though, as Super Mega Death Rocket is going to come down this lane. Moham was tagged. Not able to get there is Juhan. And also, it is going to stop any potential dives. We saw the Talia moving down,
yeah,
so maybe it's good.
This is what I'm worried about here with this type of play, where they really want to get this Jinx money, because this Talia is ready. She's like, oh, you guys wanna tussle in the bot lane? I will be down there in just a moment's time. And they have so much bottom side control. It takes so long to force these.
Oh, we're going all out. Grand Challenge is going to be issued here, but that's just a solo kill. Which patch is this? Cassante looking broken.
Yeah, Cassante is just so strong right now. I think that he was way too strong before, but he's still relevant because players are just so good at playing him right now. Like, he's just become, the mastery of this champion has gone up for basically everyone in the LCK.
Well, Event Horizon going to have to be cleansed here by Bulldog. A lot of DRX members moving into this mid lane, but Youngjae and Moham are going to be there to support. And yeah, man, I want to know what happened there as far as the riposte, right? Because I think Dudu must have got that cooldown and then just really taken advantage.
Yeah, we'll definitely see a replay of that in a moment. A little bit of an attempt here from Juhan to try to drop this Herald in the mid lane, but also unsuccessful as Fate tries to bait an exchange where he could maybe take the Talia out and then drop that down to get some money. He will also come up empty. Barrel's got his flashback now, and they are just hunting for an opportunity. They need this Herald money so badly. Juhan's just going to drop it here.
Yeah, placing it in the mid lane. Bulldog going to turn up as they do manage to get the stun in the Dark Matter onto Youngjae. But it does mean that I believe Juhan gets solo plate gold from that that charge.
Guangdong Freak's handling this very well so far. Juhan wants it so badly. He wants this pick on to Bulldog, but I mean, he's so aggressive. He's been up in the face of Youngjae. He does have Flash Kick available, and that's one of your strongest points because he got that kill early. He has a fast Gore Drinker, so some additional damage with that.
And Youngjae really hasn't been able to do anything because, like you say, I think that it's about DRX always keeping this Wukong tracked around this map.
They want this.
Yeah, Fate is down pretty low and playing pretty far up, so it does give away that perhaps there is someone lurking in the area, as Juhan not actually going to look for the jungler here as he moves down towards this bottom side. Taeyun immediately has to cleanse. Solar Flare comes down. Super Mega Death Rocket is a fair bit of value, and they'll just get the drive-by kick all too easy. And they saw him. There just wasn't anything they could do.
You've got to be down there faster if you're Youngjae. You're the only one who could stop this from happening. And that almost was a double kick into 2 kills. It was so close, the angle. Juhan is not able to make it happen, but it was so close. Doesn't need to flash for this. And that's going to be the second Drake of the game, going over to DRX. And yeah, Youngjae's just been invisible this game. He obviously is going to struggle pre-6 to make the same sort of impact that Lee Sin can. So we might take a look at what happened with this riposte now. This is the first-person view of Dudu.
Yeah, I guess it must have been on cooldown from earlier, right? There must have been a time to use it, right?
Yeah. Wasn't going to be helpful at any exchange after he gets hit by the Q3, though. Not really. As he does get taken out here, and then Barrel gets the cleanse out of Taeyun, and then they turn around here, and Juhan is just here. And look at how far away Youngjae is on the map. Like, he knew Juhan was nearby, but wasn't brave enough to come down and defend his bottom lane, even though he also had Flash Cyclone.
Yeah. And yeah, he like, Youngjae watched Juhan walk down there, but he was already low because of the catch with the Event Horizon in the mid lane from Fate. So the play was kind of set up already. It's actually kind of crazy. Like, Youngjae, just if he shows himself to Juhan, he's not going to be able to win that fight, right? And so they're going to lose from that one anyway.
Look at the lead now, 1,400 gold for Juhan here. Has the fast Score Drinker, as they're just going to play around topside now. Juhan's here, though. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, this is his strong side of the map right now, as there's the Cyclone onto Juhan. Rascal fighting this one out. Does have a wall to aid him, but now there's another one. Bulldog coming up. And the Fiora is on the run. Juhan not going to be able to save this turret, I don't think. That's another flash forward here from Barrel. Just throws a Solar Flare into the middle of the lane. They're not going to be able to find too much more Flame Chompers for the disengage. And I think, yeah, Rascal's just going to make his way home. Hides in the reeds.
Very lucky there. He gets out. And unfortunately, Barrel just misjudging the damage here, I think, on the bottom side of the map. You have a Kraken Slayer, so it's a huge spike for the Jinx here in these types of exchanges if you can hit all 3 autos. As he's going to try to set up for Juhan here, but he does not have his kick available.
Ooh, that ward paid for itself, Wolf.
Yeah.
Unless they're just going to find them anyway, as, yep, Shield of Daybreak's going to come down. Juhan doesn't miss Qs, not today. They're going to be able to grab that kill. Double teleport, though, and Beryl is extraordinarily dead, everyone. He is going to die, and he's going to die pretty soon. It's going to take some time, but then he's dead. There he goes. Dudu going to collect that one, but
I actually
kind of a 1-for-1.
Yeah, I actually think this really favors, though, DRX in a lot of ways. 2 teleports used, and Fate gets control of mid. Then Rascal gets some freedom here on the top side of the map. Yeah, you got the kill there onto Barrel, but they still were able to make that play happen onto Taeyun. He's pushed out of lane. He's not farming right now. Yeah, Cassante, he's going to be able to finish off that turret on the bottom side of the map, but this means second Herald goes over to DRX. DRX Mac presence much greater right now, much more relevant. Remember, this Veigar is scaling. He does have his Rod of Ages online, and he's just going to keep getting stronger, and he will be more relevant than a Taliyah when we get to the later parts of this game. We're sitting a Drake apiece right now, and I think we're definitely heading to a 35-minute game at least.
Especially when it's Ocean Soul, right? Like, there's not as much onus on going for it, so I agree with you. I think it's... I think we might be in for a longer one, and it does kind of suit a team with infinite scaling in the form of the Veigar. That ultimate and these stacks are going to provide him with a lot of damage, especially when there's a Jinx alongside him. Not a lot of peel for the Jinx. What I'm a little bit worried about, Event Horizon is fantastic, but does have a relatively long cooldown.
Barrel here making a mistake just before this, but actually commits, and Taeyun turns around here. They did not know that Taeyun was, or rather that Juhan, was here. And so Barrel is able to set this up. 2 teleports committed means his life is not given in vain. They were able to get the kill onto the Caitlyn, get a lot of space in the solo lanes, top and mid.
Much needed respite for Rascal there as well. You can see he's not as far behind. DRX looking to do some battle here as Barrel standing his ground. Q connects, but Dudu is just so huge right now. He's going to take a fair bit of damage. Barrel survives for so long as Moham going to be taken down first, but that is gigantic amounts of money now picked up for a Caitlyn. Disaster for DRX.
It's just, once again, the dichotomy of Barrel, man. He'll make one great play, and then he'll make one less great play, right afterwards or right before. It depends on the order. We were on the rotation of him doing the not great play, as this is a minute before the Drake spawns here. Rascal loses turret topside here, and we forced a fight that really just didn't need to happen. Like, they're set up, they're grouped up here, but this is the exact type of fight that a Cassante that's ahead wants to take. He's like, oh, you guys are actually just going to try to push through me? And Caitlyn gets so much space. Look at Taeyun here. He gets hit by the kick, but it doesn't matter. Even in this early game where Caitlyn hasn't hit her 3-item spike or anything like that, she's going to do a lot when you have that Cassante front line there. And he's 2-0-2 Dudu is now this game.
Yeah, he's absolutely massive. And also, Youngjae's kind of done nothing, and it's been what feels like a bit of a jungle gap. But he's going to be like a Wukong as this game goes on, right? Like, Juhan needs to keep making these plays. Him and Beryl going to be hanging out once again here as they clear vision in this river. Riftero going down. And Taeyun hasn't actually been for a back just yet. Still has a gigantic CS lead, though, and actually will have a lot of money in his pocket as Rascal looping on over. There's the Event Horizon onto Bulldog. Super Mega Death Rocket does a bit of damage, but the Taliyah is going to be okay for now. They lock down the outer turret in mid lane.
Yeah, and they are set up to now control this Drake fight on their terms. See that Fiora's going bottom here, so Rascal can try to threaten this turret in the neutral fight. And Fate being able to set up this Event Horizon makes it very difficult to approach, but Dudu's actually kind of crossed the border already. Now they're in position to have this Cassante fight in a choke with this Caitlyn behind him, doing so much follow-up damage. This is exactly what Guangdong Freaks want for a fight like this. Rascal's tracked here too, so no flank angle for him.
Yeah, this is the scary part, right? This is before Fiora is just straight up winning in these side lanes. I think he'll need Ravenous before he's going to be happy in that scenario. Right now, Dudu does have 2 items already completed, and one of them's a Thornmail. Like, that's really rough. But Fiora should be okay in a side lane later on. Sure, that alliteration was difficult to say, but we got there in the end. But right now, it's just not the case, right? Dudu is just massive
Yeah.
And it means that any fight around this Drake, I think, is kind of a mistake.
Without
if DRX go for it.
And without Barrel, setting up with a solar flare, the lack of engage here for DRX is very telling. There's not a whole lot of ways they can say, this is my fight now. They can stand in the choke points, and Kwangdong will have to respect that. But beyond that, Kwangdong are like, all right, well, we'll go do something else. As now, Rascal's pulled away from the side. Dudu's actually pushing that bottom lane, so he has to go catch that. So now it's a fight before we get. Okay, we're going in.
In goes Juhan, yeah. Does manage to get the Warrior Trickster out. And isn't going to suffer too much for it as Beryl, no, not that way. As Dudu may actually still punish him. He gets stunned up by the Event Horizon and Beryl has to flash. Oh, Solar Flare comes through as well though as the Q's going to land once again here. Juhan looking to try and taxi forward. All out available here for Dudu. He's not a target that is all that easy to lock down.
Youngjae has his ult available. Could engage here. They're going to actually back away.
Dudu has teleport. Yeah. Can immediately come back if he would like to. And yeah, Taeyun, you need to spend this money.
Yeah, this is actually crazy. The amount of struggle we've seen over the third Drake. It's a solo elemental. A lot of farm being lost here. And they're going to go to try and pick it up on the top side. So finally conceding the point here on this Drake are DRX. I say that. And Duckdom turns around and he's going back mid. So maybe this fight just never ends.
Yeah.
This is quite wild. Now, every single time the Cassante gets to these choke points, you could see that, yeah, he might get caught by an Event Horizon, might get caught by a second Event Horizon in this really long fight, but he's tanking up at this point in the game where you can actually just eat the W and the Q from the Vanguard and be like, yeah, I'm cool, I'm still pushing through. Now, we fast forward to 30 minutes in this game, and I think that he's going to be blown up in those scenarios. So right now, Kwangdong Freak's using this win condition incredibly well, but not actually securing this. His top lane just doesn't exist.
No,
don't pay attention over there.
And I think 2 waves just conga lined into that top inner turret as well. As I got a theory about what this game sort of feels like right now, Wolf, and I want you to let me know whether it's the right one. It feels like DRX are playing the minute moments a little bit better, right? Well, I mean, I say DRX, I mean Juhan, but Kwangdong Freaks have had control of the map, and I think their decision making seems to be better so far this game. And I'm starting to feel like it's just moving closer and closer to a Kwangdong Freaks victory.
Yeah, I agree.
As Beryl is going to provide that as Youngjae flashing away from Fade here. Doesn't want to be shot as Duckdom stands in front of Beryl. Feels like the wrong way around there, but he had the higher health bar.
And there's an angle here for Dudu to come through. He has his Ghost. He's not here yet, so they're going to try to pull the trigger, but they don't get the combo.
Yeah, seismic shove onto Juhan.
Here he comes.
Dudu looks for it. If they can manage to take away the jungler, that should guarantee the Drake, but Juhan does make it out. Flash still intact, actually, is kind of huge. And he'll get back towards his jungle and grab some of that health back.
Yeah, he can get some of his health back, but it's going to take a little while. Man, this is just the never-ending fight. No Ocean Drake has ever been this
yeah.
before. There's a Fiora in this game.
Look at all these side lanes. All of the
Rascal would have killed a whole turret by now if he committed to going back to the top side of the map.
Yeah. This is actually just crazy, as he is on the bottom side now. DRX just looking to clear out these waves where they can.
And there's going to get a turret. Like, you mentioned it, DRX just not making the right calls here, and it's been a team that has such talent in it. I mean, we're talking about Rascal, Fate, Duckdom, Beryl. These players are so incredibly gifted, but they're not able to make the right decisions here. And Kwangdong Freaks is going to free turret. Now they can reset. There's not enough time for DRX to actually rush this Drake down either.
Isn't it interesting, though? Because it's Kwangdong Freaks, the team full of young players. Yeah. And it's DRX who have so many veterans that have been on this Rift so many times.
It is really wild.
Kwangdong Freaks is running it right now, running the Rift, right? It's just amazing. Okay, Weaver's Wall is going to block Beryl. He does some strange interaction with that one and then is gifted over to the Monkey for a kill. Just in the wrong place at the wrong time there was Beryl, and Bulldog's going to capitalize.
They barely get the Drake, too.
And he steals his puppies?
DRX almost lost that after losing mid turret, and now they're losing control of mid entirely, and Kwangdong Freaks can actually just push this. They're going to siege up this turret. They've got a huge wave. If they get this whole inner, it's way more valuable what they've gotten than just the solo Drake. The kill onto Beryl, plus the mid turret that happened throughout this entire 10-minute long exchange over the third Drake. And Kwangdong Freaks, they went out. And like you were saying, you've seen the mechanical moments here for DRX. Even Juhan, the player who's very young still, and not as famous as the players he's playing with, but he showcased his mechanics. As Beryl here is standing where he is, he's very low health because he wants to make sure they can't collapse in and take this out, but he doesn't realize Bulldog is wrapping around behind him and is punished here and taken out. So he helps them secure the Drake, but they lose so much more for this. But man, Beryl, it's crazy because he's the player who has been always most famously you know, what's the word I'm looking for here? People have given him, the pros call him for him has always been the cerebral play, right?
Yeah, right.
He's always been praised for, that was the word I was looking for, praised for his cerebral play, his shot calling, you know, his ability to read situations incredibly well. But in this game, it's been like, he's like, I can hit this, watch my hands, I'm going for the center plate. He missed the first one, but otherwise he's been clean. But he has never stopped himself and said, should we look for the solar flare center plate here, you know? He's like going in, he's hitting the stuns, but sometimes it's backfiring big time, and 1,300 gold ahead right now is Taeyun. Guangdong Freaks with map control.
Yeah, this is just fantastic for Guangdong Freaks. If they continue to play with this level of control, then I think that it should go over to them. Still options here for DRX, but Juhan needs to keep himself alive. Wants to bait them into Fate here, as I believe they saw him. I think he popped out of the brush for a moment. I mean, DRX, if their Fiora was in a better position, I would be having a very different conversation. But I think that they've shut down Rascal really well, and by they, I mean Dudu, to a point where I'm feeling like Guangdong Freaks can just find these team fights, and especially they can find the jungler.
I mean,
Juhan giveth, Juhan taketh away.
He played his early game really well, but now that they have this much map control, they just walk around the map killing people.
Yep.
I mean, they have Caitlyn so she can clear these waves. There's no mid turret. They killed the mid and the inner.
Oh, Seismic Shove is going to get reposted. Youngjae still looking for a little bit more. It's Guangdong Freaks. They do lose a bunch of Taeyun's health bar. Event Horizon is decent, but Fate not going to invest any more into it. Double Summon is available for the Veigar. He is very powerful with his 2 items already complete. And Beryl is just going in. He's looking for Dudu as Rascal does not find that riposte whatsoever. Youngjae wraps around. Warrior Trickster, though, is going to come through. Good defensive play here for Guangdong Freaks.
I'm really curious how many stacks Fate has right now, because he also wasn't able to free farm or anything like that during the Drake exchange, so was getting some stacks from hitting people with his poke, and obviously could go back into mid and catch some of those waves. This is Juhan here just trying to get some vision back around the Baron pit, because we are getting very late in this game. If you look at the kill score and some of the Drake score, you're like, oh yeah, like we actually are really late into the 20s now. 28 minutes are on the horizon here. It feels like we're earlier in the game because that third Drake was fought for so long.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm curious to see how DRX transition to the late game, because they have a great late game composition.
Oh dear. Beryl is just going to be CC'd for about 16 years until he's Gale Forced to death, Wolf. That's sometimes what happens.
Some of these calls from DRX very puzzling here. Because if you can force fights and you can trade kills, you know, you feel great about your Veigar coming into the late game, but they're not trading up. Not trading even, that's for sure, in this exchange.
Yeah, and I feel like we've hit like the... We used to talk about this a lot, but like the Lee Sin slump is sort of coming through here, as Juhan really not able to exert his pressure like he was before. And Youngjae, he's 30 CS up now. That's a lot of camps that he is in the lead. He's now a level ahead as this Wukong.
I mean, look at this map control. They just walk up and take everything. And Guangdong, man, in the past, especially last year, we were like, this team doesn't know what to do with leads. They don't set up deep vision. You know, they just take leads and then go back to lanes. They are pushing the advantages so massively. And I think that Rascal has really been outclassed here, not only in the 1v1, but his ability to find value with this Fiora has been, it's been nil.
Yeah.
Beryl's up here trying to clear this control ward halfway across the river brush, so he's just going to get caught and die. And we're at this point in the game where if you can't ever take a fight as DRX and you can't side lane, you can't win and your scaling doesn't mean anything. Because the Lee Sin slump you were talking about, I think really comes into play here, because he got a kill on a Veigar and a kill on a Jinx, 2 champions that can't snowball the game or give you map control or give you extra prio. So didn't end up being relevant if they couldn't win any upcoming fights, which they have not.
Yeah, they weren't actually able to get there, as Bulldog is going to avoid the Event Horizon very nicely.
269. He's only at 550 here, AP, at this point of the game, so he's not really trucking through. You know, he's not like at a great place in terms of his AP right now. Only has the 2 kills, is going to be able to, when he gets his death cap, explode in terms of damage, but still a ways away from that.
And the biggest thing that's happened, so like at this point in time, is the fact that Taeyun has hit 3 items. He's actually 3.5 items. And Dokdam's Infinity Edge is still a pickaxe, right? He's still mining.
Yeah.
He doesn't actually have, you know, that amazingly cool golden sword yet. I don't know how they... Oh, he does now.
Just got
Never
it now,
mind.
yeah.
So he manages to turn the pickaxe from the mines into the golden sword. So I guess he found it in the mine? Is that how it kind of works as far as that recipe is concerned?
I guess so. He found enough gold in the mine to pick it up. He went back to the shop.
Fair enough. And then you trade in because you don't need to go mining anymore because you got the cool gold sword, as Dudu, I believe, just stopped his back.
He did.
He did. And now everyone knows that everyone's here. As we are trying to alcove game, this is not what you want to be doing as the Fiora, though. Running away from the Cassante in a side lane at 30 minutes. That's not the Rascal Fiora that we wanted to see if you're a DRX fan. Not in this game.
No, it's certainly not. So you don't have a side lane win condition. Your Veigar is just catching waves on inner turrets. And at any point, Kwangdong Freaks can, especially once Caitlyn hits that 4th item, once Taeyun gets it, he's got to be close. And just take a look at the Baron and be like, yep, going to start this one up. We've got Weaver's Wall, he can zone you out. And if you can't start the fight off on your terms as DRX, you don't have good engage. You have a Leona and a Lee Sin. You don't really have a top laner because she can't team fight and she's not threatening sides. So when Dudu has teleport, you're like, wow, he can stop side laning and team fight. Fiora can't do both of those things.
Yeah.
She can't really do either of those things at this point.
Yeah, and right now, like, Rascal's ahead by 20 CS, does have his Hullbreaker now complete. And I think that maybe this is the time where Dudu is going to start having trouble. As he's just continuing to build, you know, as many tank items as possible. Does have his Gargoyle Stone Plate now complete. As I say that, Dudu goes in, and weak point. Really against Rascal there as far as that RNG is concerned, as he's going to go all out and look to see whether he can take down Rascal. Rascal gets a bunch of healing, but Taeyun is going to make his way down, blocks the Super Mega Death Rocket as well, as Rascal just saying, like, I just want to get a 1v1, man, and he's going to be denied.
There's no vision, there's no shadowing whatsoever. Look at the vision for Kwangdong Freaks, by the way, where they have the Scuttle, they have a control ward, and so they can actually bait this fight. Dudu is like, oh, you're going to ult me? And 100% Rascal wins the 1v1, right? But he actually continues fighting, and Rascal doesn't realize until it's too late. This is not a 1v1. The Caitlyn is walking down. There's no vision. There's no intercept from Barrel. And now, without the Fiora there, Dudu can continue to push. He has teleport, and this should be the angle where Kwangdong Freaks start this Baron.
I think so too. Taeyun going to be able to push this mid wave in. Zap is going to miss there from Dr. Arm as Ace in the Hole comes forward. And Young Jae looks for it. There's the Cyclone. The layered CC is just amazing. Moham helps set that one up with the final spark. Without the Jinx, yeah, I think this should be Baron.
Yeah,
yep.
I mean, yeah, Dudu is like, do you guys need me or can I kill the whole inner here? I have teleport, so just call me. He's actually going to back.
I'm so confused. This is not how my League of Legends is supposed to go. Like, what happened to Fiora on this patch, right? Did Cassante turn into, like, a side-laning god? He's not, like, I don't know what's going on.
It's just been poor decision-making here for DRX, and they're going to be punished for it. Okay, Duhan is here, does have Flash available. There's the teleport finally from Dudu, and this is when you collapse. This is when you turn off Baron. No Weaver's Wall.
Yep, the Corral is going to come forward here as Bulldog's inside the baby cage, but he's not the issue. It's Dudu just diving towards Beryl, who's not going to find the Zenith Blade to try and get out of there. Another Event Horizon will come through as there is a fair bit of AoE, but the seismic shove is just extraordinary, and Dudu is popping off. This is what a fight looks like when they don't have their Jinx with 3 items. And they just weren't able to do anything.
Nope. And even with the Veigar damage starting to be so good, even with Death Cap, it's not enough. As Rascal is now just trying to look for the execute. That's where we are.
Yeah. I mean, he is pretty fast with this Ghost, so might be able to just wander through this mid lane, but Taeyun is there once again. But I don't know whether he can actually kill. Oh, no. There's a bunch of abilities that can be used from pretty high range here.
He's buying a lot of time.
Yep, Riposte's going to come through. He's slowed down momentarily, and once again, Light Binding goes wide, and you're right. He is buying a lot of time. Here's the Grand Challenge, going to get issued as he dashes away, and Dudu says, no, you will not escape this. I'm the one that makes the great escapes on Fiora, and I will take you down, and he does so with the help of Youngjae.
CV Max is like, there's a huge fingerprint on his screen in the coaching booth where the Baron is on the minimap. Because he's like, I mean, guys, we don't have to chase Rascal all the way around the map and then all the way around the map a second time. Could probably just take some of these objectives and let him go. He can't threaten anybody. He can't hurt anybody. He's a Fiora with 3 items, but he's so far behind in this game and they have no map control to back him up. So just do Baron. They decide to chase as Duckdom gets caught here by Youngjae. Really nice flash with the Cyclone activated to guarantee the kill here. And that leads to what is ultimately a turn off of Baron and a 1-team fight here. As watch Dudu's impact here, while also there is no Caitlyn at the beginning of this fight. Like, yeah, Duckdom is dead. Still no Caitlyn. By the way, still no Caitlyn here. Yep, she's not here. She's just pushing mid.
Yeah, there were no AD carries at all.
Yeah.
I actually said that this fight was bad for DRX because they didn't have Jinx, but it's just a 4v4 without the same champion from the same role. So it's just Quandong Freaks winning the fight.
Well, there's a Cassante doing a lot in that fight, and there's a Fiora that is a Fiora in that fight. And she did buy a lot of time. They did not get the Baron.
Yeah.
So there's that. The DRX are scaling. You know, Veigar's still getting more stacks.
And also, it's like Dudu and Youngjae sitting there 4-0-4 scoreline, you know? I know it's kind of on the nose, but like early game not found. It did not matter at all as Cyclone going to come through. And Rascal, yeah, you can't riposte death. And Youngjae is going to be able to lock down that kill, make that 5-0-4.
And Juhan is just hovering around the bottom side of the map right now, trying to set up some vision and trying to protect Duckdom so he can actually push this wave and farm.
Dayun will get slowed down, but he's in the reads.
They're trying to get this bounty gold here in mid to trade it for that inner. So, I mean, trading...
Base race?
Yeah, well... gold race. Trading even when you have this bounty gold in terms of turrets definitely feels good for DRX, especially if they can get 2 here. A little bit late on the backs here for Kwangdong. I mean, it's a Jinx with 3 items. She's going to take this turret out pretty quickly. Wow, 2 bounties.
That is actually huge. We were praising Quandong Freaks for their ability to play out the macro.
Can they get out, though?
As Bulldog not going to get hit by that Zenith Blade. His barrel maybe a little bit too early as he gets seismically shoved back. Sonic Wave comes in immediately. Bulldog is going to go golden. Flame Chompers come down, but he flashes. Does make his way out. Bulldog, Dark Matter comes down, but it doesn't matter. The Jinx is already dead, and now Fate is running for the hills. Gets thrown back because Dudu does not miss a Q. And that is both carries dead on DRX. Quandong Freaks can take whatever they want.
Yeah, and I hope they do this time.
Bulldog is so good, by the way.
Yeah, look at how decisive this play was from him. And now he's actually just going to come over here and try to push this inhibitor. Rascal alone can't even get back into his base.
Yeah, Seismic Shove. He just sidesteps the riposte.
Don't chase a Fiora! Just kill the base.
It's the new Singe, I swear. Rascal's Fiora in this side lane, and he will be in this side lane. There won't be any minions as they do manage to take the inhibitor. The Baron's still up, by the way. We don't do Barons around here. It's Baron Preservation Society.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, Quandong actually, I believe, sponsors them, and so the brand itself does not want Barons to be taken down.
Yeah,
and I respect it, you know? There's been a lot of Barons taken by a lot of our teams. I won't name names, but there are some teams that take more Barons than others.
I'm actually against... Okay, Rascal... are Kwangdong going to lose this game? Because, like, now they're doing Baron the only time they can't. When Rascal is out here, and they're buying time.
Yeah, they do manage to secure the Baron. So there's that. 1 inhib for 1 inhib, though. As Rascal is being frustrating. So the 0-4-0 Fiora win condition is, I mean, it's still kind of a thing.
It is a thing. As Bulldog here, like, this is such a bizarre call from DRX because they were able to get 2 turrets, and then they're like, when I saw Barrel like this, I was like, oh, very nice of Barrel to try to maybe come in here and stop any engage onto the AD carry so he can get out. Barrel was like, no, we win this now. I'm like, well, I'm not so sure about that. And they end up losing the fight and losing map control. So not the greatest there, but they did get those 2 turrets. They did get the bounty gold, and now Rascal has gotten that mid inhibitor, which is going to be very relevant for subsequent objective fights. The Baron is in favor here of Quandong Freaks now, so they should be able to get some push done. And they're having problems tracking Rascal around the map now. You can see they're trying to fish for him. He is going to get away once again on the alcove.
Rascal stopped playing League of Legends. He's just playing hide and seek. And he's trying to be where Quandong Freaks aren't so they can break the stuff in their house.
He's like a solid
and then
snake
leaves.
in this game, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. There's a lot of exclamation marks that's been popping up over his head, you know. He's not. This is not a deathless playthrough of the game, but he's still, you know, he's tried. Try again, you know?
1 win condition, kill the Nexus.
All right. Bulldog going to set up the wall, and they're going to be able to take that one down. Seismic Shove is great onto Barrel, and he's just chain CC'd and murdered Youngjae. Taken down very low as well. I think he does have a GA, so he wasn't actually going to die. That's the second inhibitor. And even though there are super minions making their way down this mid lane, I think the Baroned up minions are going to be just fine. Seismic Shove connects onto Fate as Youngjae. Oh yeah, he's not going to take the ulti from this Veigar because that GA is still there being frustrating. Another Light Binding connects onto Juhan, but he does get himself out of the way. Bulldog not going to find that Seismic Shove. But the Event Horizon also is going to miss, and with 3 inhibitors down, I think Quandong Freaks should be able to just move forward to pick up this game. And it's Macro that's done it. Juhan looks for the angle, but he's not quite going to be able to get there. Rascal, he turns up. He says, weren't we playing hide and seek? Why aren't you guys looking for me? As he now dives out of the base, Dudu is going to chase after him. If he wins this 1v1, it's going to be huge, but the Nexus turrets are falling down. The Nexus as well, but I just can't stop watching this 1v1, and Dudu picks it up yet again. Kwangdong Freaks, amazing performance in game number 1. DRX, great early game.
They would not kill the Nexus until Rascal died.
Yeah, that was actually pretty cool.
Some say Kwangdong Freaks are still looking for him. Some say they're still hunting. Rascal's still out there.
Yeah, it's like
CV Max is like, all right, guys. Like he's gonna go to the booth. He's like, all right, we could have done Baron. Could have pushed the second inhibitor. We had huge advantages. Look at him right now. He's saying that, and
then all of the Kwangdong players are just like, yeah, but we knew exactly where Rascal was.
Rascal's still out there, man. I'm like, no, you killed it. Like, Dudu killed him. Don't worry, Bulldog. Like, we killed the Nexus. It's over. You won game 1. He's like, please, just to focus on the inhibitors. Oh, he's still out there. Remember that one time he got the inhibitor when we let him go?
But, I mean, you can't fault him because a win's a win. Managed to take down
Look
the
at the
Nexus
damage.
Oh,
Dudu out-damages a Veigar, a Taliyah in a 40-minute game, a Caitlyn in a 40-minute game, a Jinx in a 40-minute game.
I am actually kind of baffled because Rascal was running away from him all the time. It's not like it was just a wet noodle fight where they were just battling.
He just did so much damage with his Qs and team fights.
Yeah, he was just killing everyone. Man, Kasante's kind of broken. All right, I'm very much looking forward to seeing what the Space are going to take away from this game because I didn't mind DRX's draft. I liked their early game. And then the decision-making was so much better from Kwangdong Freaks. Really impressive from this young squad. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back, the Space and game number 2.
리신은 봐도 돼? 가비 형 걔랑 1대1이야
나 밀어내고 왔어.
아 괴롭히자 괴롭혀
형선 빠졌고.
얘네 가야 돼
일어나 1대1 할게. 야래 음파. 음파. 야래 리신.
예 리신 잡았어 천천히
천천히. 피오라 궁 빠졌어. 피오라 볼게. 나왔고.
천천히
까비. 볼게 이번에.
끝낼만하다 아니야 뭐 안 봐도 돼
아이 끝내. 야 짝테스 미안하다.
나이스
나 이거 너무 못 맞췄어.
배틀 성공
너무 컸다. 짝테스 스터링.
Hello and welcome back to The Space. I'm Valdez. With me are a couple of very special people. We got Kronny Keckler and, of course, Ox, who has finally joined us here for Week 9. If you guys missed the pre-show, you missed a very fun pre-show. Very happy to have you, Ox. But that was a game number 1 that finally Quantum Freaks were able to eventually take down. What do you guys think about the draft first?
Yeah, I feel like DRX's comp, I didn't really see the cohesion between it. I'm not sure what they want to do, like things like the Leona and the Jinx. So, you know, you have a pick that can match the range of the Caitlyn, and then a pick that wants to all in. And we did see that work a little bit when Juhan came down there, but it just felt like the cohesion wasn't there when it got late in the game.
Also, with Leona and Veigar, they were hovering Cannon. I'm very happy that they didn't. You're really incentivizing your opponents to also go for a lot of tenacity. Now, it didn't end up coming through that much, but it is one of those things where your cages and your Leona lose a little bit of impact. As it turned out, it didn't matter because the Veigar didn't hit a lot of cages, which is part of the problem.
Yeah.
And my main issue with the Veigar is mostly that if you pick it at that point, it does allow for your opponent to really respond to it. And I do think Cassandra is one of the few top laners that doesn't really care as much of his W, and then Talia obviously outranges him. Corki we saw hovered, which I think also would have been outrageous. Anything with a lot of range, Ziggs was one that you mentioned.
I love some Ziggs.
And all of those would have been a really big problem. We've already seen even Chovy run into this problem with his Veigar.
Yeah, absolutely. It's we're gonna see how this continues with this Veigar blind picking. Let's take a look at highlight number 1, which was Juan actually getting some value here early.
So everything started off great for DRX because they were able to snowball. You know, Fate got a couple of early kills. This looks like Beryl is kind of doing what he's been doing a lot this split, but ends up being a really good bait. Allows Juan to get even further ahead.
Yeah, and I think the main thing is we saw this Kate Lux really have a lot of pressure in lane, getting plates, getting a CS lead, and Juhan was the one who kind of broke that open and allowed DRX to get a bit of an advantage towards his bot lane, because if you left them in the isolated 2v2, it was just going to get worse and worse.
And this is where you're like, things are good. You know, we're getting our jungler fed. We have a Jinx that skills very nicely into the late game.
What could go wrong?
What could go wrong? And this is where I think you really see the reason why DRX have struggled so much, regardless of draft, regardless of individual play, and it's what do we do on the map?
Yeah, I think, you know, we saw some shenanigans. I think there was that period where I think it was third dragon was up, and they spent a...
Not soul point for either team, FYI. It was third dragon.
And the thing is, it's an individual ocean dragon. Of all the dragons, like, an individual mountain has a fair bit of value. An individual ocean, it's like 3% missing health every 5 seconds.
Yeah.
And we saw this happen, where neither team went top lane for some time. We'll let it play out.
We're not going to tell you when it ends.
Yeah, just count the minutes.
And bear in mind, this whole time, we have a Fiora, who's a great side laner with TP. This whole time, Fiora has TP.
And also, Duna, the dragon is not being taken.
Neither team is doing anything. They're just, you know,
They're just vibing around the dragon.
Back to top.
Okay, back we go. I'm actually glad that it's Ox here today and not Hooney, because I don't know what Hooney would have done if he had seen. Out of all the deskers, he's definitely the one who gets the most upset when this happens, because
this 4 minutes past now.
Yeah.
Everyone's watching and thinking, surely, any minute now, any second now, someone.
Yeah. A dragon also has still not been taken.
Oh, they got a turret, at least. And finally, they get the dragon.
They got the dragon, okay.
Okay.
Cool.
Someone died.
When does somebody go top lane? When's it gonna happen? Oh, we're getting close.
That's mid. That's close to top lane.
Juan. Okay.
Oh,
Fate. There we go.
There we go.
And on 25 minutes.
Yeah, so 6.5 minutes plus, like add a couple seconds. Nobody went top. Neither team went top, and they lost a lot of gold, guys. A lot.
You know, I feel like obviously this isn't ideal for either team, but it hurts more for the team with the Fiora. You know, you want this champion to pick up gold, you want them to be a pressure in the side lane, take towers, and we saw the Fiora never really get her feet off the ground. And I think this was part of the problem. This was some poor map play, honestly.
And particularly, even after Roscoe got his Hullbreaker, like the team still had no idea how to play around that pick. So just go for like Ornn, at that point in time, or like Sign, like pick something that actually works with this. Pick up a support item, right? Like just lean into it.
I was thinking, that maybe they can hold on. They were holding on for so long, and finally Kwangdong Freaks ended it. So let's see who gets POG on the side of Kwangdong Freaks. It will be Dudu, to the surprise of absolutely nobody.
Yeah, I mean, managed to get the solo kill, I think, was a big one. But also, even when we got to the 3-item point of the Fiora, we never saw this Fiora find footing in the side lane, and it was always just Dudu taking over in the fights, in the side lane. Absolute monstrous performance.
That was actually something that Orcs mentioned. The Steel Caps buff actually might have come in big here as well, because not only was the Fiora already on the back foot and was never able to match Dudu at any point, but in the longer trades, the damage reduction on the Q that now has been introduced actually is really big for those longer sustained fights.
Yeah, a big thing is since they made Ravenous Hydra lifesteal instead of Omnivamp, it's not like you're benefiting as much as you would have before, being able to heal off your vitals. And yeah, no surprise there.
I don't know why we're voting for Bulldog, but he did some damages. Either way, guys, we are done here. Let's go back to the caster desk for game number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and also huge thank you to G-Sun and our team for that glorious lower third, probably my favorite of the year so far. Absolutely incredible. Also, thanks, Media, for the one Dudu vote. Sorry, not Dudu vote. The two Dudu votes and
the
one
Bulldog
vote.
Yeah. We did have some incorrect dates up here, so just to give you guys the updated schedule, we have 22nd, 23rd, the first round, the round 2 on the 25th and 26th, and then round 3 on the 1st and 2nd. Then Saturday, we'll have, of course, our 4th round, and that is going to be the losers final. It leads into the grand finals, which will be on the 9th.
Yeah, very exciting stuff. 9th of April. Make sure that you pencil that one in for the spring final.
It's insane that the finals happens the next day. Like, that has never happened before in Korean League of Legends history. So getting that winner's bracket advantage is, I mean, it's crazy, actually. Like, whoa.
Yeah, no, it's actually, it's kind of huge, but I also wonder whether it's like kind of somewhat good. And I think I'm like the only person that thinks that it's kind of awesome to like go from a best of 5 straight into the next one. And like, you've won that best of 5, right? So you're feeling real confident, and you've been on the stage more recently, and so you're a little bit more used to it. But it might be because of 2021 and 2022 Worlds being all the teams that played the most best of 5s won the championship. Who played like the most games in best of 5s won the championship.
I guess we'll point out real quick, DRX pick red side, but I do think this conversation is really fun to have, because I think the way the playoff format works is so good for tournaments like Worlds, where your preparation time is so much lower between critical series.
Yeah.
And it definitely is going to train a different skill set. We're going to have a more nuanced conversation about it on our next episode of the Pog State, but for now...
Yeah, let's get into a draft here for game number 2. Kwangdong Freaks, once again, on the blue side. This is a CV Max team, remember? So we would expect that everything will remain the same over their side of the rift, unless DRX prevents it from being so.
Yeah. See if this ends up being a change-up in these first bans. I don't expect that. Oh, well, never mind. There's the Caitlyn ban. So they're not going to be dealing with that anymore in the lane.
Really like that.
Yeah, that was a big problem, wasn't it, in game 1?
I would say that that was a negative part of what was happening on Summoner's Rift. DRX probably going to go with a 13.4 type banning strategy here, with an Ashe ban coming through last, as Varus going to be taken off the board here. And I wonder what this changes as far as the priority, because with the the classic 3 bans coming through, is it going to be just a Lucian first pick, or do we first pick Cassante because Dudu was so good?
I don't think they'll first pick Cassante. There's a few different options. Like, the Talia, I think, is really critical for the draft, but you don't want to pick that one early. Would not be surprised to see just a jungle pickup here. Actually going to look to the Jace here this time around, so big change up. The Gragas is up, was not banned this time around, so that's going to go over here now to DRX.
I think it's kind of awesome.
Very different draft.
Yeah, the Jace lock-in, I kind of love it, because if you then want to pivot to Lucian Nami, if DRX haven't locked in Zyra or Rakan, you can't pick that duo into it without having at least one of them banned in the next round. It's actually kind of interesting. So the Rakan is going to be locked in here.
Yeah.
And now, Kwangdong Freaks, they can just pick Draven Renata and just have the greatest time ever.
I mean, I think they very likely will. It's the only pick left right now in this meta that extremely I wouldn't say extremely hard counters, but I would say has an extremely easy lane into the Rakan Xayah if you can play it well. It is Duck Dom and Barrel has tried this many times already. Yep. If you lock that in, though, you will lose jungle pick here. So Quantum Freak's actually prioritizing the Wukong. Now, they could grab Draven and say, all right, what support are we going to pick? Because it doesn't necessarily have to be the Renata.
Or you can just lock Renata and then be okay with it. Or just take the Taliyah once again, because already there's like 2 champions that have a very rough time into Taliyah, and Bulldog was fantastic on the pick. So save your bottom lane.
I think this is not unexpected, but I do think it has some serious weak points to it, because now DRX can ban the Draven away, and some of the lanes that can give you problems is the Rakan Xayah. They get the Rakan Xayah here, they have their jungle locked up, and now you have, as Kwangdong Freaks, no way to realistically protect both of your soul lanes in the second banning phase because you've locked them in early, and DRX have counter pick on their last 2 picks, so it becomes very easy for DRX to hone in.
Ooh.
That being said, they're not going to pick Xayah.
So Doctom has a different idea in mind, and of course, Rakan can lane with other things. We often see Xayah's not separated from Rakan, but Rakan has certainly found its way into other options, and of course, Beryl has had some decent games on the champion, to be honest. I think, like, as far as Beryl's best performances, Rakan is certainly up there for the guy.
Well, now I think the draft advantage has massively shifted to Kwangdong Freaks, because you have LeBlanc, and you have to pick away some of these AD carries, right? The Lucian is taken away. Xayah's not playable anymore. You're not going to get that one, so that one's banned off the table. And now, like, the Lucian becomes stronger because you're not playing into Xayah Rakan, you're playing into Rakan and anything else. So that lane becomes a big problem. I think they should still ban the Draven.
Yeah, we'll see where
even Kalista, though, is another option here.
Yep. I really love that. I think Renata needed to be banned away just because, you know, Rakan struggles so hard into that champion. So Moham not going to be able to head towards that one. Still lots of options towards that bottom side of the map, as DRX still have a lot of flexibility in their draft. That is what Quantum Freaks do not have, right?
Yeah.
With Taliyah being picked up, we now know that Dudu, Youngjae, and Bulldog have just picked their champions in this game, and so DRX can come up with a plan that can actually attack what's been going on there. Already, LeBlanc's been picked, and here is Rascal's Renekton.
Just going to lock in, it looks like once again a Jinx lane here with the buffs coming through. I thought perhaps we would see Draven lane still, or a Aphelios Thresh to come through, because I think that's also very strong into the Rakan here.
Oh yeah,
and
true.
Into the Renekton, and it's a very durable support that isn't going to have problems. It could be Jinx Thresh too, but less common, obviously. They're going to swap it over to Zeri Lulu here at the end. The Lucian ban. The Rakan lane here is going to have some serious problems in the later parts of the game competing with this much pressure, because you've also got Lulu, who's going to make Wukong stronger for additional knockups with the Cyclone. Got poke damage here, which Zeri loves.
Yeah, and Zeri just loves having a Wukong on her team in general. Taliyah creates a lot of options as well. Like, you put up a wall and Zeri can skate alongside you with it. It's actually kind of cool. As Doc Dom locks in the Kai'Sa. Okay, we've seen a bit of that over in the LPL, not so much here in the LCK. Kai'Sa Rakan, an oldie but a goodie.
Yeah, very strong. If you can get the ult onto the Zeri, you basically get past the Wukong, depending on the positioning here, and then try to blow the Zeri up, the Kraken Slayer build. But there's so much peel here. You know, there's the Wukong, there's the Lulu. So who do you ult? Otherwise, you could try to hit the Taliyah, but she's very mobile. There's a lot of burst damage, and you're trying to play this like a pick comp now, a dive comp, really.
Yeah,
as
absolutely.
DRX, and dive comps into Zeri we've seen them so much, especially on Zeri's release. Everyone was trying to dive the Zeri and say, okay, this will work. We'll lock her down with point-click CC, burst her, and then she won't be able to win the team fight. But we've learned over the years, or over the months, I should say, that she's been out, that she doesn't last very long. Is that Mr. Che from the GSL?
Oh, I'm not sure.
It is. I think it is. Like, I'm like 99% sure it's Mr. Che, the guy who made the GSL, who, of course, is part of Afrika, who owns Kwangdong Freaks. So
indeed.
No surprise that he's here. Wow. That is the creator of the GSL, if I'm not mistaken.
And it is. Yeah. We have it confirmed. So welcome. I hope you're enjoying your team winning right now.
The Afrika CEO is with him as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
I was like 99% sure, but I got the confirmation. Crazy. So if you guys have been fans of GSL for the longest time, that's the guy right there, made it. On the left side of your screen, top left. So coming out to watch some League of Legends.
Absolutely, of course. That was the birth of Wolf. Proxy Wolf starting off over there alongside Afrika. A lot of history. And we'll see whether their young players can pick up yet another victory. I think the draft, in my mind, says yes. But DRX have a lot of wild cards here, and dive compositions, if they get ahead, are extraordinarily powerful. See whether they can as we hop onto the Rift here for game number 2. All right, DRX fans, voices raised, I think, an extra octave, or it's raised in pitch somewhat, and maybe this is why, as Moham is going to have to flash very early on, as Beryl has decided that, oh no, we're winning this game.
A ghost in exchange, but you still feel pretty good about this. Obviously, a much longer cooldown for the flash, and this means Beryl has all-in potential in this lane very early, especially onto the Lulu. So this is a very nice exchange here for DRX. And what I was going to say before we got Afrika, which, you know, we had to show our respect and our love for, you know, one of the biggest esports orgs of all time and of all history in Korea, was that dive comps stopped working against Zeri, and then people kind of stopped picking them. Before, everyone was like, oh, you just play Renekton, you play Nautilus. We click on her, we got that. Zeri, there's no way it'll backfire, right, with any people. There's no way that, like, Zeri will then just skate back, and then we'll go, oh no, like, now we're all out of position.
And also, like, there's no way Youngjae will exist.
Yeah, there's no way that we'll see Wukong Zeri. That's never been a pairing, except like every game for all of round 1.
Surely there won't be a Lulu there, though, to wild growth, so that you can't burst it down in time, though, right?
Yeah, no.
And there's no way that you could build items that give you big shields not only at the very beginning of the fight, but also halfway through, right?
Yeah, like some sort of bow that would give you some immortality and shields coming through with a thirsty blood sword of some type.
Yeah, I think there's like the Gore Drinker, right?
I don't think that's the one. I think that one's different.
The blood one. The red sword guy.
Yeah, it's a very cool icon. I did like, I like.
It's a very unique build as well these days, isn't it?
Yeah,
we don't see that
very
often.
niche. So maybe they'll get lucky. Maybe Taemin won't build it. As you guys could tell, I think that DRX's comp can work, and the skill ceiling or the skill floor is like very high. Like, it's very easy to pull this off if everyone's on the same page. You do good shot calling. A Beryl is playing Rakan, right? So you have a lot of angles. But I'm worried because even a relatively inexperienced AD carry like Taeyoon has seen this one 1,000 times. Like, he's like, oh, another one of these dive comps against Zeri. That's why he saw the LeBlanc, he saw the Renekton, he's like, I'm going to play Zeri. I actually think we got this. Like, yeah, you got the Rakan, but what are they going to pick to make this better? And yeah, Kai'Sa definitely fits the theme. But I think Quantum Freaks clearly, especially Taeyoon in this draft, felt very comfortable, very confident to lock this area in.
I agree. I actually think it's a pretty decent Zeri angle, because I feel like this early game is not going to have a lot to do with her. As we do have Rascal diving in on top of Dudu. Offering damage back is the Jace right now, but they should have push in this lane. As we can see already, Dudu is getting some work done. There is a Lee Sin towards this top side.
Yeah, he's hiding back there. Is not going to be able to get into the brush undetected, though, because Dudu has this wave pushing so fast. So looks like he's going to abandon at least the idea of getting to the top side brush. Maybe he wraps around the tri-brush.
Nice little shock blast there from Dudu. As Juhan, desperately wanting to try and find an option here, but Rascal might just die. No, he doesn't. The flash! And Dudu picks up first blood. Yeah, they managed to kill him in the end, but I'd go with not worth on that one.
Yeah, you pick up some assist gold here as the Renekton, but the kill goes over to Dudu in his first blood. So definitely trading up here. Teleports, of course, going to be exchanged. I say that, actually, I don't think Dudu even needs to use his.
Yeah, as Bulldog struggling a little bit here. Doesn't find the seismic shove, as of course Distortion pretty good in exchange to that. The buffs for LeBlanc coming through here, helping fade out with his mana.
Yeah, it's going to be really helpful for him in side lanes later on with the Q. That's kind of the reason why Riot decided to do this. Is this play here, he's got a ward set up, so he feels safe. And it's basically a camping Lee Sin, right? And goes for the W damage here, gets all the hits, and as soon as he sees the Renekton all in, he knows, like, okay, he's coming for me, and then he flashes and gets the kill. It was very telegraphed, right? He instantly pings the flash as well.
That's what you have to do, by the way. If you die in top lane, automatically just ping the flash.
Yeah, so he's just like, Juhan flashed on that, and because he bought a cull and went back to lane, he's like, oh, I'm just going to actually snowball this lead. Didn't have to teleport back because the wave crashed, so Rascal has to teleport and he does not. So
Wait, did Dudu ping Rascal's flash?
it looked like he pinged Rascal's flash.
I hope he
but
pinged Juhan's flash.
It looks like he pinged Rascal's flash, but yeah, I think he definitely meant to say Juhan's
Well,
flash.
Juhan is down here towards the bottom side, and he's going to land yet another cube. That is a dead Lulu. And DRX, once again, playing around this hyper-aggressive jungler in the early game.
Yeah, this is what you do when you have set up CC, and both the Renekton and the Rakan can give you that in these top and bottom lanes. We saw what happened last time. You know, you have to use this lane, or rather the leads that you're trying to get very efficiently.
The thing is, if this Zeri Lulu lane is punished, it's very difficult for them to like regain that control, right? Because last game it was a Caitlyn lane where you're going to inherently pick up plate gold in the matchup that they were in. I don't know whether the same can be said in the 2v2 for this Zeri Lulu. So we'll see how it plays out and whether it is going to be a similar story or whether we're going to need to see more out of Young Jae. As of course, he's Wukong. You're just not going to offer that much until you hit level 6, but still, he was pretty invisible for the majority of the early and mid game in game number 1.
This back timing here for Duckdom, let's see how much...
Barrel.
You can see, okay, Taeun, Barrel, Taeun, Mohammed,
Duckdom.
Faker,
Chovy. Grand entrance, and there it is. Taeun taking so much damage. The plasma is stacking up, but keeps himself alive. Cleanse was available, but not able to be used there for anything really, as Young Jae is going to turn up towards his top side. And Dudu going to be able to push them away. Oh my goodness, the Void almost sought correctly.
And, you know, the timing of Young Jae coming up here without 6 does make me worry that Dudu actually thinks Rascal flashed. Because he's not actually in danger, Rascal here. And now Juhan is once again camping in this brush, and this time I think the chances are much higher. Now Young Jae has abandoned, he's backing right now. So we'll see if Dudu takes the bait. This is a game of patience, I feel, for Juhan in both the early games here.
Well, they're just going to go for a bit of a force here, and they land the Q, and that is Rascal slicing and dicing it up. This time, not going to give that kill back. Really nicely played the double down here on the top side.
Okay, well, this is a fantastic early game for DRX now. And let's see what they could do with it, as Rascal is going to ult here, but it's going to crash a massive wave. Now, luckily, Dudu did not teleport in the last exchange, so should be able to catch that. So we're going to skip the bottom exchange and go right back to this replay where Rascal slices and dices forward to get the stun, and then the Q will connect. Easy burst damage set up here onto the Jace.
Yeah.
Dudu showing some respect at the initial parts of it, but then stepped far forward. Taeun hasn't died. That's really critical because, like you said, he's not going to be getting plate gold, but this is kind of par for the course. If Zeri can go even in CS, she will eventually get those items online. The problem is the rest of the map is kind of in shambles.
Yeah, and if they manage to get a good fight, that Duckdom gets a killer instinct off, right? Like Rascal starts it up now that he's got a bit of money, as, you know, they're very even here towards this top side, and Dudu's going to get a plate, and so it should be the Jace having a lead. But if the Renekton gets into a backline, sets up for that killer instinct, and they lock down a target, and Duckdom starts snowballing, it's the mid-game for this DRX composition that does need to go right for them to really find an angle here.
Yeah, it really does.
I wonder whether side lanes will exist.
You know, it's
so far.
I'm not confident to make a statement about that at this point in time.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough.
I think we're going to need a little bit more data. I think we need a little bit more information about how these two teams want to side lane.
Very diplomatic of you.
Because they should.
Yes.
And they really should have last game, so I'm glad the space was willing to break that one down a little bit more.
It was one of my favorite highlights, followed by a great lower third. Liked it a lot. As Quantum Freaks, first Drake of the game, going to be picked up here. A solo Cloud, not exactly the most sought after. I prefer Cloud Souls personally.
Well, you know, we'll see what ends up being the second Drake here, because this could be bigger than it is individually here, if they're able to snowball it into Soul or can buy time with their, because it's 5 minutes of time for Zeri. Is this going to be Infernal second?
Yeah.
So it means not Infernal Soul, but could be Mountain.
Could. Hex
could be Hex Tech, which would be busted.
And we also, like, I feel like there's more Hex Tech Drakes, like Hex Tech Souls, when Zeri's in the game. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a thing.
Like
but of course, Kai's very happy about it as well.
A DRX will get this Herald. And unlike last game, they actually have a lot of good places to put this. They're not going to have to hard force to get money out of this. They could just straight up go topside here and drop it on top of Dudu. Yeah, it looks like that's what they're going to try to do. Young Jae is aware of this.
Yeah, Q is going to hit max range there onto Juhan. As Rascal and Dudu are fighting. Yeah, Beryl is going to wrap around, and they're ganking in the meantime. Youngjae uses the Cyclone, so he can't help Dudu out at all with that one, and Beryl's going to use the quickness to get himself out of the way, and man, this is a shellacking happening on this top side.
Rascal's like, hold that Herald. I actually don't think I need it. Don't think I need that money now anymore. I'll take the assist. I'll take some free plate gold up here and find a better place to drop the Herald, or just come back a second time, because you still have Flash Kick. You didn't use it. You know, the Youngjae ultimate there is now on cooldown, so you can just make another pass up here on the top side when Dudu returns to lane. And Dudu's going to be losing so many minions here. Does not have the teleport, of course.
Yeah, Fate going to hop over the wall. Bulldog not going to get hit by the chain. So the LeBlanc still able to take control here. And Dudu, Bulldog has been pretty muted in this game. We haven't seen too much of, of anything, really, from this Taliyah.
The LeBlanc's been a pretty common counter pick to the Taliyah here in the LCK.
Yeah.
And Fate is a great LeBlanc player. He's laning very well. Though there was a small trade-off, of course, of Beryl going all the way topside. There's some extra plate gold going over to Taeyun. Man, he took a small CS lead. Bulldog.
Lanes are going to connect here as Youngjae turns up. Seismic Shove is there as Juhan in a bit of trouble. Youngjae doesn't have his Cyclone, importantly, because of that last exchange. So they're not going to be able to lock down the kill, as Moham's just going to be frustrating here with Pix finding some glitter lances onto Beryl, but Beryl will be fine.
He's getting way more damage in this post-game graph from that.
Oh, yeah. That's what you need as a
sometimes
Lulu,
when you have one of those Lulu games, you're like, how much can I do? You know, how much am I going to be? Yeah, this is just pretty telegraphed and textbook here. Sometimes you're like, how much will I be appreciated? You know, it's hard to see what I've done in the stats.
Well, Dudu is still standing his ground here against Rascal. Does have the Conqueror, and is going to get the proc here as he's going towards this Gore Drinker Jace that can be much more durable in this 1v1, and wins out on that trade pretty considerably, as we can see.
Yeah, and he's getting closer to finishing that call. Taeyun checks.
Oh dear.
Yes, Flash
still got his dash. Yeah, he's going to be fine. Doesn't get out of the way of that one as Juhan presses safeguard, and Taeyun says, I want to kill Beryl. I don't know whether he's going to be able to, as the kick is going to be used very defensively here. Taeyun skating after them once again. Heal going to be used as Doctarm shows up, and Bulldog, he can build a wall.
Yeah.
And he can block them in here, but it is going to be difficult because, of course, it's Kai'Sa and it's Rakan. They're pretty mobile.
Youngjae does have Flash Cyclone, so the idea here is good, but they're not actually going to fully commit to it. And if that ultimate actually hits Beryl there, he narrowly avoided Taeyun's ult there. I think maybe he dies if he does not avoid it, but he did, and he will get out. But once again, fishing in the bottom lane in this area, again, right on track. You know, exactly where she'd like to be here as we get to the mid game. We're going to have one item spike much weaker than the Kraken Slayer spike here for the Kai'Sa, but still.
Well, in they go. That's a great wild growth as it baits Beryl in. He still manages to get the quickness off, and Taeyun is so low, but it doesn't matter. Oh, the Flash Burst Fire isn't going to do it. Cyclone trying to take down Taeyun, and they do manage to lock him up. But the Polymorph's there, and it's a double kill for the Wukong. Kwangdong Freaks trading up again.
Oh, Taeyun is so mad, too, because he was so close to a double there. If that happens, that's the Zeri moment super early in the game. Still going to pick up a lot of gold here, and Beryl decides to go in on this, even though the wild growth's available.
Ignite comes down. Yeah, Bulldog not going to be able to find that one as we pan towards this top side. Dominus going to be popped as Dudu just fighting with Rascal here, who does manage to get a Q back. And oh, the flash does come out, but Dudu, is he going to survive? The answer is yes for the moment. Shock Blast, is it going to be there? There it is, the flash slice into the Kolomeek, and Rascal gets another solo.
This is really starting to become a huge problem here. Rascal is so massively in control of this lane now. He's going to be able to get some additional plate gold as well. 15 seconds to go, he's got demolished. He might get the whole thing here. Going to be close to it. I think he gets the whole thing.
Yeah. That's a big crocodile here towards this top side of the map, and that's first turret blood as well. Oh
first turret, 625, just in the nick of time here. And now all of your hopes and dreams, if you're a Kwangdong fan, you're hoping for the 2-0, are in this Zeri. It's all on Taeyun.
100%. As also Youngjae, who's been able to pick up those last couple of kills, and so the Wukong going to be very valuable come mid to late game, of course. And if the Wukong and the Zeri do their jobs, this is still a very, very dominant composition for the Kwangdong Freaks. But the Crocodile could be an issue. Yeah. And if Doctarm's able to utilize the gigantic Crocodile that he has on his team, then that will also make for a very scary DRX composition.
He's very tanky, Rascal is, but he's still dealing with a lot of magic damage for this Taliyah. So, you know, the tankiness here and how quickly he gets on top of the Zeri going to be tough, right? When we get to later parts of the game, he will fall off and will have a lot of trouble, you know, getting some free win or anything like that because this Renekton is massively ahead. You would have rather had that much gold on your LeBlanc, for example, or your Kai'Sa here on the bottom lane. His barrel just gets completely shut down by the Wild Growth, still flashes forward here to get the charm. And that in itself, you know, a risky move. The Kai'Sa barely gets out here. And it's so close, man. You could see on the player cam too, Taeyeon, right afterwards, he's kind of like slams his fist because he's like, oh, it's so close to actually having this amazing moment. As look at the block here from Rascal, how well he moves on this. Man, at the last possible moment, walks back away from the acceleration gate, has the flash, puts up the ward, gets the dash. So beautifully played, flashing in the dash.
As soon as Slice is available, he's flashing. He's right in there, picking up that kill. Really, really nicely done. Rascal, of course, probably one of our best Renekton players that we've seen here in the LCK. He's been known for this champion for many, many years. And Morgan's kind of taken that away from him this year. Canna as well, finding so much more success on the pick. But Rascal's Renekton has been pretty legendary. And it's good to see that it is still fantastic.
I'd say Morgan more famous for picking it, Rascal famous for dominating early game.
Yeah. Yeah, and this season it is like Canna's famous for winning on it and Morgan's famous for
playing it a lot.
Playing it a lot.
Getting it banned against him a lot. As Rift Herald can be dropped here, they have the push, and they're going to take out the whole turret here. This timing for Kwangdo in the back is really unfortunate. Taeyeon is like, I want to farm here, but it's actually just too dangerous. He cannot even do this, so they just let some of these minions go. Taeyeon's so frustrated.
Yeah.
Once the turret goes down, though, he will get them.
Bulldog actually going to have his back stopped here as well, as the Seismic Shove does make sure that the chains do not proc. Bulldog is going to be at least able to get underneath this outer turret, but he's not out of the woods just yet.
Won't have vision on this Wukong. They do now.
Young Jay, that's a pretty valuable control ward. Barrel is able to grand exit.
It's a very scary moment there for DRX. I thought they were just going to hard commit without knowing where Youngjae was and then end up giving over several kills to this Taliyah, who doesn't have her rod complete just yet. Bulldog wanting to back and grab that one.
Yeah, actually pretty
very late. Yeah, I mean, we're 17 minutes into the game. This is kind of like the record for how slow you can be, pretty much, as he hasn't had a lot of control of the lane. Wasn't set up early in this game either, bought a tier, which is standard. Now it's complete here, so as the observers are highlighting, not hitting his normal trajectory on this pick at all.
Nope, not quite. So yeah, it's going to be very late, actually. We've seen some late ones, especially on some of the Kassadins at the beginning of the season, but this is definitely one of the later.
Notice he also has the money to pick up a Rod of Ages, so could have backed earlier, but was really greedy trying to get that bottom turret. He was successful, and he was able to spend a lot of time getting some additional experience in farming, but the question is, was it worth it? I mean, he has a ton of APs picked up now with the Rod and this Needlessly Large Rod. So the Rod of Ages and the Needlessly Rod, both rods. Yep. Very weird to say. But he has the big AP. Now in this mid game, still difficult to fight, right? Against this LeBlanc, against this Kraken Slayer, Kai'Sa, but they want to force it, and now's not the time. Wait for that Drake to spawn, don't overcommit.
Yeah, it's the second Ocean Soul in a row. As keep our eye on the side lanes. Right now, Kwangdo Freaks, they're there. They're in those side lanes. They're trying to lock these ones down. It's DRX looking to push them out of the river. They do manage to do that. This control ward is very, very deep in their jungle. They're going to be able to clear it out now as Taeyeon holding on to a CS advantage to the tune of about 10 for right now. And DRX, I mean, it's still just 2,000 gold. I mean, it's barely a lead at all, but Quick Blades are now done for Doctarm. Kind of huge for this Kai'Sa.
How do you feel about the Score Drinker? Because I'm not actually, for Jace, I'm not that happy about it in this game, in fact. I think it's good for the dive solution, right? We talked about how DRX was kind of running at these carries and he will survive longer. But hold up.
There's the quickness as Taeyeon going to get brought back. Doctarm firing off these Qs, putting his Quick Blades that he just bought to use as Rascal's going to dive on forward. Bulldog goes golden, but I think that's just going to be the end of him. Shock Blast, not going to find enough, and Doctarm gets his second.
Yeah, and Dudu here teleports in, doesn't actually impact the fight at all, just hits a Shock Blast and is now running back topside. Actually, Fate looking to intercept.
Oh dear. Puts the Jace on a leash as over goes Doctarm. That's some killer instinct right there, and they lock down the kill. Beautifully played here by DRX, setting up the trap and getting Doctarm even further ahead.
And, you know, you commit the teleport here as the Jace with Gore Drinker. You're not going to make a huge impact. Probably just say, oh, sorry, guys, you're going to have to walk out of this one as you're so far up here in mid. And when this engage comes through, Renekton also TPs, and he doesn't have vision of that, but he should know that Renekton's coming over. Rascal actually gets behind them here, and he still commits. Such a late TP here from Dudu, and you can give DRX credit for the engage. It was really well played. But Dudu both commits a late teleport here, and then is punished on his return to lane and taken out. So much money in the pockets of DRX now. And we talked about how they needed to get ahead. They are more than ahead. They are in the driver's seat in this game. I'd be shocked if they lose this game from the advantages they have now.
Yep, they're feeling fantastic. And dive compositions, I mean, we've been complaining about snowballing metas a lot. That was, yeah, dive meta was certainly quite snowbally. And DRX, they can pull the trigger a lot. And they do have Beryl, who does like to pull the trigger a lot, no matter what the game state is. And so expect to see some more of these engages set up, especially now that Beryl does have his ult back available. Doesn't have his flash just yet, but he'll have that one soon enough. As we do have Bloodthirster almost here for Taeun. But as we can see, the 2-item spike with these quick blades, man. Oh, Docdom is doing some work.
One of the reasons why we've seen, you know, even Graves jungle compete against LeBlanc when LeBlanc is ahead is because he built Eclipse. He built Eclipse and Umbroglaive, and you have all that extra lethality. When the LeBlanc engages on a pick like that, on a Jace, for example, you can trade back a ton of damage. So even if you die, you might take 2/3 of the LeBlanc's hit points with you, and then the LeBlanc dies to the Zeri, in this case, or the AD carry in another different type of composition, and then you've done your job. Well, the Gore Drinker isn't going to buy you time if you're caught alone against this explosive pick comp. You are going to die to a Kai'Sa and a LeBlanc if they find you, no matter what.
Yep.
But now, and if you're actually going into the fight and trying to be a frontline for this Zeri, then that's you should have picked a different champ. You should have picked Ornn or something else, right? And obviously, the Jace was a first pick, so it's not like they could have retroactively changed it at the end of the draft. But still, not a big fan of this Gore Drinker. I like what it provides you in lane and some of that sustain, but we're way beyond that now, and it's just going to be way less valuable, I think, than what the Eclipse could have given you.
Yeah. I don't know. It's a little bit. I think just dying 5 times is probably the biggest negative.
That's another problem. I'm not trying to say like the Gore Drinker is why he's 1 in 5. I just mean like if he was 1 in 5 and had an Eclipse, at least he still has something in this game.
Yeah, at least he can stand back, and if you hit Fate with a Shock Blast, then you know you're still contributing.
But now with the Gore Drinker, he's basically just not even ever going to be valuable, unfortunately, until much later on.
Yeah. Wants to try and get some parity. At least he's in a side lane. He's trying to collect some of this farm, and that is something that Quandong Freaks weren't able to do last time around. Baron being looked at as here's a teleport to a potential fight. Okay, immediately he gets kicked back. That is a really dead Lulu, and now they're going to kill the Jace as well. I'm not sure what the TP was, guys, but it did not work out as Docdom is chasing after Young Jay. Not going to be able to find that, but with a Kai'Sa who rips through Baron, they should be able to take the Purple Worm.
It's wild, the difference in performance here from Dudu in Game 1, where on his Cassante, he just absolutely dominated, picked up an 11 out of 12 POG. Media was eating when the game happened, so they just voted for mid. Should have been a 12 out of 12, but...
Sure.
Or sorry, 10 out of 11. I don't know why I keep saying the numbers wrong, but anyway.
It used to be a 12,
yeah.
I like that.
But yeah, you're committing to a TP here while your Zeri is on the wrong side of this fight. Just push.
And you don't have a lot of vision. You sort of know that they're in the area. I think we do need to give a lot of credit to Juhan and the way he played that one out. But I also think it was maybe a hasty teleport option there.
It's his second in a row. That's you know, if it was one where like not the greatest call, but like you know the fight was over pretty quickly. It was a panic situation, but second in a row where you just show up and donate a kill after losing TP. So now his side laning is less relevant as they're going to try to hard force this bounty gold on this turret, it looks like, here on top side. So there's something. As Rascal with Demolish should be able to trade turrets here bottom side, though. So are you really winning? Are you winning, son? No.
I don't think so. I don't think so. And the ability to set up Plasma on these targets as well for Docdom to just press R nearby is crazy if he's anywhere near this Renekton, who is super fed in this game as well. Like, it's actually kind of nuts. If they, like, it's such a win-more composition on the side of DRX, and they've managed to actually get themselves to that point where they can make these plays. As Beryl is just going to miss the grand entrance there on that one. You don't hit him all, and he didn't put his ult forward on that one either. So no harm, no foul.
It's okay.
Yeah, testing the waters. Sometimes you gotta dip your toe in.
I mean, they're so ahead that if he dies, it's not even really important. If he catches somebody, they might get an inhibitor. So, I mean, go for it. So, this game is really, like, there's not much to say about how you can recover. We were before, like, oh, but hold on. Taeyun, Seri, maybe. This is the angle. Now the Bloodthirster is done, but at this point, the damage is just so high. You have 2 cleavers done. You have Shadow Flame, because nobody can itemize.
Doc Dom as well. He's so big.
You just can't itemize against this LeBlanc. So she gets to do free burst damage. Rascal just doesn't even care.
Nope. And Ocean Drake going to be picked up once again here by DRX. And so I believe that's Soul Point that they've locked up now. Yes. Only one more, and they'll have all of the regen they could ever want. Fate going to be very happy about that, actually, on the LeBlanc, being able to poke in and out over and over again.
And Juhan, this time, his advantages he got for his team really were worth it. You know, getting that lead bottom side, getting Rascal ahead after what was a really unfortunate situation has turned into an unplayable game here for Dudu.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you know, we could talk about this guy, you know, what he wasn't able to do in Game 1, but in Game 2 here, he's making waves.
Oh, Bulldog, speaking of which, is going to find a seismic shove onto Barrel as Youngjae. His clone gets stunned up. Half the health bar now on this one, as Baron just wears off now. DRX are probably going to back away. Probably got a bunch of money to spend as well, I would expect. They'll grab themselves a blue buff first.
This really does feel like the way we're watching Juhan play. It reminds me of Canyon from a few years ago, actually, where he's finding these little pockets. He's willing to actually camp in a bush. He's going to get his important carry online. He's going to get his important top laner online. That gets the 2021 Canyon angle. You know, a little bit of Malrong flavor in this one with how long he waited in the bush, but it really feels like it's like a little bit of Croco sprinkled in there as well. Like, Juhan is the complete package here in this game.
I imagine, you know, there might be a bit of Croco influence, considering the fact that they've been hanging out together so much.
No doubt.
I always, when we see Juhan play, I always get reminded of Kyoshik's interviews at Worlds, talking about how Juhan helped him so much, how the fact that he was such a great teammate, even if he didn't put in too many games during that Worlds run. And it just shows that DRX, you know, they definitely needed someone that could help on the mental side of things. And I think that he is actually doing it. As Fate popping over the wall. Looking for some options here as Youngjae going to Warrior Trickster. Doc Dom is just gigantic. I think it's going to have a Bloodthirster pretty soon.
Should. It's been a while since we've had the... Okay, Juhan, careful.
Yeah.
It's been a while since we have like the LeBlanc, Kai'Sa, Lee Sin, you know, type of insane dive, which is not as popular anymore.
I know.
In the LCK. But like, you could see how oppressive it is.
Well, there's some quickness, but immediately Beryl is just destroyed. That's a kill for Taeyun.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that sums it up perfectly there, Wolf. Thank you so much for that one.
I mean, he has put himself in harm's way many times. This time, he will actually die.
Sorry, the cadence on your okay was too perfect.
I'm like, all right, yeah.
Okay. Yep. That's going to be some bounty gold.
I actually don't even think it had to be, like, Beryl died, but they just kind of back off, and now look at where Dudu is. He's also going to potentially pick up some bounty gold here in the bot lane.
The 1-in-6 power spike, Dudu.
And Fate just goes top here where there's no turret. Just go stop the Jace. He's just going to get a whole bounty. Yeah. Ah! Killing me. And now Guangdong Freak's actually suddenly back in this game a little bit. I think that they are still very far behind. It's going to take a lot more than just this to get them back into the game, but...
That's Quick Blades on Taeyun now.
Of all the champions who die and then you have to back off, it's not the Rakan. It's not the Rakan where you're like, oh, whoa, hold on, let's give up all map control now. If your LeBlanc dies, if your Renekton dies, if your AD carry dies, then you probably have to show some respect, but just putting the LeBlanc straight top after that definitely means that Jace is going to be able to get some bounty gold. The mid bounty gold was going to go over no matter what. But
yeah.
Guangdong Freaks here getting a little bit back as we're doing Baron on spawn once again.
Yeah, I really like this from DRX. They do have so much vision control of this area. Guangdong Freaks, do you have a blue trinket to try and lock this one up, as there are still a couple of members and they do take it down. So much Baron damage for Kai'Sa, man. I'd kind of forgotten his flash. It has to be used. Bulldog, good seismic shove placement.
Yeah, that was pretty clean, but unfortunately Rascal doesn't really care. He's got a GA.
Yeah.
So he flashes, which is significant, but they are just going to be happy to take the Baron and go home. And this time there's no turret to pick up. What were you going to say?
I was just going to say, how many Barons does it take to take down Kwangdong Freak?
I think maybe one more after this one, so 3.
So for Nongshim, they needed 4, didn't they? Oh dear, we've seen this one before. Great Polymorph is going to make sure that there is nowhere for Beryl to go.
They're just playing this like it's a Phalanx comp now. Kwangdong Freaks are just grouped as 5. Like, oh, any flankers?
Yeah.
I'll make quick work of that. And it's been Beryl who's caught now twice. And I know someone's going to have words about that Putrefier he just picked up, but it's not going to be me.
That's not going to be me either. I think there's plenty more to talk about when it comes to decisions made in this game, as DRX are closing in from actually every angle outside of the Rakan one because he's dead. And Juhan wants to come through for the steal. He gets into the back of the pit as he kicks Youngjae, but Youngjae stays in there, and Taeyun gets over the wall. They do manage to steal this one as into the GA goes the Crocodile. Dokdam trying to fight Taeyun, and he is just huge as Bulldog gets over the wall. Taeyun, can you take matters into your... No, he's not going to be able to. He just pops like a balloon because Fate is massive. He bought a cool hat, and he showed it off in that fight as Youngjae is going to get tagged. It's a double kill for Juhan, and it felt a little bit like Kwangdong Freaks had a chance.
And remember last time they lost Beryl and they gave up everything. This time somebody in the comms was like, it's okay. We actually don't have to give this Drake. Like, it's just a Rakan. We actually have like a Fed Renekton here. We have a Kaisa on 4 items. Let's just kill him.
Yeah.
But despite Taeyun's best efforts, Dokdam procs Kraken Slayer again. Then he had help from Fate, and Taeyun died, and that's the end of that. We're going to a game 3.
I think we are. Nexus turret number 1 gonna be taken down. Bulldog just putting rocks on the ground, but flinging rocks around is not going to break this one as Juhan gets into that backline. Dudu goes golden, and Rascal is focusing on business as they take this one down. Dokdam making the Kaisa look fantastic, and Juhan once again, fantastic early game.
Oh yeah, this game is all about him. And all of the early game last game was all about him too. But this time the lead that he got, Rascal, allowed Rascal to control the entire top half of the map. And, you know, Bulldog was trying his best in the lane phase, sat in lane for so long he had a delayed Rod of Ages, which really hurt the mid game, where you're trying to use that Weaver's Wall and use some of that Talia burst to win some team fights and peel for your Zeri. Didn't happen that way though, and despite Beryl's best efforts to overextend, I mean, they had so much map control, and Beryl was always threatening. Like, the Blanc was always threatening, like, the Renekton was always threatening, like, the Kaisa was always threatening, and these dive comps from ahead, you can't clear vision, you're not safe. And with the amount of vision that they had, and the lack of vision, actually, for the side of Kwangdong Freaks, like, Beryl's decision-making, mostly correct, actually, because he's like, well, we just killed him, we win the game, and if I die, who cares? He dies the first time. You know, there was a lot of map control, a lot of gold given over to Kwangdong Freaks. The second time, DRX were like, wait a minute, it actually doesn't matter.
Yeah, because they close in from actually like all of the quadrants of the compass around the Drake and all collapse in on top. It was actually kind of beautifully orchestrated. I like the self-peel that Dokdam was able to do, and I actually just really enjoyed his Kai'Sa. What is it? Like, we get a dude from the LPL, Gala just gets a pentakill on the Kai'Sa, and then all of a sudden, Dokdam's going to be picking it? There's a conspiracy theory here. I'm going to look into it as we go to a break. Space immediately afterwards.
천천히 해봐, 천천히 해봐. 나 카인 있어, 나 카인 있어. 아, 이거 우리 데이트 노플, 데이트 노플.
천천히.
여기 아래 좋거든?
제리 뺄게.
제리 궁 있다, 근데 제리 아직 궁 있어.
제리 한번 뺐어. 나 빼야 돼.
제리 노플.
나 잡았어. 천천히 나 스킬 굴려. 플래시 잘
가야겠는데.
야 티콜
디콜 빠졌다. 끝내자. 나 들어가면 끝날 것 같은데. 어차피 바텀은 못 살려. 위로 가야 돼.
야 끝내
바텀 다음 라인 뱀떡이긴 하다. Top lane is trying to do their very best to be relevant in the outcome of the game. And this sort of lead is not going to be enough to get there, especially if you have any of these plates being taken, as that is a flash ulti. Dudu going to try and walk it out, as there it is, he picks him up, tries to turn it, but it's not going to work, and Dundon. And look at the timing of this. Well, the team just decides there is a free buy here, let's try to kill her, and guess what? That might be their undoing, as Juhan nearly goes down. As well, they're gonna find an R here, but Myrtle's pretty tanky, as they are just running into Liv's sandbox. It is not the cleanest I've ever seen, but it's gonna work. They press their buttons and just roll over them, as Envy will be the last one to go down. It feels like they're going to be in here too late, but they can't stop Owner from getting into the pit. At least that's what it looks like right now, as he's got a Q onto the Baron. Will he be able to steal this? No, he will not, as the Baron goes down with a V-Sport Zeus in there alone, as a massive double knockup into the Cyclone lid, and King and put 2 and 2 together, and they make it happen, and T1 are wiped entirely on the Baron.
Oh, HLE! A full wipe, a triple kill for Clint, and now they can just push mid. There are bounties.
Was a bit low, but you know, you've got some sustain from the Nami. It feels like Humalife are like, they do not want to let this go without a fight, but they will have their fight, I suppose. Will it work out? As we do have a huge Emperor's Divine in the backline, actually, as that could take forever to go down. And they're just electing to go into this fight against T1 right now. And it's not the cleanest fight ever, but T1 will still win it. But it's another kill for the Zeri. They do trade some tanks, as Bulldog's going to move on over. Genji wanting to regroup here, is that massive. The ultimate from Bulldog pulls everyone in. And Genji, they do manage to put the cage down, but the damage has been done. As Doran in a bit of trouble here goes Golden. Your singularity goes down. He's just said, what is going on? Moham collects it. Moham! What is going on this game? Oh my goodness, that could have been the mega throw for Genji, and I'm not even entirely sure what actually happened. Dudu is down so incredibly low, but he's got a GA. He does not care. True shot for us, and the dragon descends. That is the ace in Quandong Freaks. I think they've done it. Hello and welcome back to the space. That was game number 2 that DRX was able to turn on its head and take it down and tie up the series here with Kwangdong Freaks. What do you guys think about this one? How about starting with the draft?
Pretty risky, but worked out.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like what I liked about the draft was there was a lot of agency across the board, and it felt like when they wanted to make an engage happen, the Kai'Sa can follow up, right? The Lee Sin or the Rakan, or sometimes the Renekton with a flank could sort of lead the play, and I think that allowed them to keep it simple.
Yeah, I do think that you can run the risk with a comp like DRX, where if you fall substantially behind on either your Kai'Sa or one or both your solo laners, you don't really have anything to play off. But again, credit to Juhan on this Lee, which is very rightly prioritized, because that was what I think got everyone going. And then from that point on, You have 4 enablers for your Kai'Sa, so Dokdam really could play towards any lane, towards any moment. And then the composition from D+ never got the chance to have those Zeri moments.
D+. Okay.
Okay.
Maybe tomorrow, where they are going to be playing against T1, but not today. Not today. So yeah, pretty nice drafts here, and we are going to take a look at a Crocodile reel in the top side. And I was pretty happy to see this. We did get some revenge for the Crocodile, although it started off with a first blood for Duty.
Yeah, I mean, it actually ended up being a trade here, which was pretty nice, but it felt like DRX were constantly putting more and more pressure up towards the top side, and it just meant you can't function as a Jace, right? When you have the setup of the Renekton with that point-and-click stun, and you have follow-up with a Lee Sin, and even Beryl making a roam all the way up here, there's just not much you can do.
Because when you fall behind at this point, you're not able to ever walk up to the wave, ever contest, and if you try, then this happens. And as a result, it becomes really easy to dive you. I think Beryl's early roams were actually great. Obviously, fell off a little bit towards the later stage of the game. But it was Rascal getting this fed means that you always have prio in side lane, and I think Kai'Sa compositions in particular really benefit when you can keep the pressure up, deny vision to the enemy team, and kind of try and pick people off of the LeBlanc and Kai'Sa.
That was very true, and it was pretty interesting to see how much Juhan was getting done, not only in the top side with a couple of ganks, but in the bot side as well, really just leading the early game, as you guys mentioned. We can take a look at some of the picks in the mid game as well, which did lead to DRX's eventual win, and kind of leads into what you were talking about, Ox.
Yeah, I think the big thing was we saw, in a situation like this, right, the chains connects, Kai'Sa flies in. As you said, Chronicler, 4 people can sort of set up that Kai'Sa, and it made it so easy to function. We saw Juhan have a really good game 1. Game 2, once again, a good early game, but it's transition from that point into the later stages that was so much smoother that gave them that victory.
And you also see that there were still some moments there where it looked like things might be dicey. Beryl getting caught a bunch of times in the later stage of the game, but fortunately this time around DRX had such a big lead that they were completely fine.
Yeah, overall I was pretty happy with Beryl's Rakan performance. I've been a cheerleader for his Rakan. I was happy to see it come out again, although as you're mentioning, I think Bulldog kind of had his number. He's like, I know exactly where you are. I'm going to size you and shove you. You are not going to be able to play the game. And that did kind of happen a couple times, but a big team fight win from DRX on the Dragon at the end. As Quantum Freaks are going to select blue side this time, which is going to lead us to 3 games in a row with same sides.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you solved your draft and you're happy with how it's going, then just stick to the same side. I mean, obviously DRX, you felt like came out well there, but you can go in this game 3, you can adapt, you can tweak some things, and maybe give yourself the edge on this game 3.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see some of the priority shifts. We saw a lot of focus towards the AD carry ban, and then Dokdam still popped off on Kai'Sa, so that would be where I look. The Zeri Lulu, I don't know how long the loss streak is at this point, but it's not doing so hot. Well, you should give it
Just a little bit too long. You think we're going to see even more further development with the Kai'Sa coming in here into the bottom lane, or is this just kind of like a one-off thing?
I feel like the situation was right for it because you're into a short-range AD carry like the Zeri and things like, back in the day when Zeri first came out, things like Tristana, for similar reasons, were good into her because you can jump on top of her and burst her out. So I feel like it was more you see what the enemy has and then you pick it. I wouldn't really want to lean into it unless you have the right scenario.
Yeah, I concur. I actually think that the Senna not coming to the forefront is kind of a disappointment. I would have much rather seen a Senna bot lane to try and be an unmovable brick wall.
Well, sometimes when you get a couple of games like this where it feels like the tension's pretty high, sometimes game 3 drafts just go off the wall, bonkers, and we get some craziness. So could definitely happen. Still waiting on the POG for this one to see who is going to take it on the side of DRX. What do you guys think? Juhan? Maybe Rascal?
Juhan or Rascal. I think
flanks.
Juhan impacted so many lanes. That's the reason. That's why we voted.
I think that's the thing is that as much as Rascal did well when he got the lead, there's a lot of resources put into that lead that got into that position. So I feel like the jungle made a big difference.
For sure. Well, guys, let's see who the POG is for this one. It will be Juhan after all, as he does not get robbed this time.
World champion Juhan coming in hot. I can't believe that's true, but it is, which is funny. His lead, 2 games in a row now, really strong. In game number 1, I think come mid-game, there were a lot of troubles for DRX, and he kind of got caught up in those. But this time around, starts enabling his lanes very, very early on and never really lets up.
And this is what you need for Lee to work, because when you have a Lee Sin in the jungle, you want laners with CC, because it guarantees the Sonic Wave land, and we saw that in so many situations where initial CC comes through, Q lands, and it's so easy to follow up.
Yeah, well, there you see it. Rascal got 3 votes as well. It was a team effort there from the two of them. But either way, guys, we're done here on the space for this one. Let's go to the casters for game number 3.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown. And here we are for the deciding game between DRX and Kwangdong Freaks. Blue side, Kwangdong, every single time, going back to their old Afrika colors for this one, just momentarily. I think the lack of Dokdam votes for media, I actually was pretty impressed with.
I was pretty impressed too. I thought we'd see a few more Fate votes as well because it was like, very flashy, very cool. But good restraint. Good restraint.
I think it was pretty correct in the end.
Let's see what this draft looks like here, because I think anything can happen in this third game. Like I don't think you're heavily favoring either team going into this one. I think you just wait and see what the draft is and how Juhan plays and what they do with it, because so far he has definitely been the stronger of the two junglers. CVMAX seems like he's got a plan here, and changing up the draft completely I think is a good idea, because clearly the top side of the map has been a bit of a point of contention here.
Yeah.
And maybe saving counterpick is what could have been the game changer. If I were Kwangdong Freaks, I probably would have taken red side here going into the third game, but CVMAX, he's got a different idea.
And I think like showing all of your solo lanes in the first round of picks is probably not the way as well. The blind Jace really getting punished severely by mainly Juhan's play rather than Renekton being up there, but it just showed that that was the first pick, right? And that was the liability in the game. They did have an answer for it, so I think I'd probably look to kind of keep things a little bit more up in the air. As Annie Elise once again.
Just ban Lee Sin on blue side. Just do it. Just take that away.
I think it sounds like a good idea. Juhan has been fantastic.
He's been fantastic on it. It's a strong pick in general. You have pick priority on blue, so okay.
There it is. Oh. All right.
All right.
Wolf, once again, in comms with CVMAX. You gotta stop doing this, man.
I think it's a wise choice. Just take away what has been the biggest problem for you.
Would you say that it's indeed a wise choice?
Yes.
Perfect.
Now, Ashe gonna be open. This is gonna get interesting.
Moham's
Ashe again. Weak, very weak performance on this last week.
Except for when it wasn't.
Except when he auto-attacked the Elder that one time.
Yeah, and did at least 2 damage to it.
He lost his team to lane, though, very heavily. And I wonder if DRX are going to be willing to play something like the Jarvan lane that we did see be the response. Looks like, once again, they're just going to go for the Rakan.
All right, Rakan Wukong. So now Kwangdong Freaks. What is it going to be? Do they priority pick the Taliyah? Do we flex Ashe to Taeyoon and pick Renata?
We also could see the Taliyah and the Jhin for tons of pick potential here.
Oh, true.
Ashe Jhin is a really strong lane. We're seeing it a lot in challengers. So definitely one that I focused on. Veigar, though, going to be picked up here for Bulldog, so changing hands here a little bit. We're scaling, and there's a lot of synergy between Ashe and Veigar, too.
Yeah. Veigar, a flex pick technically as well, as that could be the bottom lane.
Yeah, it seems unlikely with the Ashe, but it's not unheard of.
Depends if they lock in a flex for mid here, as that's a Hecarim. That's not a flex, that's a horse.
Yeah, that's not a misclick, right? Okay, Viego will come through. Interesting that they're prioritizing it this highly here. I think that will definitely draw a Sejuani ban from DRX. As what's going to be the lane here with the Rakan is the real question. You know, you could play Xayah very strong into all of the CC setups that Kwangdong Freaks are going to try to link together here. The most common pick is they want to actually get the Taliyah early. It's covered here for Fate.
And this is just the other side of the matchup. Could go for it. Actually, quite liked the Taliyah, but Ahri is going to be the choice instead.
Incredibly difficult to pilot into Veigar because the
put her in the cage.
Horizon just says you can't ult, you can't move, you can't chase, and it affects Ahri's ability to flank as well. So pretty interesting choice considering they also have Wukong, so not a lot of early power here in this lane that they would have had with something like a Vi.
Well, Heimer going to be banned away. Not expecting this Ashe to be in 100%, sorry, in the support position. Of course, the nerfs were very, very aimed towards support Ashe being very strong. With the Q buffs, she is actually kind of okay in the AD carry position, even with volley not being as powerful. But the arrow cooldown is a huge deal for maximizing that utility. I like the Lissandra ban a lot.
Good, yeah, I really like that. Bulldog's already shown he can pilot it as a counter pick to the Ahri. Xayah is gone now, so it does become a question of, are we just going to ban Kai'Sa and say, look, this comp can dive. It's not the same type of dive, obviously, with the Wukong, but it's still a similar idea. I'd say just take it away. They banned the Tristana last time as well, just similar idea. You know, have a lot of burst, a lot of setup, and Tristana gets the reset, so you just snowball the game. But I think DRX are going to be happy to play Kai'Sa again. You know, with this type of draft, you can save that final counter pick for Rascal.
Yeah.
Or just take the Renekton.
I think if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And Rascal's Renekton is very, very scary. I'd expect Dudu not to pick a Jace into it this time around, as Zeri Rakan is not my personal favorite lane.
Yeah, and these two picks could not be trying to achieve more different things. Like, oh, I'm going to pick Rascal, this setup on the Renekton so we can be aggressive again, we can chain CC, we can actually set up picks and kill this squishy backline. Or, okay, we're scaling, but we still picked an Ahri for the mid, so very interesting dichotomy here from DRX in terms of the decision-making. Is blind here, the K'Sante going to be very safe. Could have also seen the Sejuani in the top lane here with the Viego. It's a very strong pair, but you don't know what you're up against just yet, so it feels very risky to do that.
Yep.
And now we're going to find out where this Ashe is headed. Okay.
Ooh, Vigus, Seraph. What? Hang on. No, surely not.
No, I think it's going to be Seraphine Ashe if they lock it in.
Yeah, so it's Seraphine Ashe, and then Vigar's in the mid lane, and then K'Sante's top. I love the Viga Seraphine lane.
What's so cool, yeah, it's really strong, and this has been very popular in solo queue. What's cool about the Seraphine is you get a lot of push with this, and the Ashe is going to get so much value early. As Gnar, wow, DRX really changing the identity of their draft so massively here at the end. And Gnar is strong into K'Sante, but what Ahri does in this comp is very little. Especially, we talked about how difficult it is to pilot into Veigar in team fights. It's very difficult to get advantages. I mean, let's wait and see. I'm pretty sure this Ashe is going to AD carry, and it is going to be Veigar mid, but...
Bulldog is the Tristana guy. I don't know.
All right, so...
Unsurprising. A possible swap back if they would like to, but I look, this is the most assumed location for these champions to go.
Similarly to the way that Renata Glass is so good at stopping dive and setting up engages, the Seraphine ult is going to be amazing too, and you can link it up with the event horizon. So you set up the Veigar cage, and then you just get a charm guaranteed. There's no escape. And then you have great follow-up damage. You have the follow-up Ashe arrow. You have burst damage in spades here. And AD carry Ashe definitely the stronger of the two variants right now. And Moam, he's not a liability if he's not playing the Ashe.
That's true.
So,
and
I mean, I like this draft.
We don't 100% know that it's not support Ashe. It might actually just be farming Seraphine on the bottom side.
Could be. That's a good point.
Could be playing support Ashe in this one. We'll just have to find out and see how it's going to go.
I think that the trade-off there is very difficult, as
how we
Mr.
feel
Che praying.
Yeah.
He's hoping.
Praying for Kwandong.
It's a stressful series.
It is.
And
ow.
Yeah, sometimes you bang your head. It's all right.
The pressure can get you.
I think this comp has a clear identity. They have a plan. This composition here for DRX feels like a, uh-oh, something went wrong and we have to try to fix it type of comp.
Yeah, and I don't think it's like, it didn't go wrong until the Zeri. That's the one that I'm really worried about. Let's see how it goes as we hop onto the Rift for Game 3. Gnar is just so obnoxious.
Yeah,
even
really
when the
is.
fans are trying to do their chants. He is just a bit too much. So it will be support Seraphine. AD carry Ashe this time around. No funny business there. And Bulldog not going to unseal his spellbook either, as Juhan, I mean, Quantum Freaks have just decided that they're best friends, and they will stay together.
It's very strong level 1 here with Ashe, no matter what. Always is. True. Always has been something astronaut with a gun. And yeah, that's going to be the end of that. It's not going to be too impactful here, but they will get the ward down. And they can just head to a free bottom line setup, 2v2 here, and start being oppressive, as it's very difficult to play Recon into Ashe when you don't have an AD carry that does a high amount of base damage to be aggressive, so you kind of have to sit back. And with Seraphine, you're going to have like really aggressive trades coming through early.
Yeah, I feel like you just get massively
You're going to get
outranged.
Yeah, it's going to be, it's not going to be fun.
No. But Dr. and Beryl haven't had a lot of fun in lane almost all season, so it is something that they've been used to. As Dudu, not going to find the Q there onto Rascal, is just hopping around, having a good time.
Interesting Veigar rune setup here with Comet and Scourge picked up for Bulldog, trying to get some harass done here in the lane early. Very interesting. And also no Scourge for Moham, because I thought that would be extremely high value in this lane. He wanted to go for extra damage later.
Yep. Kind of like Gathering Storm. But Moham was one of our Seraphine players prior, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
Earlier on. So back on it one more time. So far, things are actually going quite well. Dropping the beat.
Imagine if these
like
Moham follow-ups to the Ashe Ws actually hit. Like, Summoner's getting used. You know, like, at level 1, you're dying if you don't use those. Now level 2 is hit. It's really frustrating to play this, and it's not going to get easier.
Yeah.
At all. I mean, Dematerialize is going to help out a little bit here for Beryl, but
they opted into it. They opted into it, right? So DRX is saying our bottom lane is not going to win in the 2v2. We'll either help it or sacrifice it for the good of the colony, and we'll see whether they do manage to come out ahead after that. Is Youngjae going to walk on over and take a Raptor camp?
He knows that there's nothing that Wukong can do pre-6 in this bottom lane. And if he tried to make an impact here, even with how aggressive this is set up, and like there's no vision on the bottom part of the map at all whatsoever here, and Raptors weren't taken, he's still just like, I know Juhan is topside. I know he's up here. Now he has confirmation he's scryed, and he missed because Juhan is actually passing over the ward, so he knows exactly where this Wukong is. So he can just beat topside here, so Cassante can constantly put the pressure on the Gnar counter pick. Remember, Dudu destroyed lane against the Fiora in game 1, and he's already got a great start here. Against Rascal. So all lanes winning pretty hard at the moment.
Yep, things definitely working out for Kwangdong thus far. I think that DRX's comp does do more things in the mid game, but the Zeri just feels really odd. As there's a flash from Taeyoon, has to be used very early on. As Beryl dancing his way out, immediately cleanse used there from Doctor.
Juhan's coming over now, and with a flash down, this Wukong feels stronger, but Hawkshot to spot.
It is a heck of an ability, that Hawkshot. But no flash on the Ashe is great. Also, a rhyme. Didn't realize that until I said it.
Yeah. I'm a bit surprised Taeyoon committed the flash so willingly there. And instead of trying to trade back, but just wants to be cautious.
Yep, and health in these bottom lanes has been really, really important.
True.
Surround Sound not actually doing all that much healing this early. As Doctor going to try and slow them down. Moham in a bit of trouble, gets knocked up. He's not going to elect for the flash, but maybe he wanted to. As he still holds it, but loses most of his health bar.
And Beryl's been such a good recon player that even though this lane is hard to play, if he can set these up consistently, like get a flash, then do it again when there's no flash, you're actually looking for kills, right? And it's going to push the Seraphine out of the lane. And even Fate is coming down.
Yeah, Moham be in a lot of trouble as they're going to go for the dive here. Grand entrance does come through as Taeyoon trying to keep himself alive. Beryl is dead though, and they didn't even manage to kill Taeyoon. Teleport comes forward and Bulldog says, you ain't going anywhere. Although they do, because the event horizon is not quite in range, and that was a disaster.
Huge botch on the dive. You had all of the advantages. But Beryl comes in, takes the aggro for way too long, and the timing, or Fate coming down, is so slow. As Dudu has level 6 advantage, won't be able to utilize it. Nope. But, I mean, if Fate is there faster, or if this is way more coordinated, you feel great about your potential to set up for a massive snowball here in this game. But it's all disjointed, as Fate is coming for the long wraparound because he wants to see if the enemy jungler is there. Beryl gets rooted here. Has to flash, tanks the extra turret shot, and he's dead, and the rest of the fight doesn't even happen. They have to evacuate. Good Warriors Trickster from Juan to get out of there earlier. He might have also been forced to flash.
Yeah, it's fortunately only 1 kill, but as you can see, it's 1.5k. It's 6 minutes. Like, that is a lot of money. As Dudu does have his back stopped there by Rascal. Throwing boomerangs around. That was the reverse boomerang too. Actually kind of cute. Drops his boomerang so that he could go for that. As Fate moving on towards this river. Bulldog in here already though, and Beryl once again doing battle. And Moam is very happily just hitting it with anything.
This is a lot of damage, yeah. I know how everyone feels about Scorch in our casting team, but I feel like I'm the one Scorch championer, and I'm like,
I think we like Scorch a bit more these days.
Yeah.
I think Scorch, especially for supports in lane, right?
I'm like, if he had Scorch, there was some real opportunities, and he would have done a little bit more damage here, but still. I'm not going to harp on it too much, but he's going to do a lot later. As Youngjae's here, this is aggressive from Juhan. You do not have mid-prio.
Yep, Youngjae focusing on the shellfish. I like that a lot. Make sure that they lock that one down as Rascal avoiding Qs here. As Hyperproc starting to stack up. He's got his steel caps completed.
And going back to the Comet choice here for Bulldog and the Scorch, it's actually been really relevant in this game. We haven't watched it very much, but you could see that, you know, Ahri has some agency in lane. She can avoid the event horizons, but we're going to talk about this for a second.
Nice little dodge there on the wallop as Rascal going to get queued away. Dudu also just going to disengage himself, so we're just, it's a bit of a press your buttons and see what happens
if he,
type situation here.
He actually got behind Rascal. Okay,
oh, never mind. Here's the all-out. Rascal is mini-nah once again. Gets the speed up with the hyper and has to flash. Dudu with his ghost now on cooldown as well, but that'll be back up and available before this flashes, and once again Rascal struggling.
So you got the Comet Vagar's got control mid, you've got bottom side control with the Ashe Seraphine, and because Dudu is winning the lane where you did have counter pick, but it's not working here for Rascal, they're gonna get the Drake too here. They got a flash from Rascal on the top side. In that moment right before he actually all-outed, he almost was able to get the pullback into the deep wall, the wall that sticks out next to the river, and pulled him into turret. He was actually so close to hitting that charge to set up for the all-out. He misses it, but then still forces Rascal to flash with a follow-up ult anyways. So Rascal now flashless here in this lane, no agency as the Gnar, no mid lane prio, no bot side prio, and this is what this draft is going to struggle with in the early game for DRX.
Well, Rascal's in the middle of the lane once again, level advantage against Dudu here. That does have Mega Gnar, so he should be all right. And back to just trading farm. Dr. and Beryl get some time to themselves here towards the bot side. Actually crash this wave in. Not able to get any plates just yet. 1 plate already falling at 9 minutes in. Nothing to write home about though. And everything outside of the jungle is very even. But the jungle lead is kind of huge here for
Juhan has spent so much time losing farm, sticking around, as he's going to look for potentially a choke point Cyclone here.
Well, Arrow is going to connect onto Beryl. As Event Horizon goes down, they just engage on top of a Wukong clone. But sometimes you just want to hit things with your buttons, and that's fine. More beat drops coming on through here as Extendo Beams joining the fray. Taeyeon walking over a ward, but Rascal hunting for that Mega Gnar as Juhan gets into that backline. He's so incredibly low, and he's just going to die. That's the second kill, but Zeri picks up one. In goes Rascal, finds a big wallop, but I don't know whether it's going to be enough, and he does just get queued back there by Dudu. As the Encore comes through, and Doctum gets over the wall, but I have a feeling he's still dead. There he goes. Taeyeon picks that one up.
Oh, unbelievable. They catch him with the Seraphine ult. As Moam hits level 6, he's able to pull him through. And this game, ladies and gentlemen, may be over. There's not much you can come back from after this much of a lead in this composition. I mean, the fight here is already controlled by Kwangdong Freaks, and when the event horizon goes down, Juhan flashes it and ults. Beryl's not in this, and even the Bulldog goes down here, the Zeri, she has to flash. There's no way you're gonna get out of here. There's no escape.
Yeah, and event horizon was already used, and the ult was already used as well. Like, honestly, the Viger had done his job.
Yeah, he'd done his job, and Dudu did his job. Taeyun getting so many slows off there at the beginning of the fight. It's a Viego comp. Like, it's another Viego comp. Well, yeah, it's another Dudu angle potentially, but it's a Viego comp where if you fight this early and the Viego starts to get resets, you're just going to lose harder and harder and harder.
Yeah.
A big hard force here and probably game ending. So it's these two teams, right? And the lower we get in the standings, sometimes, you know, we get more challengers ask about our statements.
I was gonna say, like, Wolf, you know, you have to factor in that yesterday, definitely we were saying things like that. Or actually, no, things tend to snowball more effectively here in the LCK, so
yeah.
maybe I'm just wrong.
But I mean, it's not like there's a 0% chance.
Where's the fish?
The fish, like, we're still like, the bobber has gone down and like we've hooked the fish in the mouth and like you're reeling. We're reeling right now. We're reeling.
So we're reeling. So
we're
it's not
reeling.
in the boat yet.
Not yet.
As Quickness going to come down towards his bottom side. Taeyun trying to fight back as the beat drop is good onto Dokdam. So Moham is at least able to stop that one. And Juhan here towards this top side is going to find Youngjae searching for a dive onto Rascal. That demolish proc, pretty fantastic as Arrow soaring towards the top side. Owl gonna spot them as the arrow connects from downtown. All right, that's a really dead gnaw. Can they grab the Wukong as well? The answer is no, because they're not gonna dive two people in one play with Fate in the area. But man, Taeyun, what an arrow.
He hawk-shotted as well to see if the path was clear. Then Arrow's
really cool.
He's like, okay, he's just like, ground control to top lane. Dog one is open. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't
it was a pretty long arrow, and it does connect, and that's 3 kills for Dudu. And
his Cassante just seems to, I don't know, do more.
yeah,
It's pretty nutty.
well, when he has jungle control too, because this arrow is so clean.
Oh, it does go over a ward though.
Yeah.
Oops. But
But I mean,
it's hard to see everything that's happening all the time in real time, you know?
while you're also trying to clear those minions and you're set up your jungler to defensively cyclone and stuff like that. But the Sunder has been done for a while here for Youngjae with the lead that you talked about earlier. Now they got plate gold in mid, and Juhan just couldn't get in there to help out. It was just inevitable.
Oh dear. Well, now Juhan is going to try and jump onto his Gromp, but that's illegal. Not allowed to do that one either. As the Gromp is going to reset. And yeah, Juhan looking for an angle, but I don't think he's going to get one. Fate going to rotate over. Haven't really seen too much from the Ahri. And I think that your apprehension is looking absolutely warranted here, Wolf, as far as the Ahri pick. I've got a question.
Sure.
Ahri or Syndra?
I don't want to pick either of them, but I'd say Syndra. At least it's going to give you lane prio, you know?
All right.
Probably.
And actually
Played well.
Yeah, into Vigar as well, actually.
I'd say Vagar, because if you're not going to run the follow-up, you're going to run Vi. Yeah, and you're going to play Zeri into it, at least the Syndra can set up for that too. I definitely say Syndra, actually, thinking about it a little bit more. It's kind of an easy call, I'd say.
Both of them have been really struggling here in the LCK, which is why I asked the question. It's just feeling like one of those bait picks that we talk about at the beginning of the week.
Yeah, speaking of bait, they tried.
Oh dear.
Taeyun's not going to fall for it. And, I mean, this lead just snowballs so hard.
And this is what DRX kind of have to do now. They have to cheese their way back into the game, find some angles to get a cheeky pick. They have a lot of tools for that, right? Like Charm, Grand Entrance, things like this.
As soon as Vagar gets a stopwatch, like, he could never be killed by Ahri. Like, there's, you know, after the stopwatch breaks, maybe he could, but there's like one angle where Fate gets him. To get the Ashe is going to be so hard because she has cleanse in this game, because he's smart. He knows that there are a lot of threats that can potentially lock him down, the Charm being one of the principal ones, of course. So he has cleanse, so getting the Ashe is going to be hard. The Ashe isn't even the main threat in this comp, actually. She just sets up the main threats, which are the Cassante and the Vagar. And the Viego, weirdly enough, who, once that first pick comes through, is just going to pop off.
No, he's going to be huge. And he's been farming so effectively, right? Like, this is an accelerated Viego at the same time, who has been seeing a lot more play. As Rascal says, no, not my turret. But he's just going to get all outed. And he's in the middle of nowhere now. Dudu dashing after Rascal. He doesn't mind that this is Meganar. Just sidesteps the wallop and gets the flash out of Rascal. Maybe a bit of a Freudian slip there. As speaking of wallets, Youngjae's walking on over and his is pretty heavy. And they're going to look for another dive. Man, Rascal has really had a tough time against
And look at the bottom lane. Taeyun's game sense is so good, and he's got Hawkshot to verify this. And yeah, they are going to get some bounty gold here, but he's not going to die. He's like, I know we're committing topside. I know we're trying to get this Cassante further ahead. I'm just going to be between turrets. I'm not going to set up any potential comeback here. I'm not going to let the enemy team pick me. I'm not going to be a risk of a comeback angle here. And even though they are going to get that bounty gold, it's 2 turrets here for 1.
Oh, and it's into Rift Herald as well.
Yeah.
And they use that in order to get deep vision topside. Whoa.
Yeah, it's clean.
This Kwangdong
macro.
freaks, man.
It really is. And in game 2, it wasn't about like, oh, they just suddenly forgot how to do vision. They were playing against a comp that was so ahead. It had this LeBlanc, Kai'Sa, so they couldn't get vision. Now they have control in Barrel. Oh, scary moment here.
Yep, apparently Barrel is just intimidating. As Dudu doesn't opt in for anything, of course. It is pretty dark in their bottom side jungle.
It's checkmate.
Worthwhile respect.
Yeah, it's checkmate here on the top side. As Rascal has his Gnar bar, and he's like, if I don't actually Gnar right now, my turret goes down and I die. But if I Gnar and he pulls me to this wall, I'm probably going to die anyways. But he's like, maybe I'll buy enough time I can get this wave and then I can survive. But guess who's here? It's the enemy jungler. It's Youngjae on Viego. Oh no. And there's just not much he could do. He was trying so desperately. Like, Rascal played this very well. But like I said, checkmate. And then the Ashe on the other side of the map, just going to chill. Not going to be near that turret. Not going to be counter dove by Juhan.
Yep. Not going to offer any money to the enemy team. And he's a lot of utility, right? Doesn't even need to really worry, as Dudu is going to become unstoppable.
Exactly. Like, he will do some damage, but he sets up the damage.
Oh dear. Heartbreaker going to be used. Good flash. Gets Youngjae to relative safety. But he's not out of the woods just yet, as Beryl is going to collect as many of them as he can. And there goes the Viego. We may have spoken too soon here, as Kwangdong Freaks really struggling. Dudu going all out onto Fate. See whether he does have any more Spirit Rushes, and it looks like
he's going to get him a turret,
he doesn't even need one.
2 turrets, maybe. Mid turret going down here. Bulldog on the top side. They're going to force a teleport. So at least a turret here for Kwangdong Freaks, but Dudu's death is going to buy so much time, turning a pick into actually a positive scenario here for Kwangdong Freaks. Man, the macro has been good. It's bounty gold going over to DRX here, so a lot of money picked up from this exchange.
Yeah.
But less significant because they're not gaining any map controls. This is such a good Heartbreaker. Flashes the charm, buys tons of time here. And that's when the call comes on the map. You see the Viego, or the Veigar rather, pinging. I'm on the way on top side.
Well, Rascal now going down pretty low. Good charm there is going to be landed there for Fate. And the Event Horizon is going to buy him a little bit of space. Whether it buys him his life, I'm not entirely sure. As Foxfire is going to do a bit of work. Yeah, it's taken some time. But they do manage to get it in the end. Nicely done. And Bulldog's going to get picked as well. So I think that this is, I mean...
It's Soul Point, though, on the other side of the map is the problem. Like, these are things that DRX can obtain, but what it means is still very little. If they can continue to do this, it's something else, right? And this is, unfortunately, just really a huge greedy back. Like, if he was just collapsed on, we could have said it was a proactive play from DRX. I'd be like, all right, well, they're getting back in here a little bit, but this is just Bulldog being greedy. And you can see how difficult it is to play into Veigar Azari. They're charmed, but Event Horizon comes up, he has to buy a ton of time. And it looked like he was almost thinking about like aiming a W at Rascal and flash ulting him, because he might be able to kill him there, but he's unable to. The Rascal spacing is too good. But he buys a ton of time, and that is Soul Point on the opposite side of the map with the Herald crashing through. So again, you need a lot more than just these solo pickoffs while you're losing cross-map objectives.
It is true. They've got themselves a bit of extra gold, and as we can see, like, it hasn't changed the state of the game too much. I want to be a little bit optimistic as much as I can. You know, I'm like, I don't think the fish got any closer to the boat wolf, like, to use that analogy again. But it is still dire straits. Just, DRX are doing the right thing, right? Like, in a game state like this, I think you do need to keep making plays, and being able to pick up this bounty gold via these turrets is definitely a good thing.
Yeah, it's one step in the right direction.
Yep.
And it's happened, you know, multiple times now, so it's not negligible. But DRX, the breaking point in this game is going to be this Hextech Soul fight, because they have to fight for it. Zeri is ahead of the Ashe in terms of itemization right now, but how much does that really matter? These are the questions we have to ask. Like, sometimes you look at gold numbers, you look at big pickups and bounties and stuff like that, and kills. You're like, oh, kills are happening. That's good, right? But it is. But it's cost them so much when they have made these plays. And even if Zeri is on 2 items, if there's no setup for her in this comp, it doesn't really work, as the front line is a very weak Gnar, a very weak Wukong. So you're trying to help your Ahri get kills as Zeri. And then, I mean, with this Runan's build, he's hoping he's going to pop off, right? If he can avoid the Veigar engage, if he can get past the Cassante, then they actually just crush the team fight, right? And he will look great, and he will actually have a ton of agency, but it's getting through all of that. That's the hard part.
If Dokdom survives, especially once he builds IE, which looks to be the build that he's going for, most of our Runan's builders do tend to pick that one up instead of the quick blades. So he will do a lot of damage if he stays alive. But staying alive is just, oh man, a really difficult task, especially with the amount of things that you need to avoid.
It's like
Encore, Arrow, the stun from Viego, Event Horizon, Dudu existing. It's just a lot of scary things.
It's one of those big asterisk situations where you're like, if you kill the Cassante and then avoid all of the CC that all of the other four champions have.
It's a long checklist.
Yeah, while killing the Cassante, I guarantee you'll win the team fight. Like, I'll guarantee that right now. It's a full guarantee. If you meet all of these conditions.
It's a lot of criteria. Definitely a lot of criteria.
But get your lottery ticket now from me, right here. I guarantee you win the team fight if all those things happen.
It'll happen 100% of the time, most of the time.
I'll even throw in a cleanse. You can get hit by one of the CCs.
Man, that's a good deal.
If you call now, I'll give you a flash as well. If you flash one of the CCs, cleanse the other CC, and kill the Cassante, and then don't get caught by anything else or burst down by the Veigar, then I guarantee you win the team fight.
Yep, just call the number on your screen. The number is, in fact, all of these gold numbers added together. You might say that that's not a real phone number, but it is. Just trust me.
Call in.
Yep. Do have a slight CS advantage going down the line here as far as Rascal and Dokdom are concerned. They have been farming well. Just don't know whether it's going to be enough. Quantum Freaks just look to set up for this Hextech Soul, and Hextech Soul will be gigantic for this composition. Viego and Ashe especially, she already slows you down enough, let alone putting a static shiv on it as well.
Yeah. It just allows that CC to be set up easier. Ashe can chase down anybody.
Do you think that Hextech Soul is more like Static Shiv or Ionic Spark?
I'd say more like Static Shiv. But that was like a long time ago when I played Static Shiv games. I was playing like Static Shiv Gangplank back in the day.
That's fun.
That's always the champ I associate with it for some reason. Well, I was such a noob playing Static Shiv on Gangplank back then, but it was what Valdez told me to build a lot of the time, so I did.
That was when Static Shiv was like super broken. Yeah. Any Zeal item that you ever built was only ever Static Shiv and you're not allowed to build anything else. And then it became the Rapid Fire Cannon. That was less fun. I liked Static Shiv too. That's all right, Barrel's going in. They're going to look for it. The Seraphine, they want to burst her down. Not going to work out just yet. Throw some surround sound up in there. And they'll just back away. Quantum Freak's going to be okay for now. But they get the flash out of the Ashe.
Yeah, 3
and
stuns.
The Seraphine, feeling good.
Now, if you can kill the Ashe before the fight starts, I'll tell you guys the other guarantee is if you have a 5v4 or 5v3 fight, your chances go up big time. And setting up a pick like that right before the Drake would have been amazing, but unfortunately now 3 ultimates that are key here down. Yeah, you got the summoners, but they're not, now that they flashed away and they survived, they're like, I don't need to flash anything else. You used all the things, so there's nothing to flash anymore. And I'm on the Drake. It's spawning in 15 seconds.
Yeah, and the jungle is backing right now. Juhan.
Ooh, now trading for Baron. This could be a tricky plot.
Yeah, it's a bit of a plot twist as Dokdom's going to move over and show himself on the Baron. No one's in the pit just yet. As, blue trinkets just used all over the place.
Yeah, now they're going to leave this Gnar here as well. Like, come on, Kwangdong, we're going to have to be decisive. We're going to have to be decisive.
A decision needs to be made of some kind as Fate going to move on over. Teleport, here's the commit from Rascal. As Baron's down to 50%. They don't have massive damage, and Bulldog's going to make his way in. Event Horizon splits up the fight here as there's the Encore. It's going to connect the steal. Oh, it was all just a bait. Young Jade wanted to come in and take their lunch money. There's Dudu looking for a Q. He's not going to find it. Good wallet is going to be used defensively there for Rascal, but they just leashed the Baron for Kwangdong and gave up position on the Drake.
They don't have enough power in this composition with a teleporting Gnar to try to come over and secure, to actually turn or really secure. So they were trying to just outpace Kwangdong. They were hoping that Kwangdong were going to be indecisive. They were, but not indecisive so much so that they weren't going to show up on time. They did get in there. Youngjae turns it into a 50-50. He wins, and now they can turn this into Hextech Soul. DRX trying to rush this down.
All right.
Maybe it's another 50-50.
Well, Youngjae Going to get a stun onto Beryl here. Can he Heartbreaker in? He actually isn't going to opt in for it because they want to fight instead. As the Encore, absolutely fantastic, but still, Juhan going to get a decent Cyclone. Doctor popping off in this fight, though, as Moham is going to go down. And now Rascal looking to escape. Dudu on the chase. Young Jay behind him. And the Zeri desperately wanting to just survive this fight.
Yeah, he's going to get out here, but I don't know if Rascal's going to be so lucky.
Yeah, tries to take a desperation Hexgate. And Dr. Arm's like, why haven't we taken any of these turrets? They can see me now. The arrow! What the heck was that, Taeyoon? That was sick! It wasn't actually that far away, but still, man, that was cool. Almost dies to the Zeri. It is just going to survive with just enough health.
That was clean. And weirdly, the Hawk Shot you could actually use to stop executes as well if you wanted to, but this is much flashier. As look at the angle here for Viego. 1800, 1500, 69, just 69 off. And Youngjae's like, nice.
Yeah.
You did, this is one of the rare times you should have said nice in the comms, but
we should have heard it.
this fight also, Dunkdom avoids almost everything, right? He actually cleanses the Moham ultimate, is able to take the Seraphine out, but the rest of the fight is going so poorly. Because there's just so much burst here, Rascal can only do so much frontlining, and because the AD carry's on the wrong side of the fight, yeah, you've got the Seraphine, but you're not getting anything else. You can't actually use that Runan's build to its full power unless you're with the rest of your team. So yeah, he survives and gets a kill, but the fight is lost as Taeyoon catches him here with the arrow.
Yeah, and it was pretty elementary, but also great positioning here from Taeyoon. And you understood the idea from Dr. Arm, and he almost manages to get the kill back, but it's not quite enough. 8,000 gold now the lead for Kwangdong Freaks. They're in a great position in this game. Anything's throwable, but I'm pretty sure this, straight through the Riot Games flag and off into the abyss.
Yeah, just tell him the nerfs weren't enough.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm pretty sure the fish is kind of in the boat.
Oh yeah,
it's
no,
still flopping around. You know, there is still life in it.
And now you're calling your wife and asking her what time she wants to eat dinner.
Yeah, exactly. But we haven't eaten dinner yet.
Oh my God, honey, I got the fish.
Yeah.
I got a big one. It's going to be a good meal tonight.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. Event Horizon not going to find Fate. As Juhan also not able to get in as, Everfrost not connecting Bulldog. Just going to be able to walk it off just fine. Dropping the beat is Moham. Catch a tune as well as in the mid lane, Dudu getting the push. And there is some wave clear here on the DRX side, so they're at least able to hold on to their base for the moment.
And without Hextech Soul sieging here with this Kwangdong composition can be quite complicated. You obviously have a lot of clear here, but you don't have a lot of range to push the turrets. As here comes a Rascal flank.
Yeah, there's a grand entrance as well to try and keep the Viego away as Dudu's going to find them. Oh no! Well, at least the Cyclone is going to be able to get Juhan some space in this particular fight, but that is a key cooldown that they do not have available.
It's buying some time here, but still not getting them any ground. Unfortunately, Rascal now without his Gnar.
Well, Arrow is going to immediately be cleansed, and then Fate is going to go golden as well. Taeyoon free hitting, though, as they take down the inhibitor turret. DRX, do you have any fight left in you? It's now or never. Otherwise, you're just going to start losing all of your structures. Dudu's going to deliver a Gnar to his teammates, and they're going to say thank you very much.
One more teleport flank.
Yeah, as you can see, Freaka CEO's very happy with how this one is going right now. In that little picture-in-picture, and you could tell. I mean, you should be so proud of these players.
Oh,
honestly,
yeah.
These Kwangdong Freaks players are super young, outside of Dudu, who's been around for quite some time, and Moham, who's played last year, but everyone is so young on this squad.
Look at the placement here as well for Bulldog on this W, forcing a flash, just everything going super well here after the catch. Stopwatch handled extremely well, and this is just a clean fight here. Dudu all outs to make sure they get the kill, and they have full map control right now. Shut down the teleport. And the Drake is spawning here in 45. Barrel's trying to set up another trap here, perhaps with Fate, but no flash available for the Ahri. And I think that you're not finding anything here. He gets a ward over the top side here, but
yeah, it's so hard, especially with the fact that they siege down the top inhibitor as well. It gives you so much control of the Drake side of the map. And they're going to continue to try and get even more advantages in the area. Bulldog pushing down mid. And there's not very much of that inhibitor turret left.
Just no way for this comp to functionally fight, you know, unless everyone is grouped and you deal with this Cassante.
Well, Charm is going to land. The arrow going to miss. as Youngjae just fishing.
All right, Duck Dom's got Flash and Cleanse. Let's see a miracle. Let's see that Zeri mechanic.
Rascal's Flash is just coming back up. He just hit Mega though. It's not exactly the timing that he wants to as they're being corralled. DRX, they're not grouped up. Event Horizon comes down. Juhan wants to try and be useful, but it's not going to work out. Beryl just dies without being able to offer anything. And oh my god, the Encore just massive into the back line. Fate is eviscerated. Dokdom has no hope, and that is going to be the ace for the Kwangdong Freaks, and they will win this best of 3.
Don't call my customer service. I have said very clearly he has to avoid all of the CCs caught there at the end.
No, yeah.
And that's the end of that.
That was in the fine print. That was in the fine print at the bottom of this one as Dudu teleported in. He's going to take down some Nexus turrets. He's got super minions to help him out as well as everybody else trudging to be in the picture as this Nexus is going to go down. Kwangdong Freaks, what an impressive team. This is 4 in a row now for this squad.
4 in a row, man. And KT Rolster watching this series definitely thinking, okay, both of these teams playing a close series. There were certainly some flashy moments for both and a lot of back and forth here. And definitely not the easy week KT thought they were going to have, and they need to win 2-0, and obviously a lot of other things need to happen. We'll be talking a lot more about that tomorrow for them to get top 2. But for Kwangdong Freaks, it's just a story of finishing strong, even though you're not going to playoffs. This is going to be great for your mentality going into your final series and that off season where you're trying to scrim and improve with a lot of MSI teams, you know, being like you're having the top 2 teams leaving, but you're going to be scrimming while you're not going to MSI because you're not going to playoffs, you're not going to MSI. But a lot of teams that can't go to MSI will be scrimming, is what I mean to say. Is the Freaka CEO is very happy, and they should be because this team has developed a lot in such a short period of time.
They really have, and I've also just been impressed by. Yeah, it's been a bit of CV Max drafting, but today, I really like the identities. Even in the game that they lost, right? Like, yeah, there were some things that I didn't like as much, but I thought that there was a clear plan that they played to. And I love seeing teams identify their own win conditions and understand what they need to do at different points in the game in order to make their compositions work. And this is an example of really having a great time, as well as the fact that Dudu's Cassante is kind of busto, which is pretty cool. And
Youngjae's Viego, which made such an impact to get the Cassante further ahead in the early game, also pretty well set up. And Moam, decent game from him too. His Seraphine ults were pretty good. Locked Duckdom down that one time, and then he barely was not able to get out after going over the pit. That was a really cool moment. He had some really nice laning in the early phase on his Seraphine. You mentioned he's played it a lot in the past.
Yeah, dropping the beat quite a few times. I'm looking pretty good, and I think it's really interesting that it's this iteration of Kwangdong Freaks that is finding this next level, this next high, right? Because we thought that was going to be with Jun, who did have some really good games macro-wise, really did seem to repair the team when he came back, but it mustn't be that the support is, you know, where they're really differing as far as getting this team cohesion together. You can imagine that, you know, a lot of it is on Youngjae as well, who does have more experience than someone like Bulldog or Taeun, for example. Just really cool to see what Kwangdong Freaks have put together for themselves.
Yeah, DRX, another loss here towards the end of the season. Their final matchup, like Kwangdong's, will be KT Rolster at the end of the week. So you've got one more chance to bow in front of the audience and come home the winner. Buying everybody dinner.
Oh, buying everyone dinner, and he's got the company card. He showed us.
Classic Mr. Che move.
Oh, for the Kwangdong players.
The Kwangdong players. Okay, I thought he was buying everyone in the audience because
everyone. He's like Oprah or something.
Mr. Che has been known to buy everybody at the GSL Finals dinner. I've seen it many times. I've been the recipient of said dinners.
Oh my goodness.
Sometimes pizza, sometimes hamburgers. Just depends on what he's feeling. I think the player's going to get something nicer here. I think he's got something better in mind than pizza or hamburgers this time around. As this was the moment in this game where it was basically unwinnable for DRX because they gave over so many kills to all roles, and that's just it. Like now you're already losing every lane, but now every lane is fed. And then Taeun was just like willing to be weak side Ashe and say, let's just play top. I'm going to be utility. And if Zeri even had full build, it wouldn't have made a difference in the end of the game. Like he was only one item off full build, but it doesn't matter how many items he has, how much damage he does. There's just too many ways to lock Duckdom down.
And also, they were disjointed. It was a DRX that weren't really on the same page. There were some moments where things kind of went okay. Like this was an upswing for DRX being able to get a couple of picks, but they still managed to lose turrets in that moment. Like, gold didn't really swing.
This time, Duckdom gets the kill on the Seraphine, but he's not with Rascal. So Rascal's frontlining is doing nothing, and he's just like, it's over. We got to get out of here. I can't fight. Unfortunately, he can't do anything here. And probably the next fight, which will be the last fight of the game, you have to imagine that we'll see in this highlight reel, is going to be Duckdom once again avoiding a lot. But he can't actually avoid everything here on the bottom of the map, as this is the final moment. The arrow doesn't hit. Duckdom's here, a lot of space, and this looked like, okay, maybe this is the angle. Maybe it happens. You know, all the Seraphine CC goes wide. He's kiting back well, and if he actually gets a big ult off in this fight and gets that big Runan's value, maybe this is winnable, right? And he dodges so much, but he eventually gets caught. As look at how confidently Kwangdong Freak's encircle here.
Yeah.
And he ults, but wait for it. Oh, can't dodge everything.
Yeah, and Event Horizon is crazy. Also, the fact that Rascal had to teleport in with barely a Narbar remaining. The timing here for Quantum Freaks was fantastic, but the positioning from DRX, kind of illegal, right? It was a rough one, but still, all the congratulations do need to go to Quantum Freaks here. DRX, an unfortunate season. We'll see whether they can finish strong with their final game, but Quantum Freaks versus KT. What is the most KT outcome for that? So we need Genji to lose to Humble Life Esports and then beat D+ Kia, so that KT are poised for second place and then Quantum Freaks beat them.
Yeah, that would actually, I think that's the order that can happen as well. Like, it's insane.
So KT fans, that's probably what you're in for this week. My crystal ball has told us. Now it is time to throw it over to the space to break down that best of 3.
Thank you, casters, for that wonderful cast on the day, especially Crystal Ball, Atlas, and your wonderful prophecies. That was game number 3 that Kwangdong Freaks, they drafted a very fun Wombo Combo Comp that we got to see at the end, especially, and we're able to take this one. So what do you guys think about this draft?
The only thing we were sad about, because I think the Kwangdong draft was a smash hit, is that they didn't swap the Seraphine and the Ashe, because Ashe support was nerfed on this patch, but it is still quite strong, and I think Seraphine is one of the picks that when she does get farm, she's insanely strong. I also think that old Cosmic Drive was already pretty okay for her. I think new Cosmic Drive is like a super cool angle that you could go in for, but I do think that Champion Mastery plays a big part of it. We already know Moam's Ashe was subpar, and he also used to play, I think last year played a couple of Seraphine games as well, and he's clearly much more comfortable in the champion.
Yeah, I think maybe part of it might have been thinking they need a bit more consistent AD DPS, right? They already have the Veigar for a lot of AP damage, so. But regardless, whether or not they had it in the orientation we wanted, it was still really powerful. It just felt like DRX's comp, you know, there's so much CC, so much lockdown. If you're trying to engage into Veigar, Ashe, Seraphine, you have such a bad time. And also, what I love with the Viego is I think Viego works best when you have a good single target kill pressure. So you have an Ashe, you have a Veigar, and it means so easy to get that first reset and get that momentum.
And that they absolutely did. They got a pretty nice lead relatively early on and were able to snowball it from there. We can take a look at that first Herald that we did see. This was about 9.5 minutes into the game where they got their big lead.
And one of the big problems that you saw the composition of DRX run into is similar to what we see with Renata, right? Which is that playing a short-range comp into a Veigar and Seraphine is a really bad time. This is with them almost killing Bulldog right from the get-go, right? But they're still not able to actually assassinate anyone besides him. There's more than enough damage still available as well.
And I think the big thing is once you start to get a single kill with the Viego, it just snowballs, snowballs, snowballs. We also saw Seraphine hit level 6 in that fight, but Beryl wasn't actually level 6 at any point, so we don't get the quickness there. And I feel like that fight was kind of the one that really just snowballed it so heavily in Kwangdong Freak's favor.
And it's exactly what you said, too. Beryl was level 5, but he was also stuck in the cage. So even if he was level 6, it's like, okay, you're stuck in the cage, so you have to go straight into Seraphine with level 6. Like, how are you going to engage on this comp? It's very difficult. And we did see that there. We can take a look as well at the Baron that we had later on in the game.
This was this went from, oh great, Kwangdong, which was trading Soul for Baron, and then they're like, no, we're gonna do Baron, which we were very afraid of.
Yeah, I mean, they could have just taken Hextech Soul here, the most broken Soul, but they were like, no, we don't want to give any chances. We want to shut them down here. and it's just like all this CC connects in the pit, and this is ideal when you have so much big AoE CC, trap them in the Baron pit, get the steal as well. There's nothing really you could do.
Yeah, Youngjae with the clean ult into ult smite combo there, right? Going for the maximum amount of damage, and then here they make a small mistake. I do think that they can just get the soul point here as well, but even with them not picking it up here, it doesn't really end up mattering because just the Baron that they get, combined with the fact that they stomp this subsequent fight, that's already enough for them to truly lock out the game.
It just feels like any situation where DRX are encircled, and especially when there's like the choke point coming out the dragon pit, it's so hard. Like look at the cage right there. It just blocks it. There's like no going in and out, and it felt so impossible to win from this point. Even though they stopped the soul coming in, it was meaningless.
Yeah, Vagar with one of the best, if not the best, normal ability, non-ultimate ability.
Pretty good.
Game.
Oh yeah.
You press it, it's fantastic when you stack it with other engage, or it's just great for disengage, controlling a space as we did see. Let's take a look at the POG here and see who did pick it up for game number 3, who will be Dudu on the Cassante.
Makes sense. I think the bot lane had a great game, but Dudu, with his control and team fights, also making us again reappreciate the Cassante and how consistent and strong the pick has been.
Yeah, and I mean, redeeming himself for that game too, which to be fair, he was focused pretty hard on the Jace, but kind of showing what he can do on this champion, getting into the mixer, getting up close, and just constantly having threat on his lane opponent as well.
And they're really hard to play. I think Rascal really has shown himself to be a very binary player at the moment, and if Rascal doesn't do well, like DRX really struggles. So the Fiora game also comes to mind, but then Rascal was also one of the big reasons of why they were able to win in the first place in game number 2. So really like that aggressive focus to come through her as.
Hey, nice job, media, getting due to that big vote. It was split up, right? You know, what can you say?
It was a split vote.
Ash was great.
A lot of people did good in that game.
Seraphine was great. Like there were a lot of different angles for Kwangdong to actually make that happen. We did also get the one vote for Youngjae, which even we were considering. Seems like Wolf went for that one, so I think it's okay.
Yeah,
you know, it looks funny
deal.
just because kind of media controlled the vote. But what are you gonna do?
I mean, it was our vote as well, so we contributed.
Well,
Yeah, could have voted for Moham.
true.
Then my boy would have gone for some Seraphine gameplay.
And I guess you
We were
guys
talking about it as well.
Yeah, you guys would have had the casting vote as well, the tie vote, the tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Not meant to be. And so Dudu does get it, and we will be hearing from Dudu twice or alone. Not twice. Yeah, he like goes back and like comes back out on stage like, yeah, I'm here again for my Game 3 interview. But yeah, it'll be interesting to hear what he has to say about Kwangdong's recent success and to see if he has any insight to that.
And let's not forget, Kwangdong are also playing KT, and I think the KT that got 2-0 by Kwangdong is not even remotely comparable to the KT we have now. I want to make that very clear. But I do think that just because of that history, it is actually a fun match. And as we can see, Kwangdong, they have their flaws, but at times they shine brightly.
Yeah. Well, guys, we do have the interview ready to go. Let's hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. We are here joined by Dudu, the solo POG on the side of Kwangdong Freaks after taking down DRX. Congratulations, you got your revenge on DRX. And this is your win number 6 of the season. How are you feeling about this? Well, I died so many times in game 2, so I was like feeling small, but I think I made up for it in game 3, so I feel so relieved. And Dudu, yeah, indeed, you got the double POG on both Cassante games. Congratulations again. So, Kwangdong Freaks started to make upsets up against the playoffs teams, and now you guys are on a 4-match winning streak. What is the secret to this recent success? Our recent screams and our recent momentum were so on point, so we were having a really good energy. So today we got another win. And today, Dudu, you actually got your first win up against Rascal. Did you know about this, and how does it feel to overcome such historical mismatch after the first game and after game 2, heading into the game number 3? We were expecting K'Sante to be removed, and then it was let open, so it was let through. So thanks to them, I was able to play really well. And DRX indeed got the punishment of letting that K'Sante into Dudu's hand. And Rascal also, he has been showing off great performance so far this season. So were you trying to be aggressive up against him? Well, I don't really adjust my play style regarding my lane opponent, because I don't really think oh, he got a lot of solo kills, so I'm gonna be aggressive to make him dive onto me. But today I just think everything just worked so well. Dudu, what makes your K'Sante so special? I think I played K'Sante the most in the LCK, I think, just given the amount of time I played. So I think I'm pretty good at finding the angle of getting kills. And in game 3, we had Ashe, AD carry, and Seraphine for support. I think it was a really good counter action teamfight comp. Was that from your coaching staff, or was that the player's opinion? Game 3? Tell us about the bottom comp you guys played in game 3. So last night, it was like a last minute thing. We practiced Ashe yesterday, and then we were like, Taeyeon was like, what about Seraphine for support? So we listened to him, and the outcome was pretty good. So we were pretty happy with the Ashe Seraphine combo we tried yesterday, so we wanted to try this out on LCK as well. And Taeyeon, he was finding everyone with that Ashe ult today. He was sniping all the opponents, hiding in on the map. But what about Moham's Ashe? Is this never gonna be let through again? I mean, Moham got the Elder last minute, but I'll leave it on that. No more details. And Kwangdong Freaks is on the up and up, and everyone is so excited to see how Kwangdong will perform in the summer split as well. How are you feeling about the next season? We knew that we will be able to get some momentum going at the end of the season, but I was pretty surprised by how we performed very well at the end of the season. So I think we are performing way better than the beginning of the season for sure. And now that we are having a lot of winning streak now, I'm also excited for summer split. We're looking forward to seeing Kwangdong Freaks in summer as well. And today, Africa Freak CEO and Africa TV CEO were here to support you guys. They were praying for your win. So what do you want for dinner? He was showing off the company card as well. What is your request for the menu? Well, it's not for me, but Youngjae, he loves, beef. He was craving beef for a long time. It's not me. It's not me. It's only Youngjae, but we're a team, so maybe beef? And we got the OK sign from the CEOs. And today it's gonna be KBBQ after this match to celebrate the win. In Kwangdong, you guys have one last match for the regular season, and you guys are on a crazy up and up. What is your mindset heading into the very last match up against KT Roaster? I think just like us, KT also improved so much throughout the season, and their recent form looks a little bit scary, but still we are on a great momentum as well. We are on a 4-match winning streak, so I hope we can match with their current form and put up a great show. In Kwangdong, before we go, any last message over to the Kwangdong fans? We were doing so bad early in the season, but now the season is ending and we are on the up and up. We are ramping up as the season is closing. But I want to say thank you for supporting us throughout the slump up until the very end. And thanks to you, we were able to not give up and make this winning streak happen. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And this will be the end of the interview from Dudu and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that wonderful translation. Let's take a look at the standings now and see where Kwangdong are at. They are 6-11, not half bad.
They really have been getting it together in these final few weeks. Really cool to see. Hey, if you just keep screaming in spring, eventually you'll get better and better. And we joked about it at the beginning, but here they are. Like by far, I think the best team out of our non-playoff teams.
Yeah, I mean, if you keep that momentum going towards summer, obviously, unfortunate not enough to rescue the spring split, but you know, still a long year ahead.
With Sandbox doing a bit of free falling, there might be some added space
time
there.
to hold hands at the end of the season, perhaps. As playoffs, as we said before, got some of those dates wrong, so just want to reiterate that these are the correct dates for the LCK playoffs. So make sure you guys are writing those down correctly and you understand when is round 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Nice.
So, yeah, pretty
a lot of
nice.
rounds. And hey, talking about Sandbox.
Live Sandbox versus Breon. Gonna be a fun one in about a half hour. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back with that second series. We'll see you then.
이번 MSI도 LPL이 엄청 강세를 유지하겠지. 역시 샤오우가 봄의 왕자답게 지금 기량이 물이 올랐단 말이야. 이번 기회에 좀 더 확실하게 조사를 해봐야겠어.
야 우리 베이징이 뭐해?
아, 나 LPL 자료 조사하고 있지.
뭐 LPL 자료를 보고 있냐? 거기 난장판이더만. 근데 이번에 G2 봤잖아. 우리 G2나 조사하자.
야, 뭔 소리야? 뭐가 내 LC를 어디 비벼? 너네 내일
CS랑 똑같아.
LCS랑 똑같다고? 우리는 실력으로 온 세상을 놀라게 했어.
국제대회 뭐 우승 얼마나 해봤냐? 솔직히 너네나 LCS나 트로피 진열장에 거미줄 친 건 똑같잖아.
뭐야?
뭐?
야야야야야 아유 뭐 하는 거야 이 자식들아 이거
아이 말지 마세요 이거. 냅둬봐.
안 일어나 이 자식들아 좀 앉아 이 자식들아 아유 진짜 애들도 아니고 씨, 먹살을 잡고 서로 그냥 투닥투닥거리고 있어 너네 가만히 있고 막 말려야지 자식아
LCS를 낄 수가 없었습니다.
너 왜 그러는 거야 뭐 때문에 이렇게 싸우고 있는 거야 어?
아니 뭣도 아닌 게 자꾸 LC를 무시하잖아요.
한국 용병 아니면 LPL 아무것도 아니라고 말도 안 되는 소리를 하니까.
틀렸어?
그게 맞냐 그러면?
야야야 너 진정들 하고 내가 아까 심판을 좀 봐줄 테니까 싸우지 말고 그러면 우리가 한국 용병을 뺀 상태로 드림팀을 한번 뽑아보자고. 그동안 우리가 또 시크릿 보드룸을 통해서 여러 가지 데이터가 좀 쌓였을 거 아니야. 그러니까 내가 서로 자신 있을 것 같으니까 뭐 오늘 정해보자고. 어때? 오로지 외국인 드림팀이야. 한국 용병 빼고. 그럼 뭐 자연스럽게 탑부터 한번 가보도록 하지. 각자 탑 누구 내세울 거야?
LPL은 바로 나옵니다.
누군데?
EDG의 탑라이너 바람을 쫓는 소년 아러입니다.
바람을 쫓는 소년.
자 무슨 바람이에요. 그러니까 아러보다는요 도끼를 든 소년 애덤이죠.
애덤덤.
근데 LEC에서 솔직히 탑을 논하는 건 좀 선 넘는 거 아닌가?
이거 보세요. 이런 마인드라니까요. 근데 있잖아요. LPL 탑들 정형화된 것만 하지 않아요? 메타픽이라는 것만 하잖아.
자, 둘이 이제 신경전 그만하고 이따 데이터로 싸우자고, 데이터로. 자, 그럼 LA는?
저는 뭐 훈 퍼지가 잘하긴 하는데 탑은 제가 패스하겠습니다.
아, 너도 그래도 양심은 있다. 퍼지가 좀 잘하지만 좀 그렇지?
네.
자, 일단은 그럼 뭐 아로부터 한번 들어보도록 하지. 어떻게 뭐 베이징 아로 잘 알아?
깜짝 놀랐다.
정직된 분위기를 이렇게 풀어주시는 위트가 있군요.
너 좀 늦었다. 자, 너부터 해봐.
일단 아러 선수는 EDG에 오고 나서 엄청난 성장 지표를 찍어냈죠. 앞서 보시면은 이제 KDA도 CSM도 뭐 분당 골드도 분당 데미지도 모두 이제 1위 내지는 상위권을 기록하고 있는데, 그리고 지금 당장에 LPL 탑 올 프로를 뽑게 되면 더샤이 선수라던가 369 선수가 조금 더 주목받고 있는 부분이 있는데 아러가 있는 EDG가 현재 1등이에요. 그리고 그 안에 아러의 역할이 굉장히 중요합니다.
더샤이는 어차피 한국 선수라 제외하고 369도 있잖아. 369는 왜 안 뽑았어?
369는 아이디를 봐야 됩니다. 369 3 아니면 9 주사위를 던지는 선수라 기복이 없는 안정감을, 팀에게 심적으로 부담이 되지 않는 선수는 저는 아러 선수인 것 같아요. 그리고 막상 369 선수와 아러 선수가 만났을 때
만난 적이 있구만.
2대 0으로
와우.
아로가 이겼어?
가뿐히
와우.
사뿐히
For EDG, but it's only a second dragon for JDG. Knight still hovering towards that back side. See, TP, it's a flank upon a flank. Ruler might be in a lot of trouble if he's not careful. Here we go, they find their mark, and they're dead, Katie. No one else shall survive.
근데 이 장면이 주요 포인트지만 라인전 단계에서도 사이드 운영 단계에서도 369에게 밀리는 느낌이 없었습니다.
확실히 스텝업이 좀 됐다고 하니까 이거 드림팀에 들어갈 만 하겠는데.
이러면 그냥 사실 다른 애들 얘기 듣지 말고 그냥 아로 뽑고 끝내죠. 탑은 끝난 것 같은데.
위험한데?
그럴까?
국장님 잠깐만. 얘기를 좀 들어보세요. 이 아담 같은 경우에는요. LEC 내에서도 15분 기준 라인전 지표가 정점을 달리고 있어요.
정점을 달리고 있어?
네, 정점 중에 정점. 15분 골드 1등, 15분 CS 2등.
2등이네? 1등 아니고.
15분 경험치 1등.
이거 정점인데 왜 1등이 아니야?
야 2등이면
종합평가라는 거지.
종합평가.
종합평가.
조금 아쉽네. 이것도 1위 했으면 무조건 덤덤인데 아쉽다.
아니 15분 집도 3개는 국영수 같은 거예요.
근데 이게 다야. 이걸로 어떻게 아로한테 비벼, 덤덤이.
근데 애덤에게는요 독특한 챔피언 폭이 있잖아요. 생각해보세요. 정석적인 챔피언들로만 겨루는 탑솔러들은 온실 속의 화초야 화초. LPL 탑들은 맨날 하는 그 사이온, 뭐 제이스, 나르 온실 속의 화초잖아요.
아까 뭐 캐넨 했다 그랬는데?
엄청 많던데? 케넨,
케넨하고
카밀, 잭스,
야,
나르, 모데카이저.
모데카이저도 다리우스 만나면 네? 상상이 되지 않아? 네.
너가 LCK 팀이야. 아로 만날래, 아담 만날래?
알아.
일단 탑은
자신감이 없네.
탑은 뭐 여기서 끝내는 걸로.
뭐 아무튼 뭐 됐고 탑은 그래도 아로가 맞는 것 같아.
동의합니다.
어떻게 이 선수로 가자고.
국제대회에서 볼게요.
지금까지는 나중에 증명하면 되는 거니까.
보여줘야지.
너무 섭섭해하지 말고.
오케이.
자 그럼 바로 이어서 정글 이야기를 해보자고. 정글은 누구 뽑아왔는지 뭐 한 명씩 얘기해봐.
21년도의 새 최종 주인공 클리어러브의 후계자. 누구겠어요?
누군데?
말을 해.
실수내냐 너 지금?
아니,
말을 해 임마.
아니 이 정도 얘기했으면 다 알잖아. 지혜지혜.
또 이리지야 또?
1등이라니까.
아 정말 1등 팀만 뽑네요.
약간 좀 식상하긴 해. 뭐 신선한가?
저는 에리씨의 새 얼굴 그리고 캡스의 오른팔인 야이크.
거기도 G2잖아.
야 야이크 이게 몇 번 들었는데.
거기도 우승한 팀 아니냐고.
그래.
우리는 새 얼굴이야 새 얼굴. 완전 뉴 페이스가 나왔다고.
그러니까 이따가 이유는 또 구체적으로 들어보도록 하고. 훈이 있을 거 아니야?
저는 이번엔 드디어 있죠.
LSB.
한때 저의 오른팔이었던
너의 오른팔? 거기서 신뢰감이 확 떨어진다. 누군데?
오른팔이었던 바로 플라이 퀘스트의 스피커 선수입니다.
스피커.
이 플라이 퀘스트의 스피커 선수가 지금 지표를 한번 보시면은 이거야말로 진짜 KDNO 1등 6.8 이거 쉽지 않거든요. 프로리그에서도.
쉽지 않지.
그리고 DPM은 DPM대로 높고 그리고 초반 설계가 또 얼마나 단단하면은 선취점 획득률 압도적 1등입니다. 아까 그 애덤덤은 약간 좀 가짜였잖아요 사실. 2등의 지표를 가져오 놓고 정점 베를린 이런 지표를 보고 정점이라는 거야.
그 외에 뭐 장점은 없나?
이 친구가 되게 직설적인 친구입니다.
직설적.
그렇기 때문에 팀의 문제에 있어서 되게 해결 능력이 되게 좋다. 그게 이제 장점이라고 생각하시면 될 것 같습니다.
어떤 식으로 해결해 주는데?
거리낌 없는 친구죠. 너 못해. 너 이거 다음에 잘 해와. 어떻게 보면 코치 역할까지 같이 해줄 수 있는.
그러면 너한테도 그런 적 있어?
있지. 군이 너 라인전 좀 잘해.
듣고 문제가 해결됐어?
해결됐으면 여기 있겠니?
은퇴했잖아.
걔가 나보고 은퇴하래. 아이 참.
해결이 안 돼서.
은퇴했어 그래서.
그나마 뭐 LCS 쪽에서는 좀 괜찮은 친구야 이 친구.
얘밖에 없어요.
결국 내세울 게 없으니까 스피커잖아요.
내세울 게 없다. 또 표현을 그렇게 오늘 좀 격하구만.
아니 여기 둘이 왜 이렇게 매워 오늘.
리스펙트 좀 해줘.
야이크 선수는 강한 캐리력이 있는 성장형 챔피언도 가능하고요. 팀을 받쳐주는 이 두 가지 형태를 같이 가능하거든요. G2가 왜 세주안이 미드 같은 걸 할 수 있을까요? 야이크가 딜을 할 수 있으니까 그런 거예요. 야이크 선수 챔피언도 한번 볼까요? 릴리아 3승 1패, 벨베스 2승 1패, 그레이브즈, 킨드레드, 우디르 이런 다양한 걸 기용하면서 본인 강점을 다 보여주고 있는데 우리가 경력이 짧다고 해서 그냥 넘어갈 선수가 아니에요.
아니 근데 그래서 야이크 월드 우승 있음?
곧 할 수도 있어.
곧 will be.
5년 안에.
5년. 나는 이미 월드 우승 정글러가 있는데? 여러분, 지혜지혜는 월드 우승 선수입니다. 그리고 이 선수는 현재 LPL 1위 팀의 정글러기도 하고 MVP 순위가 있잖아요. 4위인데 1, 2, 3위가 미드라이너예요. 정글러 1등입니다.
정글러 중에서는 뭐 압도적이네 이 선수가.
그렇죠. 그리고 이 선수의 가장 큰 장점이라면 메타 적응이 진짜 빠르죠. 21년도에는 뭐 자르반, 신짜, 오피에고 이런 챔피언들을 잘 다뤘다면 현재 메타에서는 마오카이부터 바이까지 여러모로 챔피언 폭이 변했잖아요. 근데 이미 이거에 적응이 끝난 모습. 일단 마오카이 7승 0패, 바이도 4승 1패를 기록하고 있고 50이 LPL에서 함정 카드거든요. 승률이 40%가 안 돼요. 근데 이 선수가 승률을 올려주는 역할을 하고 있습니다. 거기에다가 스틸하는 장면들도 LPL에서는 만들기 쉽지 않잖아요. GLG라면 이거 GLG 만드는 거 아니야?
At least in the Fiora getting something here as JJ flashes in. Is it too early? No, it's not! JJ brings it back and EDG ain't out of this one just yet.
와.
이런 GLG를 안 뽑고 뭐 야이크를 뽑는다, 스피카를 뽑는다? 말이 된다고 생각해?
난 아직도 그 국제대회에서 GLG 이름만 들으면은 오금이 저려. 우리 또 LCK를 위협했던 사람이기 때문에. 아무리 들어봐도 뭐 야이크나 스피카가 그래도 GLG한테는 아직까지는 그래도 LPL이 제일 위협적인 리그니까.
MSI 두고 보자고 베이징.
어쨌든 드림팀 정글러 난 GLG를 뽑도록 하겠네. 자, 다음은 엄청 중요해. 리그 오브 레전드의 허리. 이 미드라인이야, 미드라인. 누구를 내세울 건지 얘기해 보도록 하지.
저부터 하겠습니다.
아유, 깜짝이야. 너 자신감 있나 보다? 누군데?
LCS는
빅라 말고는 사실 난 뭐.
너 빅라 얘기하면 안 돼.
한국인이야. 한국인이다.
한국인이야.
진짜 이번엔 캐나다인.
누군데?
바로 조조편입니다. 사실 이 친구가 편씨입니다. 바로 한국인의 DNA를 갖고 있죠.
아, 편씨였어?
편씨로 편조셉 준입니다.
베이징은 누굴 내세울 건가?
근데 이렇게 얘기하면 좀 그런데. 너무 압도적이라서. 봄의 왕제.
리 위안하오?
샤오후.
샤오후. 자, 마지막으로 베를린 들어볼까?
좀 가소롭네요.
가소롭다.
이거 LC에는 LEC 안에서도 미드기에 천해천이 있습니다. 바로 라스무스 윈터.
또야 뭐야?
LEC엔 캡스밖에 없는 거 아니야?
싸우지 말고 들어보자고. 잘하는 선수 드림팀이니까 당연히 다 이름 들어본 선수를 말하는 거지. 일단은 다들 쟁쟁한데 조조편부터 한번 이야기해봐.
일단 조조편 선수는 일단 나이가 무기입니다. 바로 04년생. 그럼에도 불구하고 우승 경력까지 있고요. 이블지니어스 아카데미에서 활동하고 있다가 1군에 올라오자마자 다 프로브했습니다. 그렇기 때문에 정말 라이징 스타 그 반열에 오르기도 했었죠.
그거 말고 뭔가 스페셜한 거 없어? 스페셜 썸띵?
바로 트래시 토크입니다.
트래시 토크?
게임을 입으로 해?
말하면서 해야지.
트래시 토크. 바로 자기의 자신감을 보여줄 수 있는, 그리고 경기 전에 상대를 길을 물어버릴 수 있는 그런 능력이기도 해.
그 트래시 토크는 LEC가 원조 아니야. 뭐 중계라든지 국제대회에서 엄청 터는 걸로 유명한데 아니 그것보다 대단하다는 거야 뭐야?
일단 조조편 선수가 2군에 있다가 1군 올라온 게 작년이에요. 그래서 바로 북전드 비역슨 상대로 This is your GOAT? 이게 북전드야?
북전드라고 들었는데 뭐 이 정도밖에 안 돼요? 뭐 이런 뜻이구만.
그래 이걸로 끝이 아닙니다.
이게 끝이 아니야?
바로 차비 선수에게
차비에게? 차비를 건드렸어?
작년 스프링 우승한 뒤에 뭐라 그랬냐면 Just kidding. I'm not chubby. I actually want a split.
그 당시에 우승 경력이 없었던 초비를 약간 좀 디스하는 뻔하게 디스한 뭐 그런 또 트래시 토크를 했구만.
그러니까 뭐 LPL의 뭐 춘재 뭐 LEC의 라스무스 부르게 윈터 안 되잖아. 이런 거 못 하잖아.
그래, 그거라도 해.
LCS는 실력이 뭐 나와도 사실 이제 국제 무대에서 증명하지 않으면 사람들이 기본적으로 그렇게 신뢰하지 않아. 차라리 이런 식으로 가자고. 그럼 이제 남은 게 캡스와 샤오인데 이거 굉장히 좀 어려운 문제구만.
이게 어렵다고요? 이게 어려워요? 국제대회 우승 캡스 몇 번이나 했어요? 봄의 황제, MSI 무려 3번이나 했어요. 근데 이걸 고민을 한다? 서운합니다.
샤오의 커리어 하이가 어디야? 어디냐고? 4강이야, 4강.
뭐야 나보다도 못한 친구였네?
아니 잠깐 근데
월드 4강 딸이야?
결승은 나도 가봤는데.
근데 운이 없었던 것도 있어. 그래서
운을 얘기한다고?
얘기를 해?
나도 운 없어 임마 그러면.
국전이도 운 없어서 브론즈에 계신 거야.
그러니까 그렇게 따지면
운이 좋아서 브론즈인 걸 수도 있잖아.
얘는 다음 주에 못 볼 거야.
선 좀 넘는데요.
그래도 LPL을 5번이나 우승을 한 샤오후인데
캡스는 LEC를 6회 연속 리그 우승을 했어.
와.
이 정도는 인정. 6번 우승은 진짜 와 연속으로.
이번 윈터까지 포함하면 총 8회 우승입니다. 그리고 난 좀 직관적으로 할 얘기도 있는 것 같아.
뭐지?
샤오가 항상 하는 챔피언들은 뭐야? 잘 알 거 아니야. 한 가지를 연마해서 그 정수를 우려낸다고 볼 수도 있어요. 하지만 변화구가 없잖아요.
맨날 신드라, 라이즈, 탈리아, 빅토르가 좀 정통적인 미드 메이지 챔피언들만.
샌딩 메이지.
다시 또 온실 속 화초 그 얘기하는구만.
그치. 근데 캡스가 아는 챔피언들을 보세요. 캡스는 온실속 화초가 아니야. 캡스는 잡초야, 잡초. 그 유럽에서 살아남은 잡초, 자크, 스웨이, 트페, 세주아니, 카시오페아, 클레드, 그리고 기본적인 미드 챔피언 전원 포함. 이렇게 해서 21경기에서 챔피언이 14개가 나왔어.
와.
엄청난 챔피언 폭이구만.
대단한 건 맞는데 지금 어떤 계절입니까, 여러분? 뭐가 오고 있어요? 봄이 오고 있습니다. 저는 샤오를 뽑아야 된다고 생각합니다.
국장님. 근데 결국 계절 탄다는 얘기 아닙니까?
그치, 봄에만 잘한다는 얘기지.
캡스는 계절도 안 타요.
아, 이거 좀 크네.
우리 캡장 쓰는 그 계절을 안 탄단 말이에요. 그걸
그렇지,
좀
그렇지.
가산점을 넣어주세요.
네.
여기서 제일 중요한 건 탑에 아로 뽑았죠? 정글에 GAG 뽑았죠? 미드에서 캡스 뽑으면 소통이 안 됩니다.
야, 그러면은 아로, 스피커, 캡스 하면 소통되는 거 아니야?
스피커가 중간에 징검다리 역할을 해준다. 그렇지.
아유,
LC, LCS, LPL 다 뽑히네?
아유, 다들 진정해. 아, 어쨌든 내가 좀 정해야 되는데, 아, 캡스랑 샤오 이거 너무 어렵구만.
아니 조조편을 왜 빼시냐고요.
아, 미안해. 아, 여기
있죠?
생각이 있어. 여기.
알겠습니다.
조조편도 내가 얘기해줄게. 그래. 그러면은 나는 캡스랑 샤오 중에 그래도 나는 캡스를 뽑게. 샤오는 너무 좀 기복도 있고, 그리고 좀 미드 쪽에서 너무 정형화돼 있다.
그러니까 여기서 소통 문제가 있으니까 식스맨으로 스피커를 넣으시죠. 그 데려가 주는 거지, 스피커? 0.5로 서브로 데려가 주는 거지?
아, 솔직히
알았어.
6인 로스터지.
아, 좋아.
자, 그러면은 드림팀 미드는 캡스로 하도록 하겠네. 바텀이 남았는데 이거는 같이 묶어서 가도록 하지. 원딜 서포 같이 이야기 해보도록 하게. 먼저 베를린.
LC에서 내세울 원딜과 서포터는 G2의 한스 사마. 그리고 적에게는 디도스, 아군에게는 도스인 남자, SK 게이밍의 도스.
자, 그럼 베이징은
관광 제일 드레이븐, 하비스포츠의 제키러브와 EDG의 메이코.
자, LA.
좀 짱짱해가지고 얘기하기가 좀 그런데.
아, 얘기해봐 그래도.
이블 지니어스의 FBI. 네, 그리고 신하인 지벤입니다.
G2 출신 아니야?
맞지. 지벤.
FBI와 지벤.
네.
확 떨어지는데? 이거 어떻게 빠질 거야?
빠지겠습니다.
우리 LA가 참 눈치 빠르고 낄낄빠빠를 할 줄 알아서 좋아. 자, 그러면은 먼저 베를린.
일단 한스 사마 닉네임에서 느껴지는 거 있지 않습니까?
뭐지?
연사마 그리고 한스 사마.
은사마 모르시는 분들 많을 거야.
너무 옛날 얘기 같은데?
그래서 정말 존칭을 붙일 수 있는 그 사마 가문이란 얘기고.
그렇지.
한스 사마는요 챔피언 폭을 좀 봐야 돼요. 드레이븐, 바루스, 징크스 공통점이 뭡니까?
혹시 생존기가 없는 원딜러?
맞습니다. 근데 그런 챔피언들이 원래 무빙이 굉장히 중요하잖아.
중요하지.
21년도 때 LPL의 그 펌플러스 피닉스와 경기할 때 미스포춘의 엄청난 무빙을 통해서 상대의 궁을 피하면서 갱을 흘리는 그런 장면도 있었단 말이에요. 국제전에서 그 무빙을 통한 뭔가를 보여줬다는 것 자체가 한스 사마가 뭔가 전 세계에 이미 이름을 알렸던 거예요. 그리고 아까 뭐 황강 제일 드레이븐 얘기가 나와서 말인데 우리 한스도 드레이븐은 지금 4전 전승이야.
이 친구 기가 막히지. 내가 이 친구 드레이븐 때문에 내가 롤드컵을 못 갔어, 21년에.
꼭 그것 때문에 못 간 걸까?
복합적인 이유가 있는 거 아니야?
아니.
그것 때문은 아닐 거야.
한스가
그거 하나일까?
한스가 좀 잘했어. 그렇게 하시주시오.
그리고 서포터 도스.
그러니까 나는 사실 미키엑스가 나올 줄 알았는데 도수를 얘기해서 좀 의외긴 했어. 미키엑스 잘하잖아.
그 얘기 나올 줄 알았어. 저도 실제로 미키엑스와 도스 사이에서 고민을 좀 했었거든요. 근데 요즘 이 스프링이 좀 뉴틸 메타라는 얘기가 많은데 미키엑스는 좀 다른 방향으로 풀려고 했어요. 하지만 그래도 좀 더 메타에 맞는 도스의 모스트픽, 룰루, 유미, 다미 이런 챔피언들을 좀 더 잘 소화했다는 점에 있어서 저는 도스 쪽에 좀 더 손을 들어줬습니다.
솔직히 지금 베를린이 하는 얘기 제키러브랑 메이코의 그냥 다 하위 호환 아닌가?
하위 호환이다. 하위 호환이다.
아닌가?
한번 얘기해봐.
일단 제키러브 하면 뭐가 생각나십니까?
발산으로 죽는 이즈리얼. 앞비전으로 죽는 이즈리얼.
정확합니다. 앞비전, 발사 이런 수식어가 앞에 붙어서 얘는 이동기 없는 걸 잘해요.
제키러브는 오히려 생존기가 있는 원딜 했을 때 그거 믿고 너무 딜을 넣으려다가 죽는 경우가 많아서 오히려 생존기 없는 원딜 해야 된다. 이런
그렇죠.
여론도 많았지.
오히려 본인을 벼랑 끝으로 몰고 갔을 때 포텐셜이 터지면서 그 원딜의 낭만을 충족시켜주는 제키러브와 함께 이어진 서포터 메이코. 메이코 하면 뭐가 생각나십니까? 이 선수는 올라운더라고 생각해요. 모든 챔피언을 다 잘 다루고 있기 때문에 최고의 성적을 찍을 수 있었던 거고 제키러브의 그 날뛰는 그 최악의 상황을 잡아줄 수 있는 목줄의 역할 메이코가 해낼 수 있다고 저는 생각합니다. 아니 그냥 에리시 바텀 듀오보다 상위 호환 오브 상위 호환 오브 상위 호환 아니야?
부정할 수 없구만. 아 사실 뭐 제키러브만 보면은 그 18 월드 때 그 암무빙을 치면서 그냥 자야가 다 휩쓸어버리는 그 장면 진짜 명장면이었거든.
베를린 뭐 부정 안 할 거야?
또 예전에 21년 월즈 때 펌플대 로고에서 어떻게 됐어? 말은 편하게 하라고 해. 우린 결과로 얘기할 거니까.
그럼 나도 결과만 보고 이야기하겠네. 일단은 여기는
FBI와 지벨 있습니다. 네.
아니 뭐 너도 스스로 기권했잖아.
있긴 있습니다 그래도. 그러니까 있는 것만 뭐 알아주죠.
굉장히 좀 어렵지 않은 결정이군요. 나는 제키러브와 메이코로 선택을 하겠네.
국장님, MSI 각오하십시오.
내가 왜 각오를 해? 나랑 해? 왜 그래? 나 브론즈야. 자, 이렇게 되면은 뭐 완성이 됐구만. 뭐 어떻게 다들 만족스러운가? 어떻게 이 드림팀에 대해서 평가 한번 해보도록 하지. 전체적인 평가.
저는 뭐 토론스타 스피커만 있으면 아주 좋은 팀이 될 수 있다고 생각합니다.
전 로스터 보니까 캡스가 캐리해야 될 것 같아요. 캡스가 고생 많이 하겠네.
삐졌니 너? 굉장히 삐진 거 마음상에 뒤끝 있네 은근히.
전 완전 봤는데 캡스가 버스를 좀 타겠네. 캡스가 들어와서 그 커리어에 한 줄 추가되는 게 이번엔 버스로 가겠네.
아무튼 뭐 제비로 해봤는데 꽤나 의미 있는 일이었고 뭐 다들 고생을 했었는데 다음에는 싸우지 말고 이렇게 해결하면 되잖아. 너네들이 서로 친하게 지내라. 어차피 우리 다 한 배를 탄 거 아니야. LCK에 위협이 될 만한 그 사람들을 우리가 딱 미리미리 견제하려고 만든 모임 아니야. 다음에는 더 깊이 있고 알찬 이야기를 해보도록 하지. 자 그럼 모두 해산.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, LCK Spring 2023. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf here for the final series of the night. As Wolf, I hope you've got a lot of time, because I have a feeling both of these teams will require that of you this evening. This is not going to be a simple one.
I made time this evening to cast 2 best-of-3s in the LCK. First one went 3 games, but that's okay. Still just 1 best-of-3. I got a whole best-of-3 of time left.
Oh, yeah?
And based on average game times, this series may take about the length of 1.2 best-of-3s.
Yeah.
Could happen, but that's okay, because that's all I've got planned for the night, and I'm ready to dive into it. And I think that even though Liv Sandbox are favored here in terms of our predictions, it's going to be a very close series. Both of these teams really struggling right now. And for Liv Sandbox, if you take a win here, you might get 5th place. That might happen, but it is ultimately irrelevant because your fate will be decided by the team before you that chooses which of those teams they're going to face. So
yeah,
Liv Sandbox probably going to be considered the weakest team, whether they get 5th place in the standings or not. For Brion, it's just trying to stop the 6-series losing streak. They're on a 6-series losing streak right now.
I know it's not quite as bad as what Nongshim are dealing with, but it is still a real rough one, especially for a team that broke out so well early on in the season, right? Like having a perfect first week as far as those 2 match wins they were able to pick up, but it feels like such a long time ago. Liv Sandbox performance check before the playoffs, and honestly, the check is coming back not necessarily super great. In this one, as last time these two teams met, it did go to 3 games, as both of these teams generally like to do just in general. Yeah. So 6-match losing streak like you were talking about, and Nongshim is their final match of the season. So at least if Brion lose this, one of those teams is going to break the losing streak.
That's true. And for Brion, you know, you're really just trying to get your spirits in gear for the offseason.
Yep.
As the mid gap is pretty massive. Yeah, maybe they were born in the same year, but what these 2 players have accomplished in that short period of time is very different. Closer is the massive favorite. Kara's a player we've talked about how he could have been good. He could have turned out to be a monster player. The potential was so high, but we don't talk as much about it these days. There's the Lord Morgan top gap. See what he does tonight. It's 100 Thieves fan here.
100 Thieves not going to be playing this evening. However, if they make it to Worlds, you never know. Yeah, Lord Morgan getting praised here in the middle of LoL Park. Absolutely fantastic. Make sure that you have paid your bro tax, by the way, everyone, as we do introduce our teams to LoL Park. Liv Sandbox going to be marching out first. They have elected to hop over towards the blue side this evening. And it's a team that has been playing around Willis so much, and Willis still playing very well, but I feel like the cohesion sort of ran out for this squad or something, Wolf. What's your take?
I think that there's a little bit of that. I think that the confidence went down, and the meta hasn't been as good for this team, you know, as we moved away from some of these picks that Closer is great at, like the Silas, the Akali, that he's so amazing on, honestly, frankly. But as we moved away from that a little bit, he's been forced to play a little bit more mages. His Talia, for example, not very strong. They have looked much weaker.
Yeah.
So the other thing, too, is as we will walk out Bro here in a second, I just want to say I think that there's no way that Liv Sandbox can actually not be picked by the 3rd place team. Like, I think that is going to happen 100%. There's nothing you can prove this week where you're not going to get picked. So that's going to happen. I think this is more about not winning tonight, but improving and actually finding that synergy on stage. For some of these players, they're super nervous.
No, I agree. I actually think that you're almost, I think the 3rd place team is going to pick you. So at least as soon as you have that information, you know what your matchup is going to be. So there's at least something to be said for that. But making yourself as formidable as possible at this stage is definitely what you want to do. Just to make sure that your players are feeling the best. And same to be said for Brion here, because of course nothing can change in the standings from this match. But I think we can take away a lot of this when it comes to Summer, and of course the playoffs as well, and how that first round is going to go for Liv Sandbox.
Take a look at the jungle matchup here, a key player matchup for tonight. Kill participation here very high for Umpty. They have relied on him so much. Willer, a player who has had the fewest isolated deaths in the LCK in this role, being very good in that regard. Also has high kill participation in the early game. but he's just been so clutch in late game team fights. I think that a lot of Liv Sandbox's early wins this season were about Willer's early pathing and basically how he controlled team fights, you know, especially on the Wukong, on the Elise. See, either setting up an individual pick with like Elise in kick 2 and turning a fight into a 5v4 for Liv Sandbox, or the amazing steals we saw. The stuff like this that he's just so good at. He's not afraid. He has still, I think, remained confident. But the rest of Liv Sandbox has looked a little bit shaky as of late.
I want to talk about Umti and his stats just for 1 second, just because that average experience lead at 14 stat was absolutely huge. Being first in the league for the amount of experience you have in advantage over your opposition at 14 minutes, it's pretty crazy for that to be a stat that's on a team that has been struggling as much as Bro have. And it just shows that Umti has solved a few of his happy feeding problems that he has had in seasons past, and has been able to get around this map and grab the experience where he can. It's actually really, really cool.
I'm really curious about side selection, because for Liv Sandbox, even though blue side is so strong right now, I'd rather put counter picks in the hands of Birdall and Closer than actually look for that first pick priority, especially because Ashe seems a lot more manageable right now, and you do have to pick it pretty face up, and there are a lot of ways to counter that in this meta.
Yeah.
And mid is so important, and that's where you're going to get a lead over Karis, for example. And yeah, Morgan's a strong player, for sure, but my money's on Birdall when he has counterpick. I think he can dominate the matchup if he's looking good, right? Because there have been certain moments where Birdall has fallen apart. The bottom 2v2, I think, is where things are a little bit less clean. I think that if you're on the side of Breon, you definitely want to pick blue side in losses here, because you're going to be able to win that 2v2. It's a matchup that feels very doable, because in weeks past, it'd be like, oh yeah, Envy, he definitely turned it up. He's looked better in the middle of the season than he has basically in his entire career. But right now, I'm leaning towards Hannah and Effort.
I am too, and I really like what you're talking about as far as the side selection as well, because what you're saying is true for Liv Sandbox. They have great, counter pick opportunities and things like that. But if you're against Bro, you never have to worry about it, because Bro doesn't use counter pick all that well themselves, right? Like, it's often less aggressive drafting, shall we say, from this team.
Often comfort.
That they're going to pick Renekton if it's available. They're going to pick Gnar if the Renekton's taken away. Like, it's sort of like there's a clear tier list of the champions that Bro likes to play. And so maybe Liv Sandbox now with priority pick would still be able to get a few of those counter picks anyway, whilst being on the blue side. It's just an interesting thought experiment.
Yeah. And they will choose blue side, which is unsurprising, just given that it is so incredibly strong right now. But could have seen something different. We'll see what happens as we move into Game 2 and see if anything changes. Renekton will be banned straight away.
Yep, some instant respect to the Lord himself. Must have seen the fan signs praising Lord Morgan.
Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic. The Wukong taken away as well. So, Annie, Ashe, Caitlyn, of course.
One of those is getting through.
Yep. Priority bans from last week. The Caitlyn has lost a base damage. One base damage. A base damage.
Okay, Varus also not banned just yet. They banned the Zeri here.
Yeah, I actually feel like there's something about this series just tells me that the team that gets Varus, if Varus is left up, wins. That's just kind of what I feel.
It's definitely a strong champion for both of these AD carries, as Henna's been incredible on the Zeri. And they're just going to take that away from him. Going to take away the Rakan too.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of picks get really strong here. The Caitlyn is very strong. Even Lucian is very strong here. Ashe also very good, with no Rakan. There's almost no winning lanes that I feel like Breon would be confident to play into the Ashe, regardless of what it is going to be with. So
I've got written at the top of my page here, Varus and Annie. Varus and Annie, I think, are the two most important champions for both of these teams.
Well, now the question is, where does Varus, Ashe, and Caitlyn go? As Annie is banned, as you mentioned. I'd say here, I feel comfortable taking Caitlyn, actually. Of these two teams, the Varus is very strong, and looks like that is what they are going to take. There are a lot of lanes you can play against this. Karma is still up. The Caitlyn is still up. Lux is still up here. Breon actually can play Caitlyn into this. They can play Jinx into this. And Varus compositions, we don't learn a lot about the Varus pick. We learn about what comes next as to what kind of Varus composition it is going to be.
Yeah.
We're going to find out what Breon has in answer right now.
Lucian, that was
No, that was not on my list.
I mean, it was on my bingo card, but like I didn't want to have to fill it in, you know? Not into Varus. I don't like the lane very much at all. Lee Sin going to be locked away here for Umpty. That one, if you're a Bro fan, that makes you feel good. His Lee Sin has looked really good this season. Live Sandbox, where is the Varus going to go? What kind of Varus is it going to be? That is the question.
I think it's pretty easy to take Ashe.
Yeah,
with
Varus
this.
Ashe.
I mean, there's Varus Ashe, there's Varus Heimerdinger, there's Varus Karma. Like, you picked Lucian into this? Into all of these possibilities?
Varus Ashe Sejuani, is that like the most strong?
Yeah, that actually sounds...
Oh, Varus Ashe Elise.
I'd rather have Sejuani in this comp for the front line, and you have really nice CC. They're actually going to prioritize the Cassante here for Birdle, though, which means that he has a safe lane. This is going to be one of your face-up picks here. You're like, okay, I'm just going to opt in this, I'm going to blind this, but can't wait and see what the rest of the composition is and how chain CCable it is before locking in the Sejuani. I think Brionne would do well to ban it. And this draft is getting wild early.
It's been a long time since we've seen the Varus Ashe, as Bro do ban away the Elise that we were calling for. But Varus Ashe was so oppressive. Double archery in the bottom lane. It's just a lot of arrows.
Even with the nerfs to the W damage on the Ashe, which hurts support a lot, and the nerfs to the early arrow stuns, it's still oppressive. You still get slows. Varus still does tons of damage.
Yeah.
You're going to win.
You take Hail of Blades and things generally still go pretty well, as it turns out.
Gwen, as an answer here, we have seen Doran and Morgan both in particular really like to play this into the Cassante. Will not have the opportunity. And they have left up the Sejuani. They did ban the Elise, but they seem more concerned with the Viego pick here.
Yeah, wanting to take away aggressive options here from Willer, I kind of like it. Because the first three that you think about as being our more, I guess, flippy or aggressive junglers is going to be the Lee Sin, Viego, and the Elise. Last ban, the LeBlanc here for Karis. Some mid-game power now off the table for Bro. We'll see where this next pick is going to go. Is it going to be Morgan? Blind picking for that top side, like a Scion or something. Into the Cassante is not a blind pick, technically, but Koza could be playing it.
Could be, but I think it's unlikely. But we don't know what the jungle pick is.
What did we say before? We said if the Renekton's banned, he's just going to pick Gnar, so I guess like, that came through.
Did come through. See what this jungle pick is, because the Sejuani is so easy. Like, this, it's worked before. It's worked well for Willer. You have the Ashe set up. Why not just pick it?
Yeah.
You could have played like, oh, we're going to do Cassante mid. We're going to play Nidalee. Cosmic Drive is buff. Like, ooh.
I've got an idea. What about if it's like, it's Cassante mid, Sejuani top, and then Sylas or like Echo jungle or something like that.
Or just win the game for free, pick Sylas into the Gnar, play Sejuani with Ashe Arrow, and be like, cool, what's your pick, Karis?
Yeah, but it's kind of less cool and fun.
Yeah, but Live Sandbox like winning.
Yeah.
They like winning, as it turns out.
Fair bit of that possible here.
Rise into Sylas is very strong, and Karis has had this R5 pick kind of cooking. This pick feels very good into Sylas too, but also very risky, especially when you consider the Sejuani that is here. So can't block all angles of aggression as Karis now in this game. The bottom lane you're going to be losing. Picking Rise meant that you had really strong mid-prio. Like, you would have been able to actually push that lane and harass the Sylas and have Lee Sin coming over to maybe help you out, get some early power there. But now you don't have early power bottom. You don't have early power mid. And on the top side of the map, you're going to be fairly vulnerable. That's your counter pick, your Gnar into the Cassante, but Sejuani doesn't need to really help out bottom side. That's going to be kind of a self-prophecy 2v2 for Live Sandbox, where Halo Blades and the kits of Varus and Ashe just win by default.
There's just more arrows in the lane.
I just feel like, Atlas, I don't know, I don't want to tell the fans here. Edgar keeps saying we're working on expanding our picks, we're working on expanding our champion pools and trying to move away from just playing comfort, just playing scared, but I'm not seeing it here in this draft.
Well, I mean, I'm definitely scared. We'll see whether they do play scared or whether it is going to be Umpty running the Rift, because he could theoretically still be able to do that. There is a lot of snowball potential in this composition. You know, Viger is going to be able to scale up. The problem that I have, Wolf, is that I just feel like Live Sandbox outscaled them so incredibly perfectly that it's going to be so hard for Bro to ever play the game.
Yeah, it's going to be so hard. And there's no aspect of this Lucian that they prioritized so highly that will ever be able to hit a mid-game spike. You picked Veigar. Well, what is your win condition? Are you trying to win early? Trying to win late? Trying to win mid? This comp does all three.
Yeah.
Oh, this is unfortunate.
Yeah, there might be some control in the mid lane, I guess, just with the range versus melee, but I also think that Silas is pretty strong in that department as well. Dangerous times for Bro. We'll see how they go here in game number 1. Okay, so I want to make one thing perfectly clear. That is, I have not ran out of Bro Leaf. I still have it. I just think...
Okay, it's an E start. There's also that.
Oh, okay, that's subpar.
How do you still have Bro Leaf now?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Just making sure, because
I think Relentless Pursuit first Lucian it's one of the highest win rates of all the E start Lucians that you can have.
Wait, what? I don't even understand the sentence. Wait, what are you even saying?
Well, I couldn't actually commit to saying that it's good in any way, shape, or form, so I had to try and figure out a way to just not say it or to have 0 sample size. So I went for it, and it didn't quite work out. Yes, that's going to be a difficult time, because of course we know how incredibly important the Lucian level 1 to 2 is. Fighting for that lane to try and get some control is very important.
Oh, we're vertical jungling too, which is better on this patch.
Oh, and they're both pathing away from the bottom lane.
Yeah, which is not surprising considering it's a Hail of Blades Ashe Varus lane. And look at this, don't have Q, can't trade.
Did you notice Henna's mobility in that trade?
He cleansed and then he went a little bit faster for a second. He was
dashed.
Yeah,
because he has that level 1. Oh.
But before he cleansed, it felt like maybe he's not that mobile even with an E.
Oh, Umpty's coming though. Looking for the level 2 gank, everyone. As Envy realizes that he's dead, or is he? As there is the E flash from Umpty, who wants to kill Kyle, but it's a great flash. And they don't have any summoner spells, but they have their lives.
Yeah, Sejuani coming down here too. Willer is going to be able to salvage this. Not entirely sure if we really needed to flash forward and take a turret shot and then live, or if we could have just turned towards the level 2 Lee Sin, who has a jungle pet.
Oh yeah, maybe the kill the Lee Sin angle.
Yeah.
However,
it was way more cool to flash forward and go on the turret.
Yeah. I'm thinking like for cool factor, 100% the right call. That maybe in hindsight, just walking back would have been fine too. However, no one died. And that is definitely fantastic here for Live Sandbox.
Yeah.
It means they can stick around and continue to put on all this pressure.
Because
currently a whole wave ahead.
I mean, yeah, exactly. Lee Sin is gone now, and Hannah is a level down, has 2 CS, is going to struggle to farm because he still doesn't have his Q.
Yeah.
Or his W, which he might actually take because it's just like trying to see if he can snipe minions.
Yeah, that's the thing that's so hard, right? Because you want to take W first.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, we're going to go for a dive. Let's see whether this one's going to work as the teleport is going to come forward. Hannah surviving. Envy once again taking a big old turret shot, but that is mid lane. Now kind of sorted out as Closer did rotate down, so I guess maybe isn't going to be able to capitalize quite as much, but there is no way that Karis can actually walk up that river, so never mind. It's a disaster for Bro.
Envy's first-person view on the flash chase here.
I liked it. Just respecting the Lee Sin.
Look, it's close. Obviously, if you don't flash forward there, the Lee Sin might actually catch you and kill you. Like there's an angle there, but with Hannah having E, I just don't see it. I think he probably could have gone back. But either way, look, he took the safe option. It looked cool. Umpty.
Oh, yeah. Umpty knows that there's no real good options as far as ways to get out of here. Permafrost going to come through, and Umpty is real dead. Birtle going to grab that one. That's first blood. Going over to the Live Sandbox top lane.
Morgan is like, oh, what the hell, man? This lane's hard enough.
It wasn't that hard for the last 20 seconds, though, Wolf, because there was no one else there. So it was a brief moment of respite that Umpty was able to provide his top lane. So I think maybe he's saying thank you.
And even though Henna didn't have W, he had only the Relentless Pursuit at level 1 for a very long time. The turret did a lot of damage. Like, Liv Sandbox were like, all right, well, let's make it fair. We'll aggro the turret. We're going to be aggressive. Now the lane is actually pushing, and Henna has a CS lead because they tried to set up a dive. It didn't work. And Umpty comes over here, takes Scuttle, and checks vision here to the right side. He wants to be able to ward hop out after he smites this. Gets the smite. But Willer's on the right side now, so he can't ward hop out there. Closer's here. They have no cryo in mid. And unfortunately, Umpty is just going to go down. He's trying to do something. He's trying to get some sort of cross map done here, but unfortunately unsuccessful, as now the Sejuani is back bottom side, so Willer can help his bottom 2v2 push back out.
Ooh, okay, there is the stun as Umpty's going to turn up, but that's a solo kill for Closer. He will be taken in response, and there's assist gold there, so technically it's a trade up there for Bro, but the aggression from Closer, that is very scary.
Yeah, does commit his flash, so this is one summoner down here too. Could be something that comes back to bite him later, but probably not. Still, does pick up some money here.
Yeah.
And he's pushed out the Veigar, who is going to lose some minions here now, as Willer's going to shove this wave through. It's a cannon wave, though, so not the end of the world. As here we go one more time in the bottom lane.
Henna's got a Q. That's certainly good news, as we're charging up the arrow. Not going to quite find it there. As double Halo Blades like we expected here on this bottom side does mean that it's likely the lethality version of the Varus. Umpty, pretty good timing here, but still.
죽긴 하겠다.
Well,
미드 커버
pretty
이거
good
해줄
hands
수
on
있나?
this guy.
Yeah. A little bit of a scary moment there if he does not get the kill, so committing the flash definitely the right move. Because now Lucian's getting zoned out of experience or out of CS. We'll catch the experience here. It's very frustrating.
Envy actually taking a bit of damage here as the bubble is going to go wide. Need to hit a few of these Qs, Envy.
Yeah.
We're going to win out on this one.
He like, the crazy thing, Atlas, is like you're alluding to, he could be winning this card.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's not playing it perfectly but still has this advantage lets you know everything you need to know about letting the Ashe go through, or rather, not picking the Ashe after the Varus has gone through.
Yeah, I actually kind of think that Liv Sandbox should be winning this by like so much more.
Yeah.
Just because of the amount of things that kind of went wrong, right? Like taking E level 1. Also, the level 2 gank from the Lee Sin didn't work. Had to go back extraordinarily early. Like, you remember the checklist that you were making in the previous series? Like, all of the things that could have gone wrong in the early game basically got ticked. But he's been able to, he's like 5 CS behind.
I mean, I'm not liable for taking turret shots on the Varus. That's, you know, if you aggro the turret, that's not, you're not insured, so.
Yeah, and look, there was the interesting flash that had to come through from Envy as well. Now they have those summoner spells back available again, and it should be that as soon as level 6 is hit, it's going to be very hard for Bro to play the lane. So Envy still has some opportunities to show us that he can really suffocate Henna and Effort out of this one.
Herald is up and spawned. You see Willer is up on the top side of the map, but Umpty has 6, dashing into this.
Event Horizon coming down here is Umpty. Let's see what you can find. Dragon Rage going to come through is, okay. The Primordial Burst came through, and Closer is going to survive just fine. Umpty going to avoid the Winter's Wrath and now continue to fight. Safeguard comes through, but very subdued play here from Bro.
Yeah, I think Closer there, playing very aggressively, almost punished for it, but he is going to be able to get out with his life. His flash still hasn't come back up just yet. Was caught by the Event Horizon, still just barely gets away with the burst used. And, you know, he can sustain up a little bit here, has those refillable pots, and they'll probably be ready to contest the Herald once again. And Liv Sandbox right now, they're super happy to just say, oh, you're not going to take the Herald, we're just going to keep pushing bottom. If you come bottom side here to try to help out, we'll take the Herald. If you don't come down, then we're just going to keep pushing and getting further advantage.
Well, there's the culling. Chains of Corruption go wide, though. So not able to lock down the Lucian in response.
And he's like,
takes a bit.
Cool story, man.
Yeah.
You know? It's like, all right. So anyway, I'm going to keep pushing.
And yeah, I mean, now I guess they don't have double ulti for when Kyle finally hits level 6. And so if you are a Bro fan, that is a positive. It's pros column.
Yeah. You know, there's that Danny DeVito meme where he just said, so I just started blasting.
Yeah.
I've never actually seen the context of that or watched that show, but...
Always Sunny?
Yeah. I mean, I've watched
I don't think I've seen that episode, which I think is something wrong, because I love that show.
I feel like it was really like showcased there by both of the bot duos there.
Yep.
So I just started blasting. It's a 20 CS lead here. Now they're going to get this Drake because the commitment was topside onto Herald. And Willard did back, so at least a dragon here going over to the side of Brion. The Bro Leavers rejoiced here in the arena. Because everything else is looking very rough, but at least you got first dragon. Second is going to be the Infernal.
Absolutely. I mean, they got a kill. They're only 1,000 gold behind. This is actually pretty good.
Vagar scaling, 86 stacks.
Know what I'm saying? There we go. He's beginning to bro leave. It's hard to say that with a Morpheus accent, just because bro leave, it feels like something you have to very deliberately say, you know?
Yeah, it is hard.
I struggle a little bit.
Valdez often says it's never brover till it's brover.
Ah, okay. Are we drinking or whatever? What's the brewing? The
bro and brew? Yeah, we're bro and brew right now a little bit, yeah.
I haven't had a bro
slowing
and brew.
down.
It was always you and Valdez that were broing and brewing.
Yeah, it's slowing down a little bit.
Yeah. It was DRX and drink. Was it
yeah, I think that's what it was. DRX and drink. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one. You bro and brew and you DRX and drink. Anyway, hydration is very important.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a Live Sandbox one, but I can't. Nothing's coming to mind. Doesn't really. It's a tough one because LSB is not a thing you can turn into a verb.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. That was a nice arrow that actually hit this time around though from Envy. So some good news there. As Karis is going to have his Primordial Burst stolen away. It's a little bit frightening for a guy that's building a bunch of AP.
Yeah, it's pretty scary, especially one that does a lot of burst damage too and has chain CC set up in this comp to get somebody to half health and then just press R on him.
Yeah, giving Closer an execute. That
you
seems
think
like
he'll try to use it with this bottom duo here? Like, you think he might try to kill this Lucian? I don't know.
Do they have setup CC? Oh yeah, they do.
Wait, here's one.
As you can see, a couple of them actually.
Where's Millers?
Oh my goodness, the W empowered. Okay, Morgan might just be dead. Bertle misses one of them. Oh, dodges another Morgan. Can he do it? Yes, he can. Hops on his head. And he goes down. If you miss enough Cassante abilities, apparently you can lose the 1v1.
Yeah. And if you use your arrow when Sejuani isn't there to follow up with her ultimate, you cannot
look at this
kill the
gentleman
bottom lane.
having a break.
Yeah, so Birdall decides he's going to ghost for this. No Narbar, so he can pull him out of the turret. The Morgan's just sitting here setting up hyper procs. The flash is really good. Actually, I thought he flashed in the bush. He just walked into it. Hops on him to finish him as the Qs miss.
Man, those last couple of Qs, like Bertle did everything else absolutely perfectly.
Yeah.
And then Morgan just sidesteps a couple, and Hop does just a bunch of damage. I don't remember when that buff came in. It was like a year ago or something
it was
like that.
a year and a half ago.
The Hop doing that much damage is something that still catches me by surprise.
He also just, he didn't expend his flash. Although, in my memory, that was incorrect. He did to get into the brush, but actually didn't need to, and just outplayed him because the Qs missed. He sidestepped a lot. Now he's 20 CS up. And this is the counter pick, and you can, alone, get some nice advantages in this matchup as the Gnar if you play it perfectly, and Morgan has played it very well so far. The game was a little bit rough for him, obviously, but has recovered in a big way. Starting to get some footing here in this game, Brion. You know, still early even a little bit.
Absolutely. And I think that the cards are stacked against them as Live Sandbox. Oh, the arrow going to miss. Great safeguard there. And Umpty going to be able to collect his blue buff. No worries at all. They'll also take that arrow cooldown, which is more important now on this patch, but also just important for this bottom lane in general for Henna and Effort to be able to stay alive.
Yeah, trying to get far. Closer is just like,
oh no, who's stuck in where with who? As Karis going to throw auto attacks at him. There we go.
Closer's having a great time in this lane. He does have his Rod of Ages built now, so stacking it up significantly ahead of Karis.
Umpty just playing it patient.
He doesn't have flash, so hard to actually get something done here.
Oh no, it ticked over to 14 minutes, and Umpty was down in levels.
True.
That's very sad, because that's his best stat.
Yeah, not this time.
See whether he can work on it for the second game. As Bertle just licking his wounds a little bit, but still down 23 CS into the Gnar matchup. I just feel like we've been watching Cassante win everything recently, so this is strange. It's like uncharted territory.
And a lot of the time it's through jungle help, where Willer did not really help him out here in this lane, and now Umpty is up here. Willer is coming, so I think it's a little bit too late here to actually turn it into anything, but did come help out his teammate. Bird all going to be fine. Bubble is good.
Oh yeah, that culling, absolutely fantastic. Kyle takes most of his health bar, and Karas puts together his Rod of Ages. And as this game goes on, it is certainly moving at not exactly the fastest pace.
No.
I would say that the dial wouldn't be at half yet, but we are moving. You know, we're going somewhere. My problem is that where we're going is going to be a really difficult place for Bro to thrive in, given their composition and the lack of range they do have with it. But if they can just keep like forcing all-ins and winning, then I think there's an angle there. Just the ability for Liv Sandbox to keep them at arm's length in the late game is really like, it's playing with my heart, Wolf, because I'm like, yeah, but you're doing these great things, bro, you found these angles, but how much is it going to mean?
Well, for me, like, this is going to sound really weird and very negative, and I'm not trying to be, but we haven't seen a lot of great synergy yet for Liv Sandbox with these CCs. Like, we did see the Ash Arrow come through, and then the follow-up was too late, or they tried to Sejuani ult first that one time and then follow up with the Ash Arrow. They got a flash at least, but the coordination needs to be better to set up these picks. Otherwise, the comp can't work. Okay, this time it's good.
Yeah, there it is. That's the chain CC that we were looking for.
Okay, Caster Blessing.
Yep. Wolf, is that what you were looking for?
Yeah, that's the kind of thing I'm looking for.
Are you satisfied?
Yeah, no, I'm all right with that one, yeah.
Okay, good. Well, there we go. Closer, his way of avoiding the event horizon is by just jumping over it.
Oh, so that's, you know how the river ends and you're like, how does that work? You know, on Summoner's Rift, where the river just ends, it like washes up on the bot lane, but like, where does it go? Where does it flow from? I saw it there under the turret. There's a hole in the map. I'm like, oh, there's a drain. It just goes underneath the river.
Yeah. Except that I think that's like a gaping chasm when you get that little dead turret thingy.
Okay, hold on, Morgan.
All right, we're going all out underneath the turret this time around, so I don't know whether Morgan's going to all that happily survive, but he does get Mega Gnar. Q does connect, and no wallop to land. Bertle not going to bite off more than he can chew. Not able to actually fight it out against Morgan. This time around, the gentleman will just head towards the turret again.
He played it well, but there are danger pings coming across because they know Umpty is probably topside here. And this is going to be the turret going over to Morgan. Will not be first turret or anything like that, but still significant.
The first turret for them.
Yeah, first turret for them. Kyle, just at a nice angle here, catches Umpty. Follow-up Sylas CC plus Willer's ultimate. That's the kind of chain we're talking about. Set it up perfectly to get the mid turret. And now Closer's going to go top here. And by the way, like we talked about all the CCs, a lot of CC, blah, blah, blah. But Sylas, he gets also to steal the Gnar ultimate in this game.
Oh, yeah.
So there's also that. So there's that on top of everything else, which is, I think, the main reason why they picked Sylas here.
Every ult is amazing.
Yeah.
Like, every single one that he can steal is amazing.
It's
like,
some are better than others, but they're all amazing.
Yeah. Yeah. I think the worst one's probably Kick.
Yeah, isn't that a crazy thing to say out loud?
Yeah, that's very, very, very crazy. Maybe the culling is the least impactful because it doesn't have CC attached.
Yeah, it's probably not going to be that great.
Primordial Burst has a lot of CC attached because it just puts people in
they're not moving when they're dead.
Mode. Yeah. Zephyr's going to flash. Good respect given to the arrow. I don't know whether the follow-up was going to be there, but better to be safe than sorry in moments like this.
Yeah, that's just a flash gained on a squishy support that isn't going to survive if caught by anything. And now they're just going to groove up and push this top turret down. So yeah, Morgan got his.
Oh,
but he's not going to be able to survive or stay around any longer.
Effort's providing fantastic immersion with his item build.
Yeah.
Because he has no shoes.
Nope.
Which is great because he's a mermaid.
Yeah.
They don't have feet. Glorious. He is very, very slow, though.
You know?
Yeah.
Cassiopeia has been meta in other regions, so Nami and her are allowed to hang out right now.
You might want to ask Cassiopeia for a passive for the movement speed.
Yeah.
Probably would like some shoes.
Just trying to copy her, but doesn't really understand what's going on.
That's all right. Closer is going to take a turret shot, but doesn't really mind about it. These baleful strikes not exactly hitting for the most.
Nah.
As we're down a wave on Karis' side of things, but kind of, sort of all right, really. Karis just doing his very best to stack things up.
You know,
wait until Bro can find themselves some team fights.
A lot of the time, you know, with Ashe, you see the Mandate build, but with the Varus, not as powerful. Still fine, but Umbroglaive kind of got an indirect buff on this patch in terms of what it's useful for because of the sweeper nerf. So I like that. Good itemization from Kyle. Trying to be oppressive, trying to shut vision down here. Look at this ward going away. Bye-bye. Zombie ward set, and every time you walk on one of these traps or zombie wards, you're potentially going to get arrowed. There's already hawkshot vision everywhere, so super oppressive. Look at that.
Yeah.
You can see everything.
Sending it over. And Umpty slowed down momentarily. Not going to find the Q. Willa very, very fast. Effort still not very fast at all. It's actually making me anxious.
Yeah.
Just seeing Nami swim slowly around this
But
jungle
she's got to
is
hit.
so scary.
She's got to hit the Mandate spike, Atlas.
Well, the arrow is going to be collected there by Hannah. Great Glacial Prism, but the bubble is just extraordinary. Because he moves slowly, has more time to line it up.
Oh,
I didn't even know.
I like your positive thinking on this.
Oh. That was a gorgeous bubble.
Yeah, it was pretty good. It was pretty good. Henna cleansing there. And they are going to get away. So the combo not successful. So Morgan's trying his best to get a turret down here, but will be unsuccessful. And the funny thing about this, like going back to somewhat serious talk about the Lucian with the Veigar, his comp is trying to team fight 5v5 with a Gnar and a Veigar, but also has a Lucian that's like screaming like, I've got the Mandate spike! Like, I'm ready to fight! But we can't fight right now! Actually, we don't want to fight this comp at all. We will get absolutely destroyed. We have no vision. And so, like, she skipped boots to get the Mandate, but what does it really mean? You know, scientists still today trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, you're like, okay, we got to hit this spike. We actually have to make this Lucian valuable, right? We're 20 CS down. We've been 20 CS down for a while, but it's less important now. We do have this Gale Force Mandate. If we can set up a combo with the Event Horizon where we do burst damage and blow somebody up, like, okay, maybe that's a fight we take on the Drake. But when everyone actually gets to show up for the objective, as Live Sandbox are grouping up now, 5v5 fights are so hard. But even an even game state. It's not an even game state.
Arrow is available. Someone on Bro is about to die, aren't they?
Yeah, we just don't know who yet.
Not yet.
Umpty's the most likely target right now.
Absolutely. Closer is going to land the chains as the arrow is going to go wide, so that's certainly good news. Gnar ultimate going to be stolen here by Closer, but he is going to go down very, very low, and he falls! Bro are going to prove me wrong! As that is a huge Gnar into the wall. Willa, Umpty over, and he didn't want to go there. And it's going to be Bertle punishing him. They go 1-for-1. Closer dying, though. Very, very important here for Bro because he is so strong right now.
And even though the Live Sandbox squad is on two different pages here, Closer's trying to flank there on the right side to push the Lee Sin out, and the arrow could be used to control the choke point. But Kyle's firing mid. Closer's going there on the angle. They still win the fight because there's just no sustained damage in this comp. You have burst with the Lucian, burst with the Veigar. The Veigar burst isn't good enough yet. He has hit that Seraph's now, and he's 3 stacks away from making the Rod of Ages a little bit better. But we're really talking about 10 minutes more of just passive stacking here before this becomes relevant. As Bertle and Kyle are on one page here, and Closer is on the other. But he gets the Gnar ultimate to buy himself time here, and that time buy is enough for Bertle to actually close the gap here with Willer. And if he hits massive poke onto Henna and Effort, they don't have the long-term damage.
And that wasn't actually Umpty's fault. It was a great flash from Willa.
It was good.
As the resonating strike was coming through. So I thought it was maybe Umpty getting ahead of himself, but that was not how it went down.
Umpty actually played that very well.
He did. Kick flash onto Closer was absolutely fantastic. You can see how these fights are going to work, though. And I am so frightened for what Closer is going to be able to achieve on this Silas. So he's already seeing the use of that Gnar. Wasn't even the most perfect angle, but he still got a lot done before he was targeted down.
Usually, okay, they're going to do Baron now. Usually the Silas goes for the Zhonya second, so he can be a little bit more durable in these fights. He got so ahead that he was like, I'll just take a Void Staff first. Yeah, I'd like to lock in that purchase now.
Well, Kyle is going to find an arrow. It's a very nice cleanse from Henna. As Umpty is in position. They get a control ward down. Morgan's Gnar bar is gorgeous, as it's not going to be the steal, but the Gnar is going to go off into the Varus, but there's a better Gnar in this game, and Morgan's going to be taken down. It's a double kill. Henna trying to be the hero, but I just don't think it's going to work. He's abducted and absconded. And that's a triple for this Silas.
Yep, and his Void Staff's been done for a little while. I think he's buying a Zonius. He's getting an Hourglass to his collection.
Maybe you just like, you sell the arm guard, you just take it off, throw it into the other room, and just get a cool hat, Wolf.
Yeah,
That's what I reckon.
Maybe he does. I mean, he can do whatever he wants. He's level 16 now with his rod completed, with all that extra experience he picks up. Is the teleport flank here from Morgan with the perfectly set Gnar bar. The idea for this is amazing. The problem is
68 health.
The closer doesn't get hit by it. 68 health, as you say, with the Mystic Smite, and then Varus gets it. But the Gnar basically misses. If you don't hit the Silas with this, he just is like, cool, thanks for getting into position for my hijack into the perfect turn. And he just instantly teleports mid to try to push down that inhibitor turret. Gets the turret, will not get the inhibitor, but Baron buff in Liv Sandbox's hands now, and with the turret gone, they're going to be getting more than just one inhibitor turret. They should be able to get a second one here, if not the inhibitor itself.
Oh man, and these the Vigar picks must be doing really amazing things in scrims at the moment, or something like that, because we've seen them blind picked. We saw, you know, Chovy go Vigar games 3 times in a row the end of last week, and now we have, there's been a couple of blind pick Vigars as well, and neither of them have really found the value that they've been looking for.
Yeah, I think it's really fallen off, and it was really cool at first. People didn't know how to deal with it, and it was a way to just chain more CC and burst damage together, but now in this composition it doesn't really have that much of a function.
Yeah.
And, you know, you're this far behind, it's hard to do anything as the Vigar, fortunately.
Yeah, it might be just that the positions that it's being picked are in when you don't necessarily have the range, and when Vigar is picked up, then range does become like, gets put under a microscope, as Henna takes so much damage here.
On the flank angle, flash hit.
Alright, MB is going to throw him a Chains of Corruption. Tidal Wave is going to fly through as they do manage to take down the Varus. Umpty will be punished for it, but it's a 1-for-1. And if you're the losing team, you always take the 1-for-1.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, sure, yeah. I mean, usually, generally speaking.
As okay, Morgan in the bouncy castle and can't get to Mega Gnar in time.
The problem is,
fall down.
It's not a 1-for-1 anymore, as Birdall is by himself just pushing mid, took out that inhibitor, and they can't just group bottom here to take out a second.
Oh,
Birdall just, does he care?
Well, he's going up into the sky for a moment, and no, I think is the answer to that one.
Yeah, I just don't think he cares. He's like, yeah, okay, whatever. Lol, your second inhibitor.
And like, look at all of that CC and stuff that you have, but where's the damage?
So with all the money that was picked up from this Baron buff for closer, he was able to buy the Zonias and half of that really cool hat.
Oh,
as Envy, by the way, plays this really well. Chains of Corruption lands, then he sidesteps the Tidal Wave, and then he's in the cage and gets kicked into it. But like beyond, there was nothing he could have done there. But the rest of that was actually played really well from him. And unfortunately, while a 1-for-1, there's still great setup here for closer to just go over here and once again hijack an R, pull him out of his base.
Yeah, pulls him through the base gate.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Really nicely played. But, I mean, Closer's Silas has always been absolutely fantastic. And he's reminding us here today.
And it hasn't always been a strong pick this season. Like it was in the middle of the season. When you pick Gnar like this, he's like, well, it's just going to be relevant again. And then you also pick Veigar. He's like, oh, I'm going to have a fun time in the lane. Cool. Yeah, he's run away with this one. He's probably front runner for POG, I'd say.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty, he's got my vote. I don't think I'm a Cassante voter this time around. As Glacial Prison going to be thrown in as celebratory there by Willa. As Umpty, he's going to steal away at Drake. There we go. Henna taking a fair bit of damage there as NB says thanks for the back massage.
Yeah, Birdall has actually just got them kind of trapped here as the super minions are getting escorted by Closer.
Arrow will connect there. Not a lot of ability to dodge that one as Karis only takes half of his health bar. Should be able to at least keep himself alive.
Umpty's getting a dragon.
He's going to take that Drake. That objective scoreline going to look a little bit better here.
Bounty gold?
There it is, bounty gold. Okay. All right.
All right, he's looking for
They didn't lose the third inhibitor.
He doesn't have flash, but he's got the kick. Who do you pick, though?
Dream. The wallop's going to come down. There's the kick onto the Cassante. Pushes him forward, but he just ults his way out. And Umpty's immediately going to be punished for it. Cassante just gets his revenge straight away. The hop from Morgan. He goes through the base gate as Birdall is going to let him live for now. But I think that this Nexus is not going to be given the same treatment. The chains just barely miss onto Karis. who slinks back to the fountain. Liv Sandbox. This looks like a team that I was watching a few weeks ago here in the LCK, not the one that has had more slumping experiences. Closer, welcome back, my friend. Your Silas looking as fantastic as ever.
The draft, definitely, we're going to have to take a second look if you're a bro leaver, as it did not leave them a lot of angles here. And yeah, there were some mistakes and some hiccups in the early game here for Liv Sandbox, but naturally they got advantages with those winning lanes, and then were able to snowball based off of a fantastic performance from Closer, as you were pointing out, on this Silas. Not always meta, but when the Gnar is up, he'll take the opportunity in a lane that just kind of looks to sit back and scale. He actually traded himself for a kill early, but it sped up his Rod of Ages, actually, and he was able to get that very quickly in this game and take massive advantages. Birdall in the laning phase, one hiccup there too, but we can forgive it. And for Breon, it's just, once again, only focusing on comfort, only focusing on picks we're comfortable playing, but it's just leaving you no outs. I mean, picking this Lucian when the Varus Ashe is right in your face.
And also, like, having, like, I don't know, it's either brave or silly to leave Varus up for Envy, right? It's been one of his best champions. The times that Liv Sandbox have really struggled is when he has to play in a straight-up 2v2 and not just sit back and poke, which is what he's been relying on. I think Varus is incredibly pivotal to both of these teams.
Yeah.
It will be first picked by whoever gets the blue side, and I think Liv Sandbox, they will give that respect and then try and play it a different way. Because if Henna gets it, it's a very similar story. Really interesting, though, in this series. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space, and then game number 2.
미드. 나 남인 거만 볼게.
야,
리신.
앞에 뚫어.
천천히 보자. 박아도 돼. 베이가 지금 때려줘.
가자.
야, 가봐. 내가 베이가 마크 해줄게. 뚜벅이 누나 묻혔어요.
살려주세요.
뚜벅이 누나 묻혔어요. 나를 상태 안 좋아. 포탑 치자. 사워 치자.
사워쳐.
얘 그 세라프 없어. 나를 집 갔다 올 거다. 나 궁 2초. 천천히 날릴게.
야, 궁 날려봐.
없어.
궁 날려봐. 일단 궁 써.
얘 뭐야?
야, 죽여 이거.
좋다. 노플이야, 노플.
살려주세요.
갖고 궁 한번. 약하네. 나이스. 강령하지 말고.
나이스.
아, 근데 이걸 따이네.
Top lane is trying to do their very best to be relevant in the outcome of the game. And this sort of lead is not going to be enough to get there, especially without any of these plates being taken, as that is a flash ulti. Dudu gonna try and walk it out, as there it is, he picks him up, tries to turn it, but it's not gonna work, and Dundun.
And look at the timing of this. Well, the team just decides there is a free buy here. Let's try to kill her, and guess what? That might be their undoing, as Juhan nearly goes down. As well, they're gonna find an R here, but Birdall's pretty tanky, as they are just running into Liv Sandbox. It is not the cleanest I've ever seen, but it's gonna work. They press their buttons and just roll over them, as Envy will be the last one to go down. Feels like they're going to be in here too late, but they can't stop Owner from getting into the pit. At least that's what it looks like right now, as he's got a Q onto the Baron. Will he be able to steal this? No, he will not, as the Baron goes down with IV Sports Zeus in there alone, as a massive double knockup into the Cyclone Blade, and King and put 2 and 2 together, and they make it happen, and T1 are wiped entirely on the Baron.
Oh, HLE, a full wipe, a triple kill for Clint, and now they can just push mid. There are bounties.
Was a bit low, but you know, you've got some sustain from the Nami. It feels like Humalife are like, they do not want to let this go without a fight, but they will have their fight, I suppose. Will it work out? As we do have a huge Emperor's Divide in the back line, actually, as that could take forever to go down. And they're just electing to go into this fight against T1 right now. And it's not the cleanest fight ever, but T1 will still win it.
But it's another kill for the Zeri. They do trade some tanks as Bulldog's going to move on over. Genji wanting to regroup here is that massive, the ultimate from Bulldog pulls everyone in. And Genji, they do manage to put the cage down, but the damage has been done. As Doran in a bit of trouble here goes Golden. Your singularity goes down. He's just said, what is going on? Moham collects it. Moham! What is going on this game? Oh my goodness, that could have been the mega throw for Genji, and I'm not even entirely sure what actually happened. Dudu is down so incredibly low, but he's got a GA. He does not care. True shot for us, and the descends! That is the ace in Quandong Freaks. I think they've done it.
Hello and welcome back to the space. That was the game number 1 taken by Live Sandbox pretty handily in this one, and I think it all comes back to the draft, guys. Again, by the way, I am joined by the wonderful Chronicler and Ox, who did join us just now for week 9. But yeah, really have to go through this draft, guys, because this one was a doozy. Emphasis on the dude.
Yeah. I'll take it.
You take it.
So we come in, they get the first pick Varus. I'm like, okay, well they have to deny the Ashe. Yeah. And they don't, they pick Lucian. So you end up with Lucian Nami into Varus Ashe. And Varus Ashe is just so obnoxious. You saw from like minute 1, they were just getting brutalized. And the thing is, right, yes, Ashe got some nerfs on this patch, but 10 damage off a W, the main threat in lane is Halo Blade's auto attacks. So a W is not that big of a deal. And then the ult cooldown nerf, it doesn't matter in lane, right? So Ashe still is a brutal lane, Varus still a brutal lane, both of them took Halo Blades. Yeah. Lucian Nami didn't get to play the game.
And also they invaded, so Anna had to start with his E.
Yep.
And I do think that the level 2 gank from Umti helps a little bit, but what I also want to highlight is the Veigar. Because the Veigar is nice into specifically Sylas, and that's it. Like Sejuani, booms you. Cassante, self-explanatory, can get out of your cage with W, and then you're playing into poke Varus and Ashe.
I mean, that's the thing with Veigar is he struggles when things outrange him. He wants things to run into like his cage range. Varus and Ashe, you just sit a mile away and ping you constantly.
That's what they did.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah. So honestly, guys, we went through that whole draft. I just want to say, I think that was the biggest draft diff we've had for all of LCK. We've seen some big draft diffs. I think this one is number 1 in my mind.
I still think the Bulldog
probably recency
one.
Bias, but
the Bulldog KT one where they blinded Cassidy. But it's on that level, which that's
we don't know 100% for sure. We'll have to test the data. Let's take a look at the highlights here. This is the level 1. Why don't you guys walk me through how this works?
They have E.
This is what they do. They walk up, and then see how they are both auto-attacking? That's it. That's all there is to it.
Oh no!
Yeah, they end up burning cleanse and heal, and even worse, the Varus E means the heal is reduced as well. So yeah, they don't get to play the game. There's nothing else to say. They do get the early Lee Sin gank to try and help them out, but man, like, this is how necessary this level 2 gank is, because your bot lane is crying right now, like, please come, and then they don't even actually get any kills.
Yeah, by the point that Umpty shows up, because they don't see him initially, right, because they don't have wards, because they don't see this one coming, the lane is so favored towards Sandbox that they have to defensively flash, right? Like, if they're a little bit better, if they have W there on Lucian, then maybe, but now they don't get anything. It stems the bleeding a little bit, but it still doesn't solve any of the issues. And Ashe and Sejuani, like, even with the nerfs, still really obnoxious.
Yeah, Sejuani as well picked up.
Yeah.
You pointed out in the draft, like going back to the draft, but they picked Cassante because they knew they couldn't counter pick it because they had to pick Nami third. So that was like another thing. Like, that's what I was saying. Like, every single part of this draft was rough. And, you know, back to regular scheduled programming, they got back to work in the lane. But also, while that was going on, we had this happen in the mid lane.
Because this is the big thing to me, is that Sylas has really dropped in stock. There's two things in this game. One, he's playing into Gnar. And two, and arguably more importantly, it's being piloted by Closer. And Closer and Zeka, most notably, are like, there's a reason why these guys are still prioritizing the Sylas as highly.
Yeah, and I mean, Gnarl is so fantastic. If you slam them into the wall, it's an 150% AP ratio. And he was just getting these fantastic Gnarls like this. And it's so powerful, because the thing is, the Gnarl is kind of gated by the fact that you have to be mega. You don't as a Sylas. You can just grab it, slam them into the wall, and pick up a triple kill like that.
You also, instead of just having hop, you have your chain and you have your W.
Pretty good.
It's just like, there's so much setup. There's a reason why we see it so often, but it's struggled a bit, and Closer showing us how it's done.
Yeah, we were having a discussion about this while we were watching the game. Like, we've always called Sylas better Gnar for this exact reason. A lot of the reasons you guys just listed, but also, you know, Sylas struggling. But if you put the nameplates on, you look at Zeka Closer, these guys are always going to pilot it really well. So I was very happy to see it come out there after the Gnar R4. And guys, we do have our PRG ready to go. Let's see who does pick it up here for game number 1 on the side of Live Sandbox.
I don't think I'm really surprised about this one. I mean, you know, as much as the bot lane was going well, I feel like he was the one really looking for these big plays, and that play around Baron was just phenomenal.
These are the type of moments where someone who might have in the past said maybe Bulldog is 5th would seriously reconsider. Not going to call anyone out.
Yeah.
I'm new here. Can you give me the context on that?
No. I think that's okay, Daniel. Thank you. But Closer having a really, really big game here on one of his trademark
through the wall.
There is a
interrupts the dash as well.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're good, because it was that clean, right? And what's most important to me, and what I think that Brian just need to do, and it goes back not to just what they drafted, but also the reason why I think Sandbox have been dropping off is because there's been like 3 Closer bans every single game, and I think that if you don't do that, like, the guy is a little bit limited in what he plays, but LeBlanc got buffed. And his melee characters are still insane, and if he gets to do that, Sandbox are really hard to fight against.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there was a lot of issues in the draft.
Yeah.
And the Sylas.
And that. Yeah, it wasn't even wasn't even top 3.
Yeah.
It was still not good.
That's why. I think it was the biggest draft diff. But yeah, that was game number 1. Bro did select blue side here for game number 2, which is not a surprise. And hopefully that will help with some of their issues in the draft, because we really need to see them have a little bit of a better start to game number 2. So guys, let's go back to the casters for that game number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown of that game number 1. And look, I don't know whether it's the biggest draft diff, but it's definitely in the collection.
Yeah, KT Rollster
ones.
was a team that existed this season that made some choices.
There was also a Hanwha one that I remember getting very upset about.
I don't think it's the biggest one, but it's the biggest one maybe from round 2 onwards.
Yeah, and I can understand why it's in the top, because we know how extraordinarily powerful Varus Ashe are, and to leave Ashe available when you have 2 chances to take it away, and then also pick a champion that really struggles into it as one of those 2 options, that's pretty egregious. So hopefully, Bro don't make that mistake again, and they can bring us to a 3rd game.
Yeah.
Because we were promised 3, Wolf.
Yeah, that's what I going into this one. I kind of expected, but I'm actually leaning like it's going to be a 2-0 after what we just saw. Just the form on the day, the drafting. See what Breon decided to do with side selection here, because I mean, like we were talking about, it's really good for Live Sandbox to be blue, but it's also really good for them to be red. You know, we had this discussion earlier. They're good on both sides, so I don't think side selection is going to change a whole lot.
It does mean that they that Bro has a chance to get first pick Varus.
True.
And I think that's really important.
And I think that if the chance is given to them, they will take it. But I don't think that Varus alone is going to be a game decider. I think it is huge, as you pointed out right before we went into the first game draft. There's just too much to ban on red side here, so I think it will go through. But I want to see Breon play more meta, and I want to see some more synergy in this draft, because you can't draft in this meta against a playoff team like Live Sandbox and just, okay, they're going to ban it, so I guess everything we thought was wrong. But you can't just draft like you're patching holes with flex tape, you know? It's you really need to have a plan. You need to have an archetype of what sort of composition you're trying to build, and then try to find something that fits that, not just put out fires from the start.
Well, Renekton is going to be banned away from Morgan, an understandable one. Varus and Ashe, both of them, just taken away. That is definitely one way to do it. The other way would be to just ban Ashe and then first pick Varus, which is what I was kind of thinking. But maybe they don't want to play that type of draft. Maybe Bro are just looking for the Lucian, Nami, Zeri, Lulu game to just try and sit there and find a mid game that they're looking for.
I mean, Hannah has looked fantastic on 2 champions, and then okay on Varus. But like, he really enjoys playing Varus, right? But he has looked fantastic on Lucian and Zeri.
Yeah.
And Varus is the pick that we've always known him for. He's been prioritizing it, even if his performances haven't individually been as good as the other 2 champions. So we could see the Zeri picked up here as well, but I really don't think that's going to be first pick priority, and I really hope not. It even could be banned here, since they already did the hard work and banned the Ashe and the Varus. They could ban the Lucian. I wouldn't be shocked.
The Rakan is also another one, as Jinx is going to be banned here. That's really interesting.
I think they want to see if it's going to be Zeri or Lucian and pick the other. And I think that's actually realistic here.
Caitlyn is still up as well, as Morgan is considering a Cassante. So
just throw everything that you normally think about drafts out the window from now on.
Yeah, no,
I just have to do that.
Okay, yeah. I apologize, Wolf. I was trying to like go for.
No, I wasn't telling you. I was telling our fans. Because like, at this point, I'm like, well, we're just going to pick Aphelios now, even though Caitlyn is up. I'm just going to do that.
Yep. Neither of these teams really scream Caitlyn teams. I think Envy and Kyle have given it a crack, and it hasn't necessarily worked. Kyle on Thresh kind of sounds pretty dope to me, though, so I'm excited about that potential option.
And we do get the Lee Sin here for Live Sandbox early, which is very strong. And for Breon here, we're going to find out if they have an answer to the Aphelios Thresh. The Jinx ban makes a lot of sense now, because it looked like Live Sandbox was just interested in playing an Aphelios lane, and Jinx has been, with her additional range, a pretty strong counter. Oh, we're just doing it again.
Okay.
And this is less egregious, but it is definitely a lane that a lot of teams have felt incredibly comfortable playing Aphelios Thresh into.
Yeah, it was, in fact, the lane, I believe,
that Keria played it with?
Keria played the Aphelios Thresh. It was into Lucian Nami. Was it Lucian Nami or Zeri Lulu?
I want to say it was Lucian Nami that he played it in for the first time. They'll actually hover the Nautilus here, interestingly.
Kyle, just thinking about which hook champion he does want to play. So Nautilus is going to be paired with the Aphelios this time, not going for the Thresh.
It's very difficult to dive this lane, and they don't know what the jungle pick is just yet. They can take away some of the really strong ones like the Elise here, you know, because they have the second banning phase to do so with Lee Sin being banned. I wonder if Breon will ban the Gnar away from Birdall with this Cassante pick, or if they're going to try to match and be like, oh, well, we'll play the Sylas this time if you want to do that.
Yeah, I don't know. Or it's either that or Bro just have to ban Sylas Akali because Closer exists in their game.
Well, there's the little Blanc that was highlighted earlier by a Chronicler, I believe, on the space. And it's another strong pick here for Closer in this meta. Yeah. But no matter what you protect, like, they're going to have that R5 counter pick. So you could take away the LeBlanc, you could take away the Sylas, you could take away the Akali, but Closer's going to get to play what he wants, or Birdall will get to play what he wants.
Ooh, Sedge Vi. So Elise is up.
Still open, yeah. But I think Elise is pretty weak with Nautilus here on the table. Just play slow on the bottom side and stop those dives. Lock her down with the root.
Possible. Still, just makes me worried. We've seen what Elise, Lucian, Nami can do in the early game. And I don't know whether a Nautilus early on is going to be enough to mitigate it. But I have been wrong in the past.
Yeah.
As Jace going to be banned away here as that final one. So, Akali, Silas, all of those things up and available.
Jax is, you know, I actually instantly thought Jax here because I was like, well, they already have the Cassante locked in, and Bertel has really enjoyed playing this matchup. It's fallen off a bit. The Jax was nerfed slightly. It's okay, we're just gonna do this.
Back up, Poppy.
The Veigar, again, very much at odds with what the rest of the composition is trying to do, and they are doing this blind, and Closer doesn't have to play the Silas this time around because it doesn't have as many great ultimates to steal. It could just play any ranged champion he thinks he can harass the Veigar with, the most common of which, the strongest mid pick in this meta, is up and available. Her name is Talia, and he's going to lock it in. Now, we talked about this last week. Closer is not a player that screams, I'm great at Talia. This is not a pick that suits his playstyle, but he has gotten a lot better at it throughout the course of the season.
Yeah.
And I like the draft way better for Liv Sandbox.
Yeah, once again, I feel like Liv Sandbox have found something really, really cool. But the Poppy Veigar interaction of being able to heroic charge through the event horizon, that's kind of cool. Kind of into that. I don't know whether that interaction in and to itself is enough to make this something that I'm very happy about. But also, Poppy into Lee Sin has always been a pretty good matchup as well. Steadfast Presence really does a number on that jungler. So,
and Veigar are going to be much better into this Aphelios comp because it is low range. And even the Talia has some poke, right? It's going to be great in the lane, but it's hard to actually set up for team fights versus Event Horizon, so it can go worse. Got a fan from Mongolia. That's cool to see.
Hey, welcome.
And it's definitely an improvement from game one, but it doesn't feel like it has strong cohesion. It just feels like comfort picks once again.
Yeah, and look, it wasn't going to be very difficult to make it an improvement from game number one.
True.
But still, I think this is definitely far more like something on even terms, right? And I think that Liv Sandbox are going to have to play an honest game with Breon this time around. And I'm glad that we actually get to see that, right? Because I think the eye test for me has Henna and Effort being a better bot lane duo than current form Envy and Kyle. And what I want to see is our playoff team coming in and showing that no, they're not actually worse than any of the teams that are outside of the playoffs.
Time to prove it.
Yeah, we'll see whether they can, ladies and gentlemen. 3 games is on the line here. We need Bro to bring it back. Top out of the rift for game number 2. All right, here we are. Onto the rift for game number 2. That one Breon fan went rogue during the fan chant. Showing a bit of desperation there for a favorite team. I feel like Bro has definitely been consistent, picking up more and more fans here in the LCK. It's very heartwarming to see.
Yeah, in and outside of Korea.
Yep.
You know, we've seen, I think the upswing of Western Breon fans was earlier and faster and more rapid at the earlier parts, but I think that's, you know, kind of matched by the Korean side recently. A lot of Breon fans rallying for them at the end of the season here. And I feel like season by season, they just continue to accumulate. So.
Yeah. And, you know, as someone who has, you know, some Jin Air memorabilia in their home,
yeah,
I imagine it's heartwarming to have another team that struggles to win, plays very long games, and, you know, captures our hearts, is still here in the LCK. You know, it's like, it feels like the spirit of Jin Air lives on.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Although I always have to make this clear, like the Jin Air flag I have in my house is from the StarCraft 2 team that won the last season of Pro. They were actually the best team.
Yeah.
It was Maru and Rogue on that team. It's a really good roster.
Hasn't, even in StarCraft 2, wasn't the Jin Air players also really good in StarCraft 2?
Yeah, they were like, the StarCraft 2 Jin Air team was actually pretty consistently like a top 3 team.
Yeah.
And we're the last standing Pro League team, too, after Pro League ended and stuff like that. They stayed around.
And Jinna was like actually a sponsor of the whole league, as I hold that thought for a moment as Hook goes through. Kyle taking a lot of damage back here from Henna and Effort, and I'd say that was 100% a winning trade here for the Bro bot lane.
Yeah, good start. Good start. Just trying to use Caligram to poke away, just kind of chipping away a little pea shooter here as MD is just trying to CS as best as he can. Very difficult in this early level 2 advantage for Henna and Effort.
Yeah, kind of a disaster, missing all of that CS towards the end there. Only 5 down as Umpty is just going to pick up some threaded volleys, and Closer is told to stand in the cage. And he does. Heroic charge going to cause Umpty to take a bit of damage. Actually really well played there by Closer. Give Umpty the impossible choice.
It's really interesting how you were talking about the charge into the event horizon. Well, Talia just says, don't charge in this direction. In mid-matchup alone. It's going to be a little bit more complicated than that, obviously, in team fights. She won't be there all the time. But difficult to gank her, as you can see here.
Yeah, the anti-dash availability on both sides of the rift. Actually, kind of interesting, as Closer can say no, but so can Umpty. It was a combo. I believe we saw Showmaker and Canyon play these two champions, jungle and mid, back when Poppy was far more meta.
It's also the Event Horizon 2 kind of says no dashing in its own different kind of way.
That's true. You can only do little dashes in a very small amount of space.
Exactly. Yeah. So Willer's going to spot Umpty here. Going to try to take this scuttle away as Umpty looking for topside scuttle control, and Willer actually has an opportunity to double scuttle, potentially.
Yeah.
That would be huge. I don't think he will look for it, but he could have.
The power of priority, as well as the level advantage that Willer has been able to pick up for himself. Really power clearing on this Lee Sin right now.
Yeah, and the bottom lane here, now that Envy's level 3, looking a lot better, having a lot of power here. Gravitum very annoying, and he's got Infernum to just push and harass. As once again, Umpty coming mid lane, but Willer is here.
Yeah, cage is going to be set up as Willer moves on over, and Closer holds on to the flash. And
super patient.
That Willer is going to be able to help him as Hook is going to connect here towards his bottom side. Effort taking a lot of damage as Envy. He's got Infernum and Gravitum, but it's not quite enough right now. He's got a lot of Gravitum everywhere. However, not actually able to make it work out for them as far as the health trades are concerned. And Kyle standing in front as, okay, Envy going to be taken down there for first blood, but it's a 1-for-1 in the end. Still, both supports left in the lane.
Kyle did not use his Ignite earlier, and I think if he had used it faster, they probably could have prevented this. But either way, he waited till the last possible second, and there was an opportunity for Closer and Willer to come down and pick up those kills, but ends up being just a trade alone. As look at where Willer and Closer are on the minimap. They were definitely considering coming over. Seems like some miscommunication here as Henna flashes for the kill. Will be a trade back, but it's he who picks it up on the 80 carry. Kyle who picks it up here as a support. So definitely not an equivalent exchange here. Massively favoring the trade for Bro, especially with the first blood going over.
Yeah, exactly. First blood and kill going dilution. Really good stuff. CS gap not really going to be in existence, but this is such a good outcome for the Bro bottom lane, and such a difference from what we saw before. As you're going to connect there from Morgan as he takes Fertile into the minion wave and then continues to run away. This wave should be pushing towards Morgan now as there's the flash forward, gets the flash out of Morgan there, not taking the ghost on the Cassante this time around, and he says, thank goodness for that.
Yeah, that was a really interesting call. Okay, hold up.
Yeah, that's a heroic charge into the wall.
Yeah.
As Closer going to have to use his flash, and a hook going to connect onto Henna once again. Gravitum going to come through. Willer, can he actually find the Q is the question. There it is. They'll take the Nami instead. Some fish for dinner here. Well, the Live Sandbox bottom lane, they will get the kill lead.
Umpty a little bit late here to the party. Kyle once again going to take the kill, but this time they're going to be able to push this through and try to get some plate gold. Umpty needs to be careful about sticking around here. Weaver's Wall available for Closer.
Yeah, and all right, now he's going to get pushed into that wall. And level 6 was collected there by Kara, so Primordial Blast was down as, all right, Willer, he's just going to go over and Henna. Oh my goodness, that was so sick from the Live Sandbox jungler.
That was so sick. Oh man, using all of the mobility that Lee Sin has to offer here, still has a control ward in his inventory. Bubble gonna miss, so he gets out for free. And Closer coming over again very late, not the greatest Weaver's Wall we've ever seen, but it doesn't ultimately matter, as Kyle's gonna start this one off here. The Glacial Augment means it's so difficult for Henna to get out. The follow-up route comes through, and the Willer sets this one up onto Effort. It's Kyle who gets the kill, unfortunately. And then watch Willer here. Weaver's Wall coming in again late, but they deal with the Event Horizon well. He dodges the Event Horizon. Once it fades, okay, he walked into it, still. Once it fades, he gets onto Umpty here over the wall, then dashes to Henna to get the kill with the Ward Hop, his trinket in his inventory.
Just taxis to the Lucian to secure the kill.
He zigs and zags.
Yeah, not even Belveth, and he can still do it. He's going to take more Shellfish here from the river to have the Rift Herald spawning in 20 seconds time. Willer in position for the moment and does have his Dragon Rage kick now available. As Envy on this bottom side is going to collect these minions. Hex Flash for fun there from Kyle. Have to respect it.
We'll be able to catch up, or rather take a lead in experience as he catches this wave. And, you know, Talia here looked like maybe she was going to come set something else up, maybe look for a Drake play. Still can, but doesn't have teleport. It's going to take a back here. Look at the gold leads across the board here. A lot of that money, unfortunately, for Kyle in the bottom lane here, so feels annoying as Envy right now. And the Lee Sin lead, also not feeling like it's that great. You know, last time we saw the Lee Sin have success in our previous series, it was setting up the laners, not taking all the gold themselves.
Yeah, and also Poppy will always be Poppy, so having that advantage in the jungle, like you say, a little bit less valuable, but I think in the early game, a Lee Sin lead is really, really good. It's just, it depends what Willer uses it for.
Yeah.
From this point on, because Herald has just spawned. Definitely an opportunity for him to be able to spread the wealth around the map just a little bit here for Live Sandbox. Bro, respecting Live Sandbox here as we get the mini zoom in. The cannon minions money goes into the abyss.
Yeah. Birdall here, if he was able to pick up some of that, some of the assist gold, for example, if it was the Jax that was ahead, you'd feel amazing about it. It's just that Aphelios getting some assist money here, you're not going to turn that into a massive lead into a Lucian lane. The lead here picked up for Nautilus is going to be even less impactful, unfortunately. But if they could turn this into an early Drake, it would be great, as there's no vision here. Effort!
Oh dear, straight into the hook. Q is going to land there as well, as Depth Charge is trying to set up for another one, but Envy throws his Moonlight Vigil towards Effort, who is going to heal. But Henna not going to be able to offer enough damage back there.
So talking about using your leads, well, this is how you do it. And get the support there with no vision in the Tribush. They go over the wall. And really unfortunate timing there for Effort trying to go and set up a ward. This is going to be the Drake going over, the Drake he wanted to check. Look at all the vision here now for Live Sandbox on the bottom side of the map. And now the Lucian is getting zoned out of experience. Envy should be able to use this Crescendum to get a plate at least here, maybe even more. Because remember, Willer's still in the vicinity, still has kick.
Yeah. Henna is going to try and walk it out here as they're under the turret. Envy wasn't in range though, as Henna gets himself out. Does have to cleanse as the Q is going to come through. Bubble misses.
It's all a bait, right? Willer's going to come over and clean it up, right?
I mean, it was a very strange series of events. Willer is going to go home, but maybe it was still a bait. I don't know. As this plate is going to not get taken just yet, as Bro do manage to tidy up the creeps. So Event Horizon here in the mid lane. Closer is put into a timeout for a moment. We are going to have some respite for a replay.
Hex Flash here for Kyle as they go over to try to get vision here on the Drake. Effort caught by the Aphelios ult as well. Envy doing so much damage. And he almost gets out. So the kill, once again, will be denied to the 80 carry. 4 assists.
Yeah, not
Envy has picked up here this game. Not through any fault of his own. He just hasn't been able to secure them. Finally has his Gale Force so he can match the Lucian with that big spike here. And maybe now we'll see the Herald committed to on the top side of the map.
Yeah.
And Umpty is getting hounded down by Kyle.
Yeah, he's going to have to slink off into his jungle as Morgan, oh, he could be in trouble. That's a great Q to interrupt there, but it does not matter whatsoever. Q is going to be blocked by a minion, but that means the Birdle grabs that kill. And as a Jax, you're feeling fantastic being able to take some leads here in this side lane. Live Sandbox starting to run away with it.
Yeah, Kyle just everywhere on the map. And when you push the Poppy back like that, it's really easy for Willer to come through with the massive lead he has and just go, all right, I'm going topside, I'm looking for a kill for the Jax. And now this is spreading the gold throughout the entire map. Yeah, Closer hasn't been able to get any kills just yet, but he's in a nice spot. He's going to scale just by default with this Rod of Ages he's building. And without really losing anything bottom side whatsoever, Nautilus doing a lot.
Oh dear. Well, effort's going to be thrown all the way through the wall, and also the popcorn chickens are as well. Like, look at this journey that they have to go on to get back to their nest. That could have been an animated movie.
It certainly could have. Sad ending, though, with Willa just coming back over.
Oh, that's true.
He'll get his other prize.
Don't watch the sequel.
No.
It's not what you want. What was the... Was it
March of the Penguins?
Yeah, it might have been. No, it wasn't. But I can't remember the name of the film that I'm thinking of. About animals making a trip home.
Happy Feet?
They had to build like a flying machine, and it was actually super awesome, and I loved it.
Oh, I was gonna say Homeward Bound, but
it was just, it's a really, really old movie. I just can't quite remember.
You remember Milo and Otis?
Yeah, I loved Milo and Otis, man.
Such a good movie.
Oh, such a good movie.
Who would have thought you could make a pug and an orange cat?
Yeah.
Such lovable characters.
Be best friends.
Yeah.
Oh.
Good movie.
Really good one.
Movies were good back then, you know?
They were. Do you remember the Fievel movies?
Yeah, Fievel Goes West.
Fievel Goes West. I loved that movie.
So good.
It was so good.
Mousekowitz, man. The Mousekowitz family.
Oh, so good. This is a bro game, so I guess, yeah, we can talk a little bit about some movies that we've watched.
See that Marvel movie?
No.
Nah, me neither.
I was actually going to, and then I didn't. I did something else.
They might get a plate here with this Herald. They're just going to group for it. And no one's down here because they're playing top side.
Morgan, don't do it to it. Just cut the video. Oh, no. Well, that is some plate gold going over to Henner and Effort.
Yeah.
And they do need the money.
They do.
But there are a lot of fires around this Rift, Wolf.
Yeah. There are. I mean, Closer's having a good time here in mid. He actually is looking for a solo kill right now.
Yeah. Karis in a little bit. There's so many threaded volleys here. As Closer, that's a really nice flash. Seismic Shove going to miss, though. Still doesn't matter. Because unfortunately, the Event Horizon does not block the projectiles, and that is just a solo picked up for the Talia. What's going to be dodged?
Barely dodges.
The most difficult way to dodge it, but he still does it.
Yeah, that was very close to another fire that needed to be put out here. So even though the Lucian gets some plate gold just at the last second here on the bottom lane, they lose control of the lane as soon as the jungler is gone. And Crescendum is just going to do so much work to this turret. I don't think he can get the whole thing off of this wave, but he's going to get close. Yeah, actually might just get it. Yeah, he will.
I can just tank it up, so very comfortably collect the turret. So
his first turret.
And that's 3,000 gold in the lead for them as well. As we, oh no, we didn't really want to see it live.
Yeah. So by the way, after this happens, they get a lot of the damage done to the topside turret, but deny minions instead of killing the turret, and they still secure first turret blood bottom side, even though the Herald was used there. I mean, this is just standard Talia play. Unfortunately, Veigar just doesn't have a lot of agency here. Does get the Event Horizon one more time, wants to use it to save himself here, but Closer just barely gets him, even though the shove misses. He walks back into the threaded volley.
Oh no.
Or not the threaded volley,
it was the threaded volley and the Unraveled Earth.
Unraveled Earth, yeah.
Did all of the things. As Bro gonna look for this top side. So there is the punishment. They said something bad to our Lord, and he went down, and so they punished immediately. It's fantastic to see.
Bottom side here, the turret's been gone for a while. Closer's going to continue to push this, but more critically, they are going to pick up the second Drake, and we'll see what the soul is going to be. Could be Infernal or Mountain. Both of those are actually massive for Live Sandbox with the composition they have and the lead they have.
What about Chemtech?
Chemtech, not so good. It's going to be Ocean again.
Wow, that's our third Ocean Soul today?
Yeah. Very uninteresting.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Maybe it's saying something about what the weather is going to be like in Korea this week. Is it rainy?
It was a little bit overcast today.
It was.
Yeah. Maybe that's how they do it. They just check the weather data.
Yeah, it could actually be how it's figured out. Why were there so many Hextech souls?
Yeah, I mean, like, I guess the advancement of technology.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
There haven't been that many fires, though, recently, so I don't know what's up with the Infernal thing that we had a few days ago.
Oh, that's true. All right, Closer is going to come forward. We've got to fight for Shirley, of course. That's how you're supposed to do it. It's a decent ult to come through from Umpty, as the Event Horizon does secure one, but he makes his way back. Willa not going to get the greatest kick, though. As Morgan gets over the wall, Bertle is going to dance after him as Envy collects that kill with the Gale Force. In goes Willa, but oh! The counter-strike straight into the Seismic Shove is gorgeous, and he gets the Steadfast Presence with the Resonating Strike, and then sets up for his Jax.
Yeah, that was so clean. The Weaver's Wall into the shove and the Gale Force kill for Envy. He finally gets a kill. He's like, I've been helping people get kills this entire time. Now it's my turn to get the execute damage through with the Gale Force. So he gets that pick, and this is going to be mid-turret. So all of the outer turret's gone because Bertol's also getting top at the same time.
Oh, man.
So they're getting everything on the map while trying to deny some CS here. He's 20 CS ahead, but the bigger money is from his turret kill and the plates he picked up earlier. And there's just nothing going right here. And that was chain picked up. But who do you chain now? Now you're going to deal with the Jax? You're going to deal with the Nephelios later? Are you dealing with the Talia? You know, I mean, who do you chain?
Yeah, I think it might have to be Talia and then build some armor or something like that. That might be the way that it's supposed to go. So we're going to have a look at this again, Bertel. Getting punished, being mean to Morgan.
And then Rift Herald here. There's a fight for this. Breon in no position to contest. Henna is not even here. And yeah, you might be able to get this Nautilus, but now you've trapped yourself because the follow-up and the chase in this composition is unreal. Wheeler comes over here. The kick isn't amazing, but it's good enough. Bertel blocks off the one retreating member topside here. That's the Cassante dead. And then the follow-up here with the shove. Oh, after the counter-strike, it was so good.
Yeah, it was so beautifully set up. And you only have one steadfast presence. And Umpty wasn't able to block all of the dashes for these setups. And the Jax Talia, man, really being played beautifully. As Closer once again going to be put into the cage.
And BDD right now and Keen are like, whoa, don't show that before playoffs. That's our thing.
All right, depth charge going to follow Umpty over. He gets knocked up. Bubble is decent defensively there as the hook is going to pull him back, and Closer, of course, turns up. Whoa! That is a gigantic ultimate from Umpty from the grave.
I got him, though.
I love the observing for that as well. I mean, shout out to Jonas Strong for that moment.
That was very cute. They're just going to try to siege up this inner turret in mid, as Bertel can actually prep the top wave. And Baron is spawning in a minute, and I think they can actually just start it on spawn, frankly.
Yeah, probably. Double stun does come through there. What does it mean? Karras is dead. Perhaps that is it, as Morgan going to get taken down very, very low. Not looking that tanky with the amount of advantages that Live Sandbox have picked up for themselves. Seismic shove connects onto the Nami, and it just looks like they're showing off now, Wolf.
Kyle has played such a great game of Nautilus. We saw the Nautilus and we were like, could have been Thresh, but I guess this is still good. It's pretty good against anti-dive. We don't know what the tank is going to be, or the jungle is going to be. And then he's just dominating with this pick every time.
He's gone absolutely ham. And I want to go back to the self-burn that Chronicler threw out, talking about mid laners and his votes for All-Pro, because he wasn't very nice to himself in the mid lane votes, but his call for Kyle to be higher on the list, I think I'm listening to now.
Yeah.
He's looking absolutely fantastic.
So watch him do this, because he knows that this is going to follow Umpty's Hex Flash over the wall. He sets this up, and then in the follow-up, he flash hooks. And then watch what happens when the event horizon comes down here in a second. He's like, no, I got the Veigar, hold on. Look at that. The guy is insane. He will actually sacrifice himself to get the kill. He would have if there was enough damage to kill him. There wasn't, but like, he actually just blows up the Veigar. Viego. There's no Viego in this game. Veigar.
Ooh, that's
when the Viego steals the Veigar.
It's like a champion combo that sounds pretty overpowered. It's all right. Live Sandbox just getting vision around the Baron. Not great guns for Envy to actually take it, and also doesn't have his Infinity Edge built up just yet. But he's, close to 50 CS in the lead. The amount of gold that they have in comparison to Bro is absurdly high. And Closer is even splitting here on this bottom side.
Yeah.
Ooh, Umpty lying in wait as another hook is going to connect. There is the depth charge, but Moonlight Vigil is just going to miss.
I mean, I wanted to give the POG to Willer because he controlled a lot of the early game, but I'm kind of leaning towards Kyle right now.
So am I,
he's doing everything. He's just doing everything so well.
Yep. Some of these hooks have been absolutely fantastic, and I feel like he's just set up so many of these plays.
I didn't know Nautilus could fly. Like, I really didn't. But I'm just looking, I'm like, he's flying.
I mean,
look at him. Watch
if a Poppy's in a game, everyone's flying. Is he going to find the dead turret? That wasn't the greatest one, but Willer is going to turn up. There it is. Oh my goodness, this damage is insane. But Henna is going to chase after Envy, and he is taken down. Morgan may have to sacrifice himself for it as Bertel wants to find the counter-strike. He doesn't quite get there, and that is a great counter-kill. Onto this Lee Sin. Hook barely misses as Closer is the last hope, and it is going to be enough. Another baby cage is going to come in, but he just walks around inside it. He's absolutely fine.
There's just too many threats in Live Sandbox's comp. There's just too many. And with this gold lead, doesn't matter if you kill the Aphelios instantly, then you kill the Lee Sin. There's a Jax, there's a Tilia.
Oh, dear. Oh, Umpty is going to be able to get himself out of the seismic shove pretty nicely there with the heroic charge. I liked that one. Staying vocal as well, if you saw that in the player cam. Umpty pretty animated right here as we have a look at this team fight.
Kyle just barely missing the hook, and the Willer comes over with the kick, and Envy just walks forward here. Gale Force is in, and then is caught by the Event Horizon. So much burst onto him, the all out from Morgan too, committed. But that's all your resources used on the Aphelios, who's very tanky actually in this game. And so yeah, even with the Lee Sin dead, you're like, we got this, right? Like we're gonna do this. No, the closer value is just too high, and he gets cut off from the rest of this team. Morgan is super low, can't actually continue to fight after the all out is used.
Morgan, closer kind of crazy as well, like flashing into 4 people, identifying that a lot of those cooldowns were used up and just went straight in. I like the level of aggression as Live Sandbox looking for Soul Point. Bro, clearing vision around the Baron, not able to get over there and do anything to stop that Dragon from going down as level 16 is collected for closer.
Look at that shield that Willer keeps giving Envy to. He's got Overheal and a Bloodthirster. No Mortal Shield Bow, but still, he's just so hard to kill.
Well, Umpty is going to use the Steadfast Presence decently, finds the Poppy Copter onto multiple members, and now Closer's trying to get singled out here, but Karis gets flicked back. Oh, the ulti not going to work out because Seraph exists. They find a stun with the Event Horizon, as now into the backline goes Bertle. I don't know about that one. That was definitely a bit disjointed. As the Nami moving in from the north wasn't even there for the majority of that one. With Sandbox, they lose their top laner and are unable to find anything else.
Yeah, that's Baron though. They just did too much damage in the fight, even though they couldn't get any kills. It's a really easy call. Talia teleporting back in, Closer in position now.
Yeah, no ultimate available here for Umpty. A Seismic Shove is going to be avoided. Teleport to come forward. So, Live Sandbox going to at least respect the fact that there are 5 people.
Yeah, Birdall doesn't have TP either when he respawns here, so they're not going to actually force this. And they force a teleport out of Brion. Wow, that's a late completion here on the Rod of Age. I guess not that late. Feels like we're later into this game than we are with the amount of kills that are over. It's only 24 minutes.
And I thought when you said completion, like you just built it, and I'm like, oh, no, but if he's just finished,
no, it's actually like about on pace. I misspoke. I thought we were later in the game. Closer eating a lot of damage, does get out. Kyle as well trying to turn this around. Birdall very aggressively trying to set up for a counter-strike here. Really nice play from Morgan. Pulling him away in the Event Horizon just allows blocks the rest of the team from following up and chasing through. So that was a good team effort there from Bro. And because even though they took a ton of damage on those health bars, they were able to come back over so quickly with no Jax. They deny the Baron for now, but now Birdall is back and he's alive. He's ready to fight.
Yeah, there's a lot of darkness here, as we can see. Thanks to Jonas Strong for toggling the vision for us for a moment. You're going to connect onto Umpty, probably the least optimal target for the Lee Sin. As Morgan going to wander over vision. And these blast cones, Live Sandbox just trying to eradicate them as threaded volleys flying through. Not exactly hitting too many of these as far as poke is concerned.
Trying to push this mid turret, I think, is the best thing you can do fighting in this neutral. Just avoid Birdall. Don't try to fight him on the flank, just try to push minions. And if you can get this turret, there's bounty gold to be had.
Yeah.
But Birdall's on the flank.
You connects there from Willer, but onto a minion. As Hook is going to connect onto Morgan. Event Horizon as well. That should be a kill onto the Nautilus. Henna locks that one down, and now Birdall has to be careful. Does leap strike his way out as Moonlight Vigil misses, but the Q landed. And dang, if that ult had landed, I think Henna was just dead from full health.
He is alive still, but the problem is the Talia was only removed temporarily by the Poppy ultimate, and she's back. Closer's going to show up here in mid. And then we're just continuing to fight this war of attrition over the Baron right now that Brion keep getting kills in, but are losing fights. You know, just because you get a kill doesn't mean you win the fight. You actually need to have control. Morgan?
Oh dear, he's pushed over the wrong side of the wall. Now Closer is just trying to keep him at arm's length. And yes, he does have a W, so he'll be fine. It's Cassante things. I was almost baited into getting excited about a potential kill going down, but it does not happen.
Nope.
Nicely played there by Morgan.
See, the gold lead here has fallen off a little bit, but it's the map control and the compositional strengths and the scaling that's on the side of Live Sandbox here. Even with the Veigar, damage scales, the ability power scales, but his ability to set up picks doesn't get better over time, especially with the Cassante that wants to set up for long-term damage that Lucian kind of has, but not in the same amount as Nephelios has, not in the same amount as a Talia has. As we keep seeing these hard engages actually by Live Sandbox with not enough follow-up because this Cassante is so tanky, and if Live Sandbox mess up a few more of these fights, like this game could be lost by them, so you need to see a little bit more caution on... In the mid game, we were just seeing Kyle look for a hook, and it's getting a flash or getting a kill every time. Now it's like, every time he hooks, Live Sandbox are a little bit disjointed, and Breon is getting some money. So still need to be a little bit cautious.
Absolutely. And if this stays at 5,000 gold for the rest of the game, that means the Bro are actually in a decent position. About trying to extend the gold lead that's really important here is Severum Infernum available for Envy, but he does have his 3 items done. No matter what guns he has, it's going to really hurt in these fights. Probably wants to upgrade if he wants maximum DPS though.
They have
Morgan turns up.
4 stopwatches on the side of Live Sandbox here for this fight. They are ready to force a Baron or the Soul. Like, this is going to be the big moment, or we're going to end the game with both objectives. Just need to make sure we have those stasises available, avoid the engage here with the Veigar and the Event Horizon. If you could survive through that, you have the longer term damage.
Well, Severum Q apparently just gives you all of your health back instantly as... Oh no! Karras going to get locked down. Good flash there from Closer, gets him out of the Event Horizon as Poppycopter comes through, but Umpty's going to cancel it. He'll be refunded part of the cooldown there, but won't be able to use it instantly, but it will be up very, very quickly now.
Karras has TP, but I mean, they're going to do so much damage to this dragon so quickly. They still have their stopwatches. There's the TP.
Yeah, Weaver's Wall just going to block them off here as they try to get over. Seismic Shove is fantastic though as Kyle. He gets on in as now Bertle. He's charging up the Counter-Strike. Can he find his avenue? But I don't think so because Kyle just explodes.
Yeah, got to be careful.
Oh dear, there's a Counter-Strike, but it's not really going to be the greatest. And Bertle's just dead. I don't know about that one. That was not the play, I don't think.
I mean, I feel like Breon are going to win this game if this continues. Kyle just keeps engaging into Event Horizons and dying, and then Bertle just counter-engages right afterwards.
Oh dear, will it? Caught in the Event Horizon, and
that's Baron for Breon, I think. I mean, right now as Live Sandbox, you either need to rush over and stop them from doing this, or you're going to have to give it and try to get an inhibitor. You have to make a decisive call here with no vision. They're going to look for that fight.
Baron isn't going down super quickly here, as they should be able to at least scry what's going on. Event Horizon goes down as... Oh no, Willa! That was not it. The Event Horizon lasted for just long enough. And the Baron is picked up by Bro. And they're now within 1,000 gold.
And watch these fights for Kyle, where he's engaging, and then the Event Horizon goes up, and he just engages into it. They're just like catching him. He's like, I'm going, and they're like, all right. And basically, Karras just keeps going. He keeps coming in on me. Karras is like, let me do it one more time. Bertle's out here. I'm going to keep the rest of the team away. We're going to turn on him and kill him. The cohesion here for Live Sandbox is just not there. And just like game 1 where we saw, okay, you have the Ashe, you have the Sejuani. In the early game, we were a little bit concerned about how well the composition was going to work together. Eventually, it started working. In this game, it was working together, and now it's not working as well. So much burst damage, so you can't just be walking into these stuns.
Yeah, and it just shows that if you can't massively outrange the Veigar, the Event Horizon is such a broken ability. It is so incredibly powerful. We haven't really been seeing the power of it until now.
And Bertle's losing in sides with the Jax. This is, I'm going to go ahead and say it. I think Breon are ahead now. It was like, okay, they got a Baron, let's see where we're at. And now you're not winning any team fights. You don't have any control of the map. You don't have any vision.
Yeah. And Envy is still extremely strong, right? But we just haven't really seen him be able to do too much at this point of the game.
Umpty on a flank, too.
Yeah. Kyle is able to find the vision.
In the Event Horizon cooldown, you know, it's still pretty high, but you have to manage your windows to actually all in when it's on cooldown. And, you know, it's now reduced significantly with the build and stuff like that, but I mean, they're just going to get a turret here in bottom. Umpty is going to come over and try to set up for something. This is very risky for Breon without any sort of mid-control here.
Yeah, Tidal Wave going to come through as Envy uses his Gale Force to avoid the Tidal Wave, but they're still going to be able to take this outer turret. And Bro, slow and steady.
Yeah.
Steamrolling the map.
The Tortoise resurfaces. The Seatbelt team is back in action. Now a gold lead.
Yeah,
here for Breon. And the crowd's giving kind of a standing ovation here a little bit. Well, it's more of like somewhere between a golf clap and a standing ovation, considering the game state. Like, everyone like stood up and golf clapped.
Yeah, okay, got it. Well, there is a Weaver's Wall as Seismic Shove is going to interrupt the ultimate from the Poppy. Great knock up there with the depth charges. Morgan's going to be the first one to be taken down, and it looks like Live Sandbox want to get serious, but it's another Event Horizon that works very, very well at stopping Willer's engage. And it's Liv Sandbox's turn to get a pick.
Yeah, they took out the Cassante here, but there are no objectives on the map. Just going to try to push forward as fast as they can, maybe try to get an inhibitor turret.
2.5 minutes.
This is a wild game. We're 32 minutes in, and the Event Horizon is great to stop the engage, but this time it's not good enough, and it stops the follow-up at least.
Man, this is actually getting pretty dicey.
Gets the hit here onto Umpty, and essentially Morgan sacrifices himself, because he's a Giga Chad, as we know.
Oh, absolutely.
For Umpty to get out, and then the Event Horizon stops the follow-up. But it's just a pick. You know, it doesn't matter if you don't get objectives or deeper map control, and kind of setting back up at neutral. I think it is the Breon comfort zone elder flip angle.
I'm feeling that one as well, Wolf. Bertel, it's been a while since he's purchased items. He's been sitting on this Spear and Divine Thunder for quite some time with his stopwatch and chain vest.
Hey, he bought control wards.
Oh dear. That's another thing that I'd prefer not to go into at this point in time. But yeah, Liv Sandbox, I'd say there's an opportunity, right? Like, Envy is still so incredibly strong in this game, but it just feels like the game's kind of turned a corner. And I think that if Umpty finds another one of these angles and they can force Liv Sandbox into these fights on Karas's terms.
Here's what I'll say. Like, I think that the comp for Liv Sandbox now is way harder to play. And, you know, these two teams have been known to make mistakes in high-pressure situations like this. If you get caught by Event Horizon as the Aphelios, you die. You know, if the follow-up damage is there with a Lucian full build.
Well, speaking of the Lucian full build, he is going to throw a culling into Liv Sandbox. Not doing that much. He built a Serpent Spang. This was the tech that Def went for. Don't know whether we liked it.
It's the way to answer overheals right now in the LCK. We're still not. We're a little bit lukewarm on it, but we have seen these stopwatches complete for a long time, but Liv Sandbox hasn't forced a fight on their terms. That's half of Envy's health bar.
Okay, never mind. Serpent Spang is actually just incredible. Envy is going to be taken down extraordinarily low as Morgan once again going to be the focus. They do get rid of Closer from the fight. That means Poppycopter not going to be available.
20 seconds.
Yeah.
It's time for the flip.
It is time. As more. Oh,
get your spatulas out.
Well, at least there is a Vega in this game. So we already have the spatulas out. We get like 5 of them. As Bertel is in a lot of trouble. Getting chunked here as Weaver's Wall is going to separate Morgan. But he's going to be able to make it out. And so never you mind. Oh, Closer. He gets caught in the bubble and he's just dead. That is the pick they were looking for. Bertel, he thought that it was him. But it's Closer that pays for his sins. And Liv Sandbox now lying in wait in this brush. Hook is going to come through. The desperation play comes down. Event Horizon is going to have Kyle inside it as... Okay, Bertel is going to be taken. And Envy is still huge. If these hooks keep landing, it's a big opportunity for Aphelios damage.
Gotta watch out for Henna in this brush, though.
How many years do you have, Envy? This is going to need some serious heroics. This bubble is going to go wide. That hook might have been game-winning from Kyle as they managed to get the pick at the beginning. How is this still kind of okay for Liv Sandbox? I don't understand. Morgan is going to be taken down for the double kill, and look at Envy. He is just steamrolling towards this team. But I think that you might want to use that ultimate on Envy. The guy is too big, and that's an ace.
Oh, they're just going to push to end it. Looks like not even going to touch the Elder. What great play from Envy and Kyle in this critical moment as Closer is caught trying to save Bertel. Nice stopwatch, by the way. Doesn't use it. He hasn't used it. They're not using them, and I think they're not going to use it at the end of this game either. Could have tried to stopwatch the Event Horizon, but the timing on that is so difficult to pull off when you're on the edge and you can't predict it. Doesn't matter, though. Envy, longer-term damage than the Solution, longer-term damage than this Veigar. It looks like Liv Sandbox are going to end this game.
They're going to try to. Henna is still available, though, as there's the ulti from Umpty.
So much damage, though.
Oh, man, look at this. Envy's just going to walk at him. Henna, he does go golden, but so does Envy. Presses the Q button with his Severum, and that is the 2-0. And if this was a KT game, I'd say clean, nothing to see here, but we might need to be a little bit honest and say that Bro definitely made them work for it.
Yeah.
At the end of that one.
They certainly did. There were a lot of mistakes in the mid-game, and Bertel almost cost his team the game, trying to set up a very optimistic flank there. And there's so much collapse, and then as he gets caught, Closer comes in to try to save the day, doesn't stopwatch the Event Horizon. and 2 players go down. And 3v5, Envy on Kyle said, by damn, we'll take this series 2-0. And Kyle hits every hook. And I thought for a second, maybe Envy could actually turn that around. He's down at 1/3 health. He's in the brush. There's no control vision. He's kiting back. And then that hook from Kyle hits from a million miles away. He's zooming through the team fight. Kyle was everywhere this game. And sometimes a little bit of too much of the hooking through the event horizons. But I still voted for him because I thought he defined the early mid-game and then ultimately the very end of that game too with Envy.
Oh, I would have been right there with you. If I had a vote, my vote would have been Kyle all the way. Because he had some int moments, he had some rough moments, but we saw the whole team looked worse when Kyle wasn't hitting those hooks. And the transformation when he's playing well afterwards was just incredible. As Envy was thinking about doing a fun celebration there for a second and then just held up a gun.
He was like, wait, the Lucian was on the other side. He's like, I also like Time Crisis though, so it's okay.
Yeah.
Oh, what a game. Breon, man, Empty looked crushed on the player cam when the Nexus went down. They almost defended the push there on the Nexus too. Every part of this game was always on a knife's edge after those few kills where Kyle kept dying at the end of the mid-game before we got into late game. But when the Baron went over, I'm like, all right, they're getting all the standing gold on the map. We're seeing the Lucian completely control the game. Henna is finding so much value with these event horizons and the Poppy ults. But just one big fight for the Aphelios.
That was it. And I actually didn't know whether they'd actually be able to end there. Because I thought that maybe they'd have to come down, grab an inhib, and then go back and get the Elder before those respawns all came through, because otherwise it could have been a bit dicey. But I like the decisiveness at that point in time. And so we're going to check out some of these highlights. And it is not going to be the most clean of highlights, but this was a very entertaining series.
Yeah, I think there will definitely be votes for Willer. I think there will definitely be votes for Envy this game, because all 3 of them played fantastically. Bertle had his moments, too, in the early game. The late game, there was some questionable times that were a little bit concerning, but Closer and Bertle, through some of these moments, did very well. And then we got to the point of the game where Kyle was starting to catch himself on some of these event horizons, and things did get back into Bro's favor.
Man, Closer had such a good game as well.
Yeah.
Up until there was that one thing that happened that we'd prefer not to talk about.
Yeah. But up until that point, it was really good.
Yeah.
It's true.
And the tenacity of Bro. That is another thing that we need to talk about as well, because they just held on. They never gave up, not even a little bit. Just fighting it out the entire time.
And this is one of those really critical fights where, you know, it's like, are we losing control or are we slipping up here? As look at the event horizon catching Envy, so there's no follow-up. And then this is the 2 kills, right? Bertle stopwatches, so he buys some time. And then Kyle, hook into Envy here, unlimited damage. Umpty goes down first. There's no one who can get close to this Aphelios now. Nobody could do anything. Another hook.
Max range hook.
And then there's one more that's actually insanity. As Hannah gets into this brush and he's like, I'm not going to try to play this. There's Elise in here. And then Kyle, watch this one.
Oh, what? Oh my God, that's just absurd. That's the game-winning play right there. That one hook, that's it.
Yeah,
that's the winner.
I mean, they might have won the team fight anyways, but that just guarantees that's the end of the Lucian.
Yep.
What a crazy game. What a roller coaster of a best of 3.
Absolutely. Man, it's a bit sad for the Bro Leavers, and it's also a bit sad for us that wanted to have more League of Legends. Look at the gold between Henna and Envy here as well. A little bit of a handshake.
Wild game. And yeah, the damage almost identical between the 2 of them. The Closer on the Taliyah, I think he's proven that it's in his wheelhouse now. We were a little bit worried about it in the early parts of the season. We're like, he's going to need to learn this. It's getting better and better each and every time he plays it.
It absolutely is. A heartwarming win here for Liv Sandbox. Feeling better, moving towards the playoffs now, and it's time to hear what the space had to say about that series.
Thank you, casters, for that wonderful cast on the day. 2-0 from Liv Sandbox, as they were saying. Pretty heartwarming for a team that has been struggling recently. They do get the 2-0. Guys, what do you think about this one? What do you think about the draft starting off with this?
Yeah, I mean, clearly they saw the issue with picking the Lucian army into the Varus Ash, so they kind of dealt with that. I do think
Instead of picking it up which would have been great.
Which they could have done on blue side. I do think that the Puppy Veigar, I kind of got the idea behind it, right? You're into the Lee Sin, both of them really shut him down. There was that moment where they managed to keep on the Baron pit, and also if someone's in the cage, you just knock them to the side. So it's some interesting ideas, but I feel like ultimately the Aphelios is just so strong in this patch, they didn't really have an answer later.
Yeah, the added issue is that Lucian Nami, although I don't think it scales as poorly as some people assume, also excels still when you can use it on the offensive. And we've seen that the barrier for that has really risen, and it's really only T1 and D+ that are able to actually do that, right? So I think if you can't do that, if you can't play it as well as those teams, you should really drop it in priority, because the amount of pressure that it has doesn't really compare to like when Aphelios hits like a late game ultimate and wins you the game. And
yeah, I think as well the problem is like Lucian Nami wants to burst someone. Yeah. You were not bursting that Aphelios, right? He had like 7 health bars, there was boss music playing, there was just no chance at all.
Yeah, you know, current patch in current year for AD carries, especially this one. Pretty good with the overheal and the shields and the non-killability. Let's take a look at some of the highlights that we have here, starting off with some early bot lane reels.
This is when we thought this was going to be a simple game, because we do see that early on they trade evenly, but very quickly it turns into somewhat of a Wheeler highlight reel. Because his consistent attention towards his bot side, combined with the surefire hooks of KL, are a golden combo, and it really allows Sandbox to take a large amount of control of this game early on.
And these are the moments where we've seen Lee Sin really able to perform when you have that CC setup to make it happen, but I mean, Manded will have performed like moments like this. I think this was probably the highlight from his play, just using all that mobility to loop round on Lucian, just really good to see it. And this almost feels like we're playing it again, like a repeat, exact same spot, once again punishing the Lucian Nami.
And KL also being such a trooper in this game, because you see there as well, when he goes for that flash auto on Lucian, like he knows he's dead, but it also guarantees that they get the kill on the most important target. And that's a trend that continues further into the game, as he gets repeatedly caged and dies like a bunch of times.
So we had a mid game where it was like, okay, you know, things are ahead for Live Sandbox, but there's a lot of like cages, and you got the Poppy stuff. We're keeping them at bay. Lucian's, you know, doing the shooty and getting a bunch of kills. And then we got to this last fight, which happened very much later on in the game.
The most mind-boggling thing to me is that the game got to this point in the first place, right? Because Sandbox had a lot of control, and then like someone gets picked off, someone gets picked off, someone gets picked off. And then this is where you think, oh god, bro, are gonna do it, right? They're gonna get the pick. Bertel has been very up and down. This was a down one. This was not a great game for Bertel. But here, he gets saved by Closer, and you're like, hey, everything's fine.
But
it wasn't so fun. I think honestly, at this moment, we're thinking it was just going to a game 3 when we see
this.
I mean, Flash and I believe a stopwatch available, but just didn't think that it would get caught by the cage. And once it's down, you're dead. They then catch the Jax, but I think there was some fantastic hooks that came in for the Nautilus here. But to me, it was just the Aphelios walking in at full HP with that big shield, and everyone just running, scattering for the win.
Yeah, everyone running into this is the type of fight that you can't afford against the Aphelios, right? Like, everyone, now the health bars are already low. He is standing behind 2 very beefy boys. And yeah, Cal don't miss, right? Like that's the easy hook, but the cool one's coming up, as we all know. And I do think that this fight, if it's being piloted by a less, a less sure-footed AD carry, you can just lose.
Yeah.
I think as well, if the Nautilus play wasn't as crisp, they might have just been able to disengage. I think the fact he was hitting these max range hooks every time meant the game ended there, whereas if they got the chance to reset, they have a numbers advantage, they could have re-established control potentially, but did not happen.
And it's so cool to me that this is the bot lane that was able to win challenges with Karis, right? Like a couple of years ago. And then Kyle obviously was good last year, but Envy was not. And seeing these moments, I think, is a really cool continuation of their story.
Absolutely. I think it will help their confidence a lot as well, which it feels like they have lost for a little bit, but they're on the up and up once again. But guys, let's take a look at the POG here for game number 2. It will be Envy, who does have also a fantastic last fight and did a great job carrying for a lot of the game.
Yeah, I feel like it was going to be one of 2 choices. We went for the support, but he did have a fantastic game, especially that critical team fight at the end. But you know, you've been given the advantage, a lot of jungle attention early. It is on you to carry in. I mean, he carried.
Yeah, I want to also pay attention to some of the side steps that Envy has in the final fight. There's like 2 bubbles, which if they would have hit, could have meant the end, right? Hannah was obscenely fed here. And then, yep, positioning there as well. And these are the type of moments where I think, if he doesn't sidestep those and he like takes a fake arcade, he takes a W, like you just die, right? And there's not a lot of counterplay to that. But instead, together with his trusty buddy, is able to make it. And I'm expecting like a 60-40 split here. As
what did I say? I'm like, you know what? Envy deserves it. Willer deserves it as well. You get some votes in there for Kyle. But I said to them, I said, media's going to vote 3 for Envy, and they will define the POG for this last one. So Envy, a fantastic game. We had some other ideas about who should get it, and at the end of the day, Envy picks it up.
I actually like the closer votes because I think in the mid game, even though he made that really big mistake on bot,
it was just the fact that you said like, oh, I think I'm going to give Pog to closer here, then he died 2 seconds later.
Yeah.
I
was going to, but I couldn't.
Yeah. No, I mean, he had a great game as well. I think Live Sandbox, a lot of them deserved it in this one, and it's hard to say which one.
Yeah, it's crazy Wheeler didn't get any votes, but that's because playing Lee against late game Poppy and
Also, the game went a long time, so it's like, oh, all that happened like 30 minutes ago.
Yeah. If they closed the game out
too long ago,
probably would have been with
Yeah, exactly. Guys, we do have the interview ready to go. Let's hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. We are here joined by Closer and Envy for the POG interview. Live Sandbox with this win over Bro, they are now back on the 5th place. To start off, how do you feel about this win, Closer? Game 2 was so dicey, so I'm so relieved that we were able to get the win in the end. What about you, Envy? I'm so happy that I got the POG, we won, and we are continuing the winning streak. And Closer, with this additional POG point, you are now on the 3rd place on the standings. How do you feel? I didn't see this coming, but I'm so happy that I got so many POGs. I think I did pretty well, so I'm so proud of myself. And Envy, I want to go back to the first game. I think you guys were having a great feeling since you guys secured both Varus and Ashe in the pick and ban. Yeah, I mean, even though Ashe got nerfed a little bit, together with Varus and going up against Lucian Nami, like, it was pretty good, you know, looking at the matchup itself. And Live Sandbox was able to start off the great with a awesome comp. And Closer, a lot of people actually say due to the recent nerf in Doran's shield, Sylas is no longer that good. What do you think about that? Well, still, if you are as good as I am, good at Sylas, well, you can still play Sylas. And we are seeing more and more Veigar in the LCK. How do you see this champion right now? I think Veigar is also pretty good right now. It's pretty strong. And Envy, game 2, you blind picked Aphelios with a lot of confidence. Tell us about it. So we are almost nearing the end of the 2nd round, so we pretty much have a full understanding of the opponent's preference and tendency. So at certain circumstances, first pick Aphelios is pretty good actually. So we knew what Bro was going to opt into, so we were not afraid to go for the blind Aphelios. And Closer, you got a solo kill onto the opponent Veigar with your Talia. How did you see that angle? Could you break it down for us? Because, like, does it happen often? No, it's more about surviving the lane matchup, but I just wanted to mess up with him, and then he kind of took the fight, and luckily I got the kill. And today your Talia was landing all of the seismic shove today in this game, which is not that easy. So is there any tip on using that skill? So you have to think twice, you know? You have to do the mind game. You have to act like you're going to use the W and then you don't, and then you actually use it later. You have to play with their mind. And I have a replay ready, which was the final team fight in game number 2. Well, this was not a very good fight for you guys to take because you guys got outnumbered, but still Envy, you secured a quarter kill and led your team to win. Yeah, we were in a very bad position here, but if we actually get pushed back by the opponents, then Bro could have just taken the Elder. So I just wanted to hide in the brush and go for a fight. And then it kind of worked, so I was so relieved. And then afterwards, after that, you know, our bait play in the brush, it was so easy. And that decision to find the angle hiding in that brush was so on point. And Envy, what do you want to improve on as you guys are heading into the playoffs pretty soon? Well, to be honest, in game 2, I think we won because our mid and jungle played so well, but I died too many times in teamfights, so yeah, I left too much to be desired in teamfights, so I really want to improve on that. And Lip Sandbox, your very final opponent of the regular season is Hana Life Esports. How are you going to prepare for that matchup? Last time I watched Hana Life play, and it seemed like their form is so on point right now, so we gotta prepare as hard as we can for that matchup in order to end the season on a good note. I think Viper, you know, he's an excellent AD carry. I'll always watch his stream, so I hope we can have a good game together and learn a lot from him. And this will be the end of the interview from Envy, closer from Leap Sandbox, and I'm gonna pass it back to Valdez, Chronicler, and Ox. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-Sun, as always, for that awesome translation. Let's take a look at the standings and see where Lift Sandbox are at after this victory. They will actually, for the moment, move ahead of Hana Life Esports as they are 1 game ahead of them.
And that also means that the Sandbox Hanwha match is actually going to be really, really exciting, right? Because it might actually end up deciding, and
oh boy,
I still expect whichever team ends in 3rd place to pick Sandbox. I do think that when you look at the current form of the team, combined with the fact that Hanwha Life has a bunch of players who have been known to be good at 5-game series, which are coming up, you might want to dodge those. But it still would be a really big upswing for them because their week like 7 and 8 were so rough to have a decent showing here in the final week.
Yeah, I think it's big just to be having positive performances for when you go into playoffs. Confidence plays a huge part for these teams, and yeah, I mean, tomorrow, those are some good series.
Yeah, I mean, both of them are actually insane. Hana Life Esports trying to stop their losing streak against a really strong team in Genji who just had an upset loss against Guangdong. That's only the second one. The first one kind of speaks for itself. Do I really have to explain DK versus T1? Guys, we are done here today at the LCK. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow. Make sure you guys are up and ready for those matches. Good night.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. this big love.